You've reached Monster 911, and I'm Lance Hightower. I've been taking cryptid emergency calls for over 5 years. If you have a cryptid emergency, please call our toll-free number, 866-306-8085. I can help you. What's your emergency? Welcome back, everyone, to another amazing compilation of some of Monster 911's most terrifying encounter stories. One other announcement here as well. We're uploading some of our podcasts to Spotify, but can only do a few at a moment while we figure things out. So if you'd like to see more on Spotify, drop us a message in the comments below, and we'll step up the operation a bit and put even more content on there for you guys. So let us know, okay? Okay, let's get to it. As you know, we are always trying to give a compilation a theme that runs common through the shows. We started with the Dogman compilation, which you guys are loving, as well as a compilation all about Bigfoot. And last week, we were focusing on stories that centered on the government's efforts to cover up the existence of these creatures. But this week, all of our stories happen to witnesses who were in a vehicle. The roadways in America can vary hugely, from the highways of L.A. to the county roads of West Virginia. So it's no wonder there has been thousands and thousands of sightings of Sasquatch and Dogmen from folks while they've been driving along the highways and byways in America. For Johnny, it appeared to be an unfortunate breakdown on the side of the highway, and being a seasoned semi-truck driver, this was nothing really new. It was late one night. He pulled his truck off the highway and called a mobile truck mechanic for assistance. What happened next was an event that he'll never forget as long as he lives.
When I had called your group, and then I had left a message, and I ended up calling another one. The other one called me back first, and when I explained what happened, I pretty much got called a fearmonger, trying to get people to shoot on sight and crap like that, and that wasn't what I was trying. But they pretty much accused me of misrepresenting what I saw in the way it behaved. And I'm sorry if it didn't jive with, what someone else thinks happens, but what happened to me wasn't so peaceful. I've been a truck driver for about 3.5 years now. Prior to that, I was in the Army for 13. So, I've seen some stuff, but to be fair, nothing that quite prepared me for this. I was traveling on the I-22, headed to a town or a yard in Mississippi, when one of the tires on my rig blew out. Now, with the loads that you can carry on a tractor trailer, tire blows out, you got to pull over,
Right.
So there wasn't any truck stops near, and so I just pulled over on an off-ramp, maybe about 30, 40 miles east of the Alabama-Mississippi line. Pulled off on the side of the road. I've got my parking lights on, but I've turned off the headlights. Called my boss. He gave me a number to call. I called them, and they tell me it's going to be about 2.5, 3 hours before anyone can get to me. So I'm just waiting. And I turned the truck off, rolled down the windows a bit, because, it was nice and cool out, and I don't mind the cool. It wasn't like so cold, you're freezing or nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So the truck's off, windows are down. I'd probably been sitting there for about 30, 45 minutes. Now, you've got the shoulder where there's pavement, and then beside that, you've got about 3 or 4 feet of gravel. I start hearing something crunching in the gravel. Now, I look first to the driver's side mirror, Don't see nothing on that side. Then I look to the passenger side, and I see this big shadow block out the lights on my trailers. Before I can really think to react to that, I call him Big Boy, because I really don't know what else to call him.
Okay.
He steps in front of the passenger side window. Now, to give you a bit of scale, I'm 6'4". The bottom of the windows and the doors is approximately 6.5 feet high. Okay?
Okay.
Add in another 2 to 2.5 feet of window to the top of the window, and then, you get to the further to the height of the semi itself. He was so tall that I couldn't see the top of his head in the window.
Good night.
In fact, I could just see the top of his brow line, like just above his eyes.
Whoa. So we're saying 8 foot plus.
I'm thinking between 9 and 10, to be fair.
Whoa.
Now, I've got the dash lights on and stuff like that, but I don't have the internal lights on. Like the overhead lights.
Yes, sir. Yep.
So all I've really got is the dashboard illumination. But it was enough, because I've been sitting there that my eyes got adjusted, that I could make out some detail, even though there were still some shadows and stuff,
Yes.
I remember being able to smell. It was real musky. Now, I know you hear all the time about it, smelling like a skunk. And that's not quite right. It was like a cross between... It was more similar to like the musky odor of a ferret or something like that,
Oh, okay.
But at the same time, different. And it was much stronger. It didn't like turn my stomach, but it was definitely different than anything I've smelled before.
Okay.
And I've been around a lot of animals. My family's been raising wolves since I was 5.
Oh.
I've volunteered at wildlife sanctuaries, working with, bears, big cats, stuff like that. So I've been around animals a lot, And this was completely unlike anything I'd ever smelled before.
And again,
his face, huh?
And again, that window was down.
The window was cracked about 3 inches.
Oh, okay.
So his eyes were looking right through the crack of the window.
Oh, wow.
Definitely. It felt more like looking into a person's eyes than an animal's. There was some definitive intelligence there. The face of him looked kind of like a cross between a person and maybe a gorilla. Had a little bit of a flattened appearance to it.
Mm-hmm.
But, certain aspects like the nose and the brow were a little more prominent than you would see like on a gorilla or something like that.
Okay. Yes.
Not completely flat. Now, I couldn't really see the color that well, but it was dark enough, like the hair was dark enough that I would say it was either really, really, really dark brown or black. He had it over most of what I could see, with portions of his face kind of free of hair, kind of like a real almost leathery appearance. And he did not look happy.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. And when I looked at him and locked eyes with him, that was when the first time he growled.
Oh.
And it was a deep, kind of a chest, deep in his chest growl. Not snarling, but just that low, deep growl. Now, what I'm going to say next is going to sound like bravado, but there's actual a reason behind why I did what I did.
Sure.
Now, my company's policy is no firearms. Okay?
Okay.
But I have a 10.5-inch kukri that I typically keep strapped to the armrest on my chair. Because stuff does happen to truck drivers,
Oh, yeah. I am only imagine.
And having been in the military, I was in Iraq twice, Afghan once. To say that my fight or flight is a little bit skewed one way, could be a fair way of calling it.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
I don't typically run. And you got a pissed off, big boy like that. It wasn't that I necessarily thought I was going to be able to take him down, but was more or less along the lines of like dealing like you would with a large predator.
Right.
You convince him that whatever reward he gets isn't going to be worth what happens to him. Make the risk outweigh the reward. Like I said, with his height alone, if he truly wanted to take me down, there wasn't much more I could do except try to take some pieces of him with me.
Mm-hmm.
So I pulled that knife. And I had it in my hand, and he looked right at it. And I can't explain how I know this, but I'm pretty damn sure he knew exactly what it was.
That's what I hear all the time and time again. They know exactly what those are and what firearms are.
And so here I am staring him dead in his eyes. And I've got this not a small knife in my hands. And that was when he growled again. And then I don't know if he hit it flat-handed or he had his fist balled up because I couldn't see him. All right? Now, keep in mind, he's standing more or less straight upright, okay? He wasn't cocked towards me or anything like that. Just, I would probably guess he was kind of standing there flat-footed. Now, I didn't see him raise his arms, which means to me, I'm pretty sure he, bent his arms at the elbow, okay? And he was maybe a foot or two from the side of the truck.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure he hit with both hands. And he slammed that truck. Now, a semi is not a small thing, but that whole truck rocked.
Really? Whoa.
And it wasn't like, he took a step back so he could really throw his weight into it.
Mm-hmm.
He was, I'd imagine to be the equivalent of a 1-inch punch, like from Bruce Lee.
Oh, yes.
But still had enough force that he rocked that whole damn truck.
Dang.
Side to side. And he growled louder. And he did it again and again. The whole truck rocks. And the whole time I'm still staring, and I see a small crack starting to form in the glass of the door. And he growls and he slams it a third time. And that crack goes all the way up to the top of the glass. I did the only thing I could think of to do. I said, you know what, boy? You want it? I'm going to make you work for it. You might take me down, but I'm going to take some pieces of you with me. And you could just see that, I mean, his whole face, he was just getting more and more pissed off. And that was when he roared. You know, I've been looking stuff up since this happened. You hear about the howls, you know, and the whistles and stuff, and this was not a howl, it was not a whistle. This was a straight, all the way from the bottom of his gut roar.
Man.
I mean, I could feel it in my chest.
Man.
And I can't explain how I knew, but I knew it was a challenge.
Oh, wow.
That everything up to that point was him trying to establish dominance of the situation.
Mm.
He was acting like you would, like I would associate with an alpha male wolf
Mm-hmm.
to what he perceived to be a challenger. Now I knew there was no way I was going to match that roar. So without even breaking eye contact, I reached up and I pulled the chain on my air horn and held it down.
Oh, wow.
Just as long as he did. And that was the first time he flinched. Like he wasn't expecting it, you know?
Right.
You know, on a truck, you got a city horn, you got the air horn. I didn't hit the city horn.
Yeah.
But it was the only thing I could think of to be as loud as him. And like I said, he blinked and flinched and kind of jerked back a little bit like he wasn't expecting that. And I didn't let him catch a breath. I hit it a second time. And he jerked back again, and that time he actually took a step back. You know, I didn't let him regain control.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, if I let him regain control, that glass wasn't going to stop him. There wasn't a doubt in my mind he could reach all the way through that truck and grab me on the other side.
Man.
I couldn't let him regain control.
Right.
And I hit the horn a third time. And he stepped back again. And you could kind of just see he still had the anger in his face, but there was confusion too. Like he didn't know what to do about it, you know?
Right.
And you know, he didn't roar again. He made kind of like a best way to describe it, like some kind of under your breath noise. And then he turned and, you know, stepped off. And that was the thing that probably meant that, you know, something that big once he was on the grass didn't make a sound. And I'm sorry about cursing, man.
No, that's okay.
He didn't make a sound once he was on that grass. Something that big.
That's incredible. Man.
Going back to the kind of hair on him.
Mm-hmm.
You ever seen a lion's mane?
Yes, sir.
Kind of like the way it moves.
Right.
that's the way the hair on him moved when he moved. You know, like with you see like the muscles and whatnot on, you know, under his skin and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But when he would turn and make any kind of moves or whatnot, that was kind of like what the hair looked like. It was like the hair on a lion's mane. Not really tangled up and knotted like you would see on a bear. You know?
Right.
It wasn't real nappy looking.
It appeared possibly groomed to a certain degree then.
Yeah. Whether or not he had been, you know, I wouldn't necessarily say it had been brushed, but it was, you know, it wasn't all nappy or matted or anything like that.
Right.
I wouldn't necessarily say clean either, but, you know, it wasn't all tangled up in knots.
Man.
Now, you know, I get back and I tell my boss to meet me at the yard. Because I don't know how I'm going to explain this to him.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
The door had been beat in so bad that you couldn't open it.
What? Good night.
I found out later when my boss got the door replaced,
Mm-hmm.
it took 3 men to pry that door off enough so they could cut it, get it out.
Gosh.
It had completely warped in the door frame of the semi.
Whoa.
And according to my boss, they had to use crowbars to pry it open enough they could take it off the hinges.
Dang.
So with 3 double-handed hits, you know,
Man.
this thing was powerful.
And was pissed.
Oh, yeah. And he was definitely pissed off at me. He was pissed off that I was there.
I was going to ask you, what do you think he was pissed about? Or, I mean...
Well, okay, if I was applying this to animals, okay, you've got a few possibilities. Territory, young, or dominance. Now, as he was the only one I saw, could I say for a fact that there was young or a family group involved? No. Was I in his territory? If he was there, I guess he might have considered it his territory. But there was definitely the feeling of a dominance challenge. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I've been through that one, you know, like I said, been raising wolves most of my life. And so I know the kind of the feeling, and it's not so much you can really say any particular action, but you know it when the wolf wants to challenge.
Mm.
And, you know, I had to learn the rules to the wolves. I had to learn their rules in order to be able to, you know, interact with them safely and stuff like that. And I've always had a very unique kind of personal energy / insight with wolves that they typically, you know, accept me as their own. As weird as that may sound. But it had, honestly, a lot of it felt like a dominance challenge. Trying to figure out who was the biggest, baddest in the yard.
Gotcha.
If I had tried to turn tail and run, that probably would have been the worst thing I could have done. And, you know, whether or not I had any illusions about what I could have done to him or not, the best I could do was make him rethink it.
Absolutely.
But he definitely looked like he wanted a piece.
How long had you been there when you pulled off to the side? How long had you been there before you started hearing that crunching of the gravel?
Like I said, about maybe 30. I've probably been sitting there for about 30, 45 minutes. So, not even a full hour. I damn sure didn't imagine it.
Right. And this really, it sounds like this wasn't an official pullover area. This was just off to the
side. Oh, no. There wasn't even street lights on the road, on the overpass. Mm-hmm. It was like middle of nowhere. There was obviously an overpass because there was an exit. But, you didn't see any lights anywhere other than, when cars were coming by. And this was probably, I don't know, somewhere between 2:30, 3 a.m. Central Time.
Okay.
When it happened. So it wasn't a whole lot of cars on the road highway either.
Was the area, could you describe kind of the topography or the area as far as...
There was woods maybe 30 yards, 30 to 35 yards from the side of the road. Heavy growth, or, like heavy undergrowth. Probably from where, they would cut it back from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
It was a straight, just off-ramp. You go up the little hill, stop sign at the top, probably, and an on-ramp on the other side.
Hmm.
With a road going over a bridge over the highway. Lots of woods everywhere. The side, when I first stopped, I'd gotten out to make sure which tire it was. And the grass wasn't that tall on the side of the road. So, 6, 8 inches tall, give or take.
Right.
And
this was what time of the year? What season?
This was last month.
Oh, last month.
Yeah, when I had called, it had been when I called y'all's phone number, it had been about a week since it had happened.
And like you said, you did call someone else, and I didn't get a chance to get immediately back to you, but you did call, and they didn't really believe what you said, correct?
They told me that these things don't get aggressive. They told me, we don't need people like you trying to fearmonger, trying to rile people up, trying to get these things shot on site. We're about respect and research. And I'm like, well, maybe y'all should tell them that.
Exactly.
It wasn't like I was out there looking for this.
Exactly.
He come up on me. And I say he because, well, his whole attitude was overwhelmingly masculine and male,
Mm-hmm.
But they were sitting there trying to say I was trying to start some kind of witch hunt or something like that. And I was just like, are you seriously talking like this?
Well, you know what I find very interesting from what you just said, and I'm not saying this with everybody by no means, and I don't want to generalize, but I find it very, very interesting that out of the folks who tend to discredit very quickly a story from someone kind of spilling their guts out of what happened that was not a pleasant encounter, or even just, let's go opposite, a friendly encounter, the people to discredit a story or an encounter like this tends to be the very people that are in this genre, this Bigfoot community. And I find that very interesting how they want to peg absolute. They're so certain that Bigfoot act this way all the time, or that way all the time, or they can't do this, or they never do that. And I've learned, here's the thing that is that there is no absolutes. Anything can happen at any time, anywhere, to anyone. No one is the expert. And like you said, someone didn't notify this creature that it had to behave a certain way. It did what it did. And for whatever reasons. And I think you're right on track. It was either in a hunting ground, it had members around, it was trying to protect young, this was his area, a dominance. Who knows exactly? Maybe it was a couple of reasons of what you just mentioned. Maybe it was a couple of them. And
and I was trying to, like, when I was thinking about it later, I was trying to, on one hand, I was putting kind of like my experience, both with people and with large animals, and was just kind of trying to reason it out. How would I reason that encounter if it had been a bear or something else, And that was about the only thing I could come to. It was one of those three things.
And I think they're very logical. I always say that, these beings, these creatures, do nothing by accident. There's always intention and purpose, because that's how they've been able to survive and thrive. And so they don't understand the same rules of you and I, where we have courtesy and manners. They just react. They're very reactive in their personality. That's how they've been able to survive. And so they don't know the rules of humans as far as social. They don't.
Well, that's why I kind of treated him like I would a large predator.
Yes.
I treated him the same way as I would a wolf. That I'm not backing down. I'm not gonna just give it whatever it is to you. I stood my ground because I knew better than turn and run. Because everything I did for a reason, because what my experience has taught me. If a predator thinks that, the prey animal is going to hurt it more than anything it will gain by killing and eating it, it will back off.
Mm-hmm.
And all I could think of was, think long and hard about this, because I'm going to do whatever I can to you.
I'm just thinking here, I wonder how far it would have gone had you not laid on that horn.
I'll tell you honest, if it had reached in, I would have done my level best to take his hand.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, in that situation, my knife is pretty damn sharp. I've carried it since my first deployment to a combat zone. It's strong and it's sharp. And it has saved my butt a few times. If he had reached in, I probably would have been aiming for where I would assume arteries or something like that would be.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be doing whatever it took. And if I could have taken a hand or taken his arm before he got to me, I would have. Might it have, saved my life? Probably not. But, whatever happened, I wasn't going to make it easy on him. I wouldn't say it was fear that was running through, but rather adrenaline.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like
oh yeah,
the same
absolutely.
feeling like when you're in a firefight, and you might live, you might die, but by God, you're going to take some kind of honor guard with you.
Yes, sir. Yep.
And that was how I just kind of treating him like I would, like I said, a large predator, but at the same time with the understanding live or die, I'm taking some chunks.
When he backed off, how did he, on that third time you laid on the horn, how did he leave or depart the circumstance?
So, looking at it from his perspective where he was, standing, he did this kind of, like I said, under his breath kind of grumble kind of sound. And then he turned to his left, and then he was out of sight of the window. And it took me a few seconds before I got up enough to try to look out there,
Mm.
But he was gone. I mean, he was gone. So in 2 or 3 seconds, he had covered 35 yards.
Wow. Incredible.
And he did it without and once, like I said, once he was off the gravel, he did it without a sound.
Super stealth.
It was like he knew how to move.
Mm-hmm. And when he moved, did it look a little strange, or could you tell?
Whenever I saw him moving at any point in the whole encounter, it was very fluid and with purpose. It wasn't jerky or anything like that. It wasn't somebody in a suit.
Yeah. Well, that's we see this and you hear this time and time again, is that when you talk with someone that had an encounter this close and that dramatic, that terrifying, they know this was not a human. I can tell you this was not a guy in a suit.
You could give me a running start and throw my entire body against that truck, and it wouldn't rock like it did when he hit it. I'm not a small guy. I'm 6'4", right at 300 pounds. I got some weight on me, but it's not, it's not like I'm, 5 feet around. But I could throw my entire body at that truck and not rock it the way he did.
Man, the amount of strength that has to take.
And like I told you, the door was completely warped in the frame. They had, 2 guys on the outside with crowbars, another guy on the inside pulling on the door handle and pushing with all, to get that thing out so they could replace it.
Man.
He had completely jammed up that door.
So when you told your boss and these guys, how did he act or behave? Yeah.
My boss, 6 huge dents in the side of this truck. Looked like someone had taken a hammer, one of those big mallets out of the cartoons, or like those, the carnival game where you use the hammer, try to ring that bell.
Oh, yes.
The dents were that big. And my boss, he goes, "What the hell happened?" And I said, "Well, I'm going to tell you the truth, and you're going to react one of 2 ways. You're either going to call me crazy and fire me on the spot, or you're going to believe what happened, you're going to believe what I tell you, and we go from there." And to his credit, he listened. He didn't can me on the spot, But he just had this, it was one of those, it was obviously incredibly hard to believe, but at the same time, the evidence was sitting right there in front of him.
Man. Right. I mean,
how do you explain what had been done to the truck?
So obviously, in not canning you, he had at least some reservations of this probably happened.
Yeah, it was, either he thought I was crazy or he thought I was making it up, or he at least gave me the benefit of the doubt. And I still work for the guy, so I'm guessing he gave me the benefit of the doubt.
Wow. How about the guys changing the door out? Did they say anything? Did they?
I don't know. I wasn't actually present for that.
Okay.
He told me about it after that, and he was like, because me and him had tried to open the door. Now, he's not a bigger guy. You know, he's about maybe 5'4", 5'5", nowhere near my size or weight, and we couldn't get it open. And he said that it took 3 of the mechanics at the shop with 2 crowbars.
Dang. That is incredible. And that door, obviously, on a semi-truck is not fiberglass. It's not aluminum. It's metal. It's sheet metal.
Yeah.
And it's got internal frame. I mean, it's stout. If anybody's been on a rig like that before, there's nothing about it that's light or flimsy.
No, it's everything about a rig is made to haul extreme amounts of weight, and everything is built to that design. Whereas, you know, parts of the cab might be fiberglass, you know, but the main body of the cab is not fiberglass. Trucks are rough. Trucks are brutal. You know, they have to be able to take, you know, much more extreme amounts of torque and force than your average car. You know, it's got to be able to, it's an 80,000-pound wrecking ball when it's going down the highway, and you have to respect it like that. Well, at the same time, knowing that everything about that rig, the trailers, everything was designed with that purpose in mind, was to haul 80,000 pounds, 40 tons. And, you know, whenever I would have students on my trucks, I would tell them, respect this truck like you would a gun. And for him to be able to do that to that truck, you know, whether or not it was sit still.
Right. Have you told or shared this story aside from your boss and this other group that you called? Have you shared the story with anyone else? And if so, how have they reacted, or what did they say?
Well, I told my wife, of course, in her normal little smart aleck way. You know, she believes me. She made the joke of it. She likes to call me tickle feet sometimes. It's the only spot on me that's ticklish. And so she made the joke of tickle feet's all the biggie feet. You know, yeah, that sums up our relationship.
Gotcha.
Fairly well.
Gotcha. Well, I just ask because sometimes people, you know, even if you have a person that has, you know, that's always jokeful, and when they tell a story like this or have a close encounter that was really shook them up, you can tell their demeanor changes. Something happened, and I was just.
Well, I mean, she didn't really, you know, start out with that. Obviously, you know, that came after a few days of, I guess, you know, taking it in. And then, like I said, you know, she started making that joke, you know, to the point where, you know, she bought this thing. It's a little noisemaker. I kid you not. It says Emergency Bigfoot Translator. And it's got 4 buttons: howl, snort, roar, and groan. And every once in a while she'll just push one of the buttons and go, tickle feet's all the biggie feet. And I'm like, you're not funny. You know, it's just a little whatever, you know, noisemaker thing she got in some store. But, you know, it was just kind of her way of saying, you know, hey, this happened, but we're not going to sit back here and look on it, you know, any kind of crazy way.
Right. Wow.
You know, she's not trying to make fun of me. She's just she'd rather laugh it away.
Right. And she's probably trying to help you not be so absorbed in it, maybe to a certain degree.
You know, I was hit with an IED um, responding to, like, my personal response to such situations, you know, after some of the things that happened in Iraq and Afghanistan, I like to consider myself fairly resilient. I don't really have, you know, nightmares about what happened with Big Boy. You know, it was just, it happened.
Right. Well, I think anyone that served in the military in the capacity and faced what you faced in the military, if you will, that it's almost like it pre-groomed you for that encounter to a certain degree, because I find that people that don't have a huge event in their life, like going in the military and being active, and they've never been, or something major in their life had not happened, and when they come up against an encounter like that, it messes them up. It really shakes their world, and they have a traumatic response or an event that they can get post-traumatic from it very seriously, and it's hard for them to deal and
you know, I'm not trying to say I'm any better than anyone else out there.
Oh, no,
you know,
no. Right,
that's not what I'm trying to say. Has it, you know, affected me like that? No. You know, does that mean I'm weaker or stronger than someone else? No. You know, I had to do a lot of soul searching when I was in the military over stuff like this. And, you know, some people work through stuff quicker. It's just the way it is.
Right. Exactly. So again, where this happened, this was what was the, I hate repeating same questions here, but just for everyone listening, this was off which highway and roughly in which state was this?
It was I-22 in Alabama, about 30, 40 miles from the Alabama-Mississippi line. And like I said, it happened, I don't know, maybe 2:33 a.m. Central Time, which was where I was, you know, sitting at the time. You know, middle of nowhere, Alabama.
Mm-hmm. And not that it matters, but out of curiosity, what color is your rig, your cab?
The whole truck's white.
White, okay. And during this time, obviously nobody was driving by or anything. It was just you and him.
If anyone was driving by, I didn't notice them at that point. At least why they weren't driving on the off-ramp, you know, or on the little overpass. If there was someone going down the highway, I couldn't have told you how many cars did or didn't go, because all of my attention was on him.
Mm.
And like I said, he was on the passenger side of the truck, so it wasn't like he got lit up by anything either, you know?
Right.
My truck would have been between him and any headlights.
When he was standing facing you, very close there on that passenger side, now I realize that the windows are not terribly wide on those, but they're decent for a commercial vehicle. How wide do you think he was roughly?
Easily as wide as the entire door. He actually brushed up against the mirror. The mirror's mounted on the frame, not the door.
Oh, wow. Incredible.
He was every bit as wide as that door.
Which we're saying maybe plus 4 feet at least.
Somewhere between 3 and 4 feet, maybe.
Man.
You know, he was big. Not just tall, but broad. And, you know, he had some decent power. Which means that he had to have easily the weight to back it up. So 300 pounds, give me a running start, I wouldn't shake the truck like he did. Man. And he was standing flat-footed. He was full on to me.
Man. You know what makes me wonder here, and it's I mean, I don't want to think about it, but my mind goes there, is that if we were out in the woods not being protected by a cab in a semi-truck like you were, and you were just out, say, camping, and this thing came up, I mean, you had nothing between you and him. You just hate, your mind hates to go there, but what would he, if he was already this aggressive, you wonder what the next level, what he would have done.
I guess that probably would determine on what he decided the risk versus the reward was.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I could convince him that I was more trouble than it was going to be worth,
mm-hmm.
would that knife necessarily have done it by itself? Maybe not. I might have been able to cut him a few times, maybe get, him to reconsider, or he may just have gotten more pissed. I carry a .45 as my personal sidearm weapon. And had I had it on me, I would have put every round in that magazine in his chest if I had to. I understand, these creatures, they're, their own thing. But I'm going to protect myself. Does that mean I'm going to shoot them on sight if I ever see one again? No. They come at me like that, and I got mine on me.
Right. Well, he was showing immediately some aggression, and like you said, you were minding your own business, just waiting. And you weren't stepping out of your truck. You weren't throwing rocks in the woods. He came upon you, and he had the first contact. And it's not like you were bulldozing. You weren't out on a dirt road just intentionally. This was a highway.
Yeah.
So
I was just sitting there waiting on the repair guy to get there to change up the tire.
So
then I was going to get back on my way and go.
So when he came and you started repairing the tire, did you hear anything out after that, or get a feeling it was still around, watching, or anything like that?
It's hard to say. The guy shows up, and he had, the yellow flashing lights on top of his truck and whatnot. And, I stuck my knife in the back of my jeans, so it's not like I'm standing there with a knife in my hand while the guy is trying to work on my truck,
Right. Right.
But I was, while he was working on the tire, I was watching the woods.
Yeah, I don't blame you one bit. I don't blame you.
I definitely had my head on a swivel
mm-hmm.
at that point.
Oh, yeah. After that event like that, absolutely. So has your boss, this was, obviously, I didn't realize it was that soon ago. Has he said anything after that, or has he just dropped the subject?
I had asked him, if he minded if I tried to reach out to, somebody. He's like, go ahead, man, just, leave the company out of it, leave my name out of it,
Mm-hmm.
I told him about the response I got from the other group, and he was like, man, if they could have seen this truck, they wouldn't have acted like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, you've kind of already said this, but what is your take for people that think these things are just, and I know when I say this, not everybody thinks this, but what is your take when people say these things are harmless? All you need to do is just leave them alone, and they're not real. And what is your response to that if someone says that, or when they say that?
Well, with regards to what you said about harmless, you treat any wild animal like it's completely harmless, you're going to get hurt. You know? Whether it's a herbivore or a carnivore. Every wild animal, especially threatened or whatever, has the capability to hurt. Even a deer. You know, I've seen guys get gored by a deer. You know? And those typically run more than anything else. You know, in Georgia, Georgia state bird is called a thrasher. It's about the size of a robin. It'll dive bomb the hell out of you. Just for being near the tree where its nest is at. You know?
I didn't know that.
You know, obviously, is every situation like the one I experienced? No. You know, I imagine they've probably got different personalities per individual like anything else.
That's what we think too. And that's why we tell people, don't assume anything just because you've heard one story where they're pleasant and you communicated. You have to have a profound respect for these beings that are tremendously fast, strong, and intelligent. We can't jump into their head and think what they're thinking at the moment. We don't know.
You know, I can't say what his motivation exactly was, but he was not happy about me being there. And whether his intent was just trying to scare me off and it just escalated, you know, because I didn't immediately run, I can't say. If I had tried to run, would he have chased me down? I don't know. Everything about him was just aggressive. You know, it was, for all I know, for lack of a better way of saying it, could have been mating season. And he was full up on hormones. You know, I don't know.
Right.
And, you know, not trying to apply too much animal characteristics to him, but, you know, I don't know. But, you know, to anyone who would automatically assume that they're peaceful or harmless, I would say try to take the door of a semi with 2 crowbars and 3 men. See how easy it is. And realize that one of these things did this.
Yeah, that's...
You know, I would caution anyone from taking it for granted.
Well, that's what we try to impose upon people, is that just don't go out and pick a fight with these things. If you encounter one by happenstance, the best thing you can do is don't run. If you can, and if you know, every circumstance is going to be different. You can't say giving rules on, you know, well, you would do this or do that, because it's whatever that instinct tells you to do.
Yeah, and, you know, staring them in the eyes, now with most species, that is considered a challenge. Me personally, I have a very dominant personality with that regard, so I don't back down from that. Whereas, you know, other people, if their personality isn't along those lines, I would probably suggest against trying to look them in the eye. You know, in that situation, I did the best that I could.
Right.
And what I felt was the best thing for me to do. Would
Right.
that necessarily be the best for everyone else? No. In that situation, you know, looking one of these things in the eye may not be the best idea. It certainly didn't seem to calm him down. But then again, there was no other way I could do it.
Right. You were literally backed into a corner, so to speak.
Yeah.
You didn't have a lot of places to go.
And I knew that showing any kind of weakness in that situation wasn't going to help me out.
Yeah.
You know, like you said, we don't know what's in their head. We don't know what their rules are.
Exactly.
I can make some educated guesses based off of his behavior. From, some of the stuff I've been reading online since this happened, I would probably guess kind of a pack mentality if I had to hazard a guess, like a wolf pack. You probably have your dominant male and a dominant female, and then various other family group members.
That's kind of what we speculate as well.
Now, is it necessarily like a wolf pack, or is it more like a group of gorillas where you have one male and several females? The way he acted doesn't really scream primate so much to me. But again, this is just based off of personal observance and, experience. But I would probably guess, based off of, everything that I've read since then, and what happened to me, that there's likely to be some kind of pack hierarchy. Especially the way that he reacted to a typical mammalian challenge of looking him directly in the eyes.
Yeah, that sounded like he didn't much care for that, obviously. Didn't care for that you were there, and didn't care very much that you looked at him. And I'm like you said, when you pulled that knife, he changed even more.
He glanced right at me, or he glanced right at it, but he had already growled at that point. But that, after I pulled that knife, and both of us knew it was there. That's when it started to get a little more physical. Did the knife escalate it? Maybe. Did me staring him in the eyes escalate it? Maybe. Would he have continued to be or grow that aggressive without it? Maybe. I mean, his entire stance was very aggressive from the very beginning before I even pulled the knife. He obviously did not want me there.
Do you think after this experience that you encountered, and you've experienced a lot, not only in the military, but from this event, is this going to prevent you from enjoying the woods like you were before, or just the same with your head on a swivel a bit more?
I might keep my head on a swivel a bit more, be, a little more aware of my surroundings, but it's not going to stop me. I know there's bears in the woods. I know there's mountain lions. Doesn't stop me from going. Hell, in Georgia, we got big old boar.
Oh, yeah, you guys do. We've got them here, too, but you guys got them, I think, a little bigger.
But, I know all these things are in the woods. You got rattlesnakes, you got boar, black bear. Any one of 100 things that could kill you. Ain't stopped me before, ain't gonna stop me now.
I was just curious. I had a feeling I knew what the answer was, but I still had, I had to ask. Right. I still wanted to ask, but I think that, and it depends on every situation, but people that have experienced these, typically it's kind of it goes 50-50. 50% will say, yeah, I'm on a swivel a bit more, and then others will say, forget it. I'm done with going in the woods, but...
Well, obviously, if I see one a little bit further off, I'm not going to, try to get closer necessarily. I'm not going to be looking
Right.
Whether, peaceful or aggressive. But,
well, that is an incredible, this is an incredible story. I mean, everyone we can learn from, and this was one that I think I want people to know that it's what we were saying for the longest time. There are some encounters that are peaceful, so to speak, that there's no intent or aggression, but this is a very important encounter because I want people to realize that we don't fully understand these creatures that well. We do, but we don't. We don't know what their intent is. We don't know how they are prior to coming upon us. We don't know if it's in their DNA structure of certain clans and groups that have modified their behavior a little more aggressive than, say, a clan that's in Washington or one that's in Texas. I mean, so a DNA behavior level is another aspect of it. Maybe they're just born more aggressive. We don't know. But people need to be reminded that if you're going to go out into the woods, you've got to carry some protection. Don't go by yourself. If all possible, tell people where you're going and have some means to protect you if something happens.
And as weird as it may sound, I think, especially in this situation, he really seemed to be taken aback by how loud the air horn was. And I've actually considered getting, one of those little handheld ones. You can find them in Walmart or wherever.
Mm-hmm.
Now I always, went into the woods whenever I go hiking and stuff like that. At a minimum, I do carry my sidearm. Because, again, bears, mountain lions, rattlesnakes,
Right.
If I got to protect myself, I'm going to protect myself. Well, but, I don't know. He really seemed taken aback by it, like he wasn't expecting it at all. And, every time I hit it, he kind of jerked and flinched, So I don't know if maybe loud noises might be a deterrent.
It might.
It
might, especially a noise that's foreign. That's man-made, not man yelling, but something that's got the capacity to the hertz to that we don't have the lung capacity to generate.
And that was the whole reason I hit the air horn, is because I knew I couldn't yell as loud as he roared. And so, at the time, I was just trying to respond in kind. And it worked. And it took him off his footing, so to speak. And, he didn't know, okay, I was confident I could handle this entire situation, and now I'm not so sure.
Mm-hmm.
And so, something like that, which isn't a bad thing to have with you if you're going out in the woods anyways. If you're trying to get a hold of somebody because you've gotten hurt, air horn could work for that too.
That's a good point. That's a really good point.
But,
Can I ask you a side note question here?
Absolutely.
Out of curiosity, and this has some relevance but may not, what did your boss do with that door?
I don't know. I could try to find out, but I don't know what he did with it.
If it's not too much of a bother, if you can find out, I would be curious in just buying it. If he,
I can ask him.
Would you?
Yeah, I can ask him.
I know
about
it's
that.
an odd request, but if it's sitting somewhere like in a junk pile off to the side or something, I know it may not matter too much. If it's got the company sticker,
it does have the company name on the door.
Then we can take that off or something. But just want to know if he's got that door. I would love to have that door.
I could certainly ask him for you.
As strange as it is, I know it's a strange request, but Yeah, I know he's going to look like he wanted what, but
more than likely, I don't, typically and hell, I don't know if he's even got it or not. I mean, like I said, the best I could do is ask him.
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't, no big deal. If he doesn't, if he has it and he says, nah, that's fine too. It never hurts to ask, I always say. It never hurts.
Yeah, but yeah, I can definitely look into that. It's certainly not the weirdest request I've ever heard.
Well, I want to thank you so much for not only for the dedication and service that you going in the military and protecting us as citizens of the United States and your service there, but coming back and performing, as a truck driver, it's an arduous occupation that we were talking about prior to discussing this encounter, and having enough courage to come forward and share it with us. And I'm sorry I wasn't Johnny on the spot to get back with you in time, but I tell you, it's I know we can learn from every experience, and I really appreciate you taking the call. And
well, I appreciate the fact that you were open-minded about it, even though it may not be a typical type encounter.
And yeah, I mean, in every encounter that I tell you what, after doing a lot of these, I don't even know what the typical encounter is anymore. There's so many that are so different in every circumstance and in every location, even next to homes in a huge metro complex, or in a city park that's in a golf course area, or fishing, or on the side of the road. I mean, this is not the first time, which is very interesting, that I've had a truck driver pull off on the side of the road and something happen. Or they're waiting on the guys to unload the trailer, and they're waiting on them, and they're in a very remote location, and something happens very similar. And very similar descriptions by the truck driver saying, look, I don't know if you know how big or how heavy a rig is or the cab, but this thing shook the cab like I was a Tonka toy.
Yeah.
And that to me is enough and the trucker and most of the truck drivers that I talk to, I'm always curious on the size that they are. I said, if you don't mind, can you describe your size? And most of them are pretty big guys. I mean, they're like yourself, 6'4". They're 230, 240, up to 330 pounds. And they're saying, look, I was one guy told me he was 500 pounds one time. And even standing on the side, the running boards, he couldn't even get his rig to budge. He said when this thing stepped on the running boards, it moved the truck. It rocked it. He said so.
Big boy didn't step on the running boards, but he hit it. And he hit it hard.
Man. That's incredible.
And like I said, it wasn't even like, he came back for a haymaker swing either. He's standing there full, flat facing me and just moving his arms, it looked like. He didn't really, it didn't look like he put all his weight into it and just rocked that thing. And, the only time I've ever felt that truck rock like that was when I was going through some, not so good roads.
Mm-hmm.
Big old dips and potholes and whatnot. That's the only time I ever felt this truck rock like that.
Man. Well, bottom line is, that truck so well, and the tolerances and how heavy and everything, that you knew that this cat had, this creature had some force. He had some strength to rock that heavy of a chunk of metal, and that's
just to kind of give you an idea, a semi by itself, without even a trailer on it, is easily between 12 and 15,000 pounds. And that's with no trailer.
it's hard for us to fathom that strength since humans don't have near that capability, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just hard for us to put in our mind's eye the amount of force that would take. Well, I tell you what, buddy, I really appreciate you sharing what happened, and I've learned that, things that happen to people, it happened, and that every encounter is different. We can learn from every encounter, and if you, heaven forbid, but if you ever come across something strange or anything remotely similar, please give me a call. You can, this is my personal cell number, and you can call anytime, day or night. You can call day or night, and I really want to know. And or if you just want to chat, you can call anytime. I mean, it doesn't have to be a show, obviously.
I'd certainly like to, learn more myself because, after all of this, it's got me curious,
Yeah. Well, my brother Lane had a close encounter, which is our first show, and it led him on a quest. And that was years and years and years ago, and it kind of bled off into us, and then we started adding up all the things that's happened to us, and we started saying, wait a minute, you experienced that too when you went to this location? I did too. And so we realized that it was more than just a coincidence. Things had happened over the years to us. So that kind of led us on a quest to share our stories, and we thought, well, it's kind of therapy, so we started our show, and then what it turned into, besides therapy for us, it started turning into therapy for not only us, but other people.
Yeah.
Instead of being, having it bottled up, you want to share and share freely. And so I've learned,
especially like you had spoken earlier about people who get PTSD over encounters like this.
Yes.
In the military, that's one of the things when they're trying to help people with that is face it, acknowledge it. And, especially for those people who, did have a traumatic experience with one of these things or may not have had the training or the, for the mental resilience or the experiences to give them that mental resilience, facing it and acknowledging what happened oftentimes is the best way to help someone.
Exactly.
Who's dealing with that.
It really is. It really is. And not that you have all the answers, because we don't have all the answers, but we can give some suggestions. We can give some possibilities of why and how come. But it's what an incredible tale. Man, that's
it was certainly interesting when it happened.
Yeah, I mean, not only your first encounter, but your encounter wasn't pleasant, and he continued to escalate the situation even more so. Again, I'm glad there was some metal between you and him.
Well, I mean, like I said, if he had kept it up much more, that glass might have gone. With the crack that went up right through the middle of the glass, if he had kept it up, that glass wouldn't have been there much longer. And then, if he had wanted to reach in, or if he had thought about hitting the glass instead of the door.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because after doing a lot of interviews now over the last year and 4 months, I've learned that most people, when they have an encounter while they're in a car or a truck, and even a semi-truck, I've not come across one person that's not said, if it wanted me, it could have got me. It would have ripped the doors right off, no doubt, based on the size and just the immense girth this thing had.
I think maybe if I hadn't hit the air horn, it might have gotten to that point, the way he was acting.
Man.
Honestly. Quick thinking on my part, and I had an air horn on my truck,
Right.
But, I was just trying to think of, trying to be as loud as he was.
Right. Right.
And that seemed to took him back, and he didn't know how to, what to do with the situation anymore. Had it not been for that, honestly, it might have been a much different, story.
Right. Well, I tell you, it's been a learning here experience, and I appreciate your time. I know it's time for you to probably hit the hay now, and
Yeah.
I appreciate getting in touch with you and your patience. Please feel free to call any time whatsoever. If you can talk to your boss about the unusual requests there, I'd appreciate that. Again, this is my personal cell number, and I can't thank you enough, sir, for your time, your commitment, your service, and your courage to allow me to talk to you and to share this with others. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. I'm happy to be able to help. If help I did.
Absolutely. I think you did. There's always people, the way we, believe is that there's people out there always listening, but they've yet to come forward. They're afraid, or they're afraid of facing ridicule, or someone is going to make fun of them, but if they can just have an environment where they're free to just discuss and chat and share, it is very liberating to at least let it go, to share. I can't promise we'll have all the answers, but we all learn, and that's what we're doing. We're learning together, and we're sharing together, and it makes everyone feel a little bit better that they're not alone. More importantly, that they're not alone. But thank you again. I appreciate it. I'll let you hit the hay, buddy, and just thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Not a problem.
All right. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Take care. Bye.
So I wanted to follow up with a little bit of post-commentary here that I think you would find very, very interesting. The gentleman did call me back regarding the door that was damaged that they removed. It took 3 men with crowbars to remove. And what I found was very interesting when he contacted me back the following day. He said that in speaking with his boss about the door, that his boss said the next day there were 2 men from the quote-unquote insurance company that came out to inspect the door, but also they took the door, which I found very, very interesting. In speaking with this gentleman, we both agreed that that was very strange, because I know in the automobile accident, I've worked enough clients having motor vehicle accidents, that typically cars, when they are totaled, for instance, they are purchased sometimes by salvage yards for pieces and parts, things like that. But one semi-truck door was removed by the insurance company. Usually when insurance companies go to inspect damage that they're going to replace, or if they've totaled out a car, they will go and inspect. It's not anything unusual to go on site for the insurance company, the insurer, and take pictures and look at it and say, yep, it's totaled, yep, we need to replace it. But why take a door? Why take one piece? That'd be the equivalent of taking a door from a car that's dented. Why take the door? I mean, they don't care about the door, typically, insurance companies. So this made me wonder if those gentlemen truly were from the insurance company. As we both agreed, we were talking together about the strangeness of this. So the owner did not have the door. He said it went to the insurance company, that they took the door, which he even said his boss said that was a bit strange. And I said, yes, that is. That's very strange. If, in fact, those gentlemen represented the insurance company, which at this point I'm doubting, highly doubting. Now, here's the thing. We don't know how, if these gentlemen, if they were from this secret agency that we always speak of, the Men in Black, so to speak, how did they know about this? Because there was just a few people that this gentleman disclosed the story to. He told his boss,
Rightly so, because it was his boss's truck. It was the company truck. He owned the truck. So he hadn't told anyone else besides his wife, and that was it. So I find that very, very strange. Now, could these two gentlemen represent the insurance company? Sure, it's possible. Why they wanted the door? It's a bit strange unless new policy says that they take the item damaged. But still, that just doesn't make sense that they just took a door. And why take the door? Who cares about the door? Well, the only way in my mind that makes sense, again, just putting it together, is that they knew how the door was damaged. Someone knew how the door was damaged, how and what occurred that evening when he was parked on the side of the road. And somehow someone knew, and that's why they took the door for evidence. They didn't want anything out there. So I found that interesting. I was a bit saddened that the door was gone because I wanted the door. So, but anyway, I thought that was a very interesting tidbit of information that he called me the very next day with that info, and he found it very surprising that the door was gone as well. In addition to, this was just a very scary, terrifying encounter. I can't imagine if this gentleman would have been in a just regular truck or a car, what would have happened. This Bigfoot was obviously very upset. It showed aggression, physical contact on his vehicle. Thank goodness the gentleman would happen to be in a very large, heavy-duty sized truck, semi-truck. Otherwise, we just don't know what would have happened from here. So I really appreciated this gentleman coming forward, and especially after being semi-ridiculed, calling previously to another group. He didn't disclose who it was, and I didn't expect him to, but that the first group basically didn't believe him because of the aggression of this. So my point to an ending is that we would like to say that all these Bigfoot are very docile type of creatures, but the fact of the matter is, I view them in many ways the analogy of personalities of humans. In the fact that I'm not calling them humans by no means, but what I'm saying is that they have personalities, just like humans sometimes, where you have humans that want to hurt other humans, that are aggressive for no reason, that want to hurt people. But in the same token, you have people that are good nature, that are productive citizens, that want to do good, want to help people. They're courteous, kind. So I think you have the same type of personality traits in these beings, these creatures as well. But for the most part, I would actually give an air of warning no matter what, no matter where you're at. This is why we always say have something to protect yourself besides playing a flute out for them. I'm not saying mistreat them. I'm not saying pick a fight. I'm just saying have some means of protection and be aware of your surroundings. Just be aware that they do exist. Just allow 1 to 2% in your mind that these might exist, and not be paranoid, but just be alert to your surroundings. That's all we're asking. For many of you that's not had an encounter, just be aware of your surroundings. Be aware that these creatures do exist, and therefore you will be open to hearing and learning from these shows that we share these true encounters of people that had terrifying moments that they had no idea that these creatures existed either. So I want to thank you for tuning in. We appreciate you guys. Until next time, be safe and be alert.
So here's what's interesting about this encounter story. Extremely interesting. I spoke to Johnny at a later date, and I said after the interview, I would really like to have that door if your boss just threw it in a junk pile, because he said that he thinks it was in a junk pile back behind the semi-truck facility. And he went to his boss, and then he came back with a story that was incredible. He said, I told my boss that you wanted that damaged door by that Sasquatch, Lance, and the boss says, well, I had a visit from 2 men from the insurance company who took the door. And I said, what? He said, yeah, as part of their visit, they when they came, they loaded the door in their car and they left. Now, here's the thing. I've spoken to plenty of people over the years who have had automobile accidents in the healthcare field I was in. And I have never heard of an insurance company taking a damaged door as part of the insurance investigation or compensation. Never. It doesn't matter. Now, and on top of that, I've never heard an insurance company calling you at 11:30 or midnight to ask you information about a damaged door. Now, if your home was in a tornado or a fire or a flood, I can see the insurance company calling you late at night or extremely early in the morning. That makes sense. But in this case, it doesn't. So why would these two men do that? Well, we know, really. Perhaps it's because they knew how the door was damaged and by what. But what's not clear is how they knew it became damaged. It's a shame as well, because I would have loved to have gotten my hands on that damaged door that a Sasquatch had crushed in, and I would have loved to share it with all of you guys. So, a bit of a crossover here between the last compilation, where we hear once again about the experiences our witnesses have had of a government cover-up. And if you're not a regular listener, then you might be surprised by the lengths this government agency is willing to go to stop reports of these cryptids getting out there into the public mainstream. I've spent literally hundreds and hundreds of hours interviewing and sifting through every detail that my guests have experienced when coming into contact with these arrogant, unknown agents. And their amount of evidence of a cover-up is quite clear and points to something far, far more interesting. As they say, there's no smoke without a fire somewhere.
A friend of mine and I were fishing below the dam up in your neck of the woods on Keystone. Below the dam about, I don't know, half a mile. And it was in the 70s maybe, late 70s. And we heard this god-awful screaming coming from the hills above us, behind us. And a couple of days later, there was a report on the local Tulsa News about someone saw this Bigfoot, ha ha ha, walking across the dam at Keystone. So 2 and 2 makes 4, right?
Exactly.
So I figured, that's what that sound was, because it wasn't anything like I'd ever heard in my entire life. Now, jump in the time machine and fast forward to, it was November of 2012, and my daughter and I, we were coming back from Oklahoma City on I-40 at like 2 in the afternoon, and like I said, it was mid-November. I think it was November 19th, actually. And there's this little pond about 150 yards off of I-40, south of I-40, just past where the exit. And I'm always looking in the weeds, across the fields, through the trees. That's what I do. And I was the passenger. So, and I see this something sitting on the dam of this little pond with his arm in the air. It says this thing was huge, whatever it was. And I didn't want her to pull over because she was 7 months pregnant at the time. And we don't need no trauma, you know?
Oh, absolutely.
So I figured, okay, I'll just let that one go. I'm not real sure what I was seeing. Then, in March of 16, I dropped my son off at work at 11:30 at the Grand, and at PM, and I shot over to one and here in to a different casino and played me a 20, won me a couple of $100. Well, I'm on my way home. It's only 4 miles from my house. I'm on my way home. I'm on the road, actually. I cross over the river, and I slowed down for the railroad tracks, as always. Speed limit's 45. I always do speed limit. So I slow down to probably 30, cross the tracks, and the tracks are immediately north of the river bridge. Well, I'm crossing the river bridge accelerating, and something runs across the road in front of me at a really, really high speed. And I said the word wow about 15 times. Okay, now I'm certain. So it was, it's hard to tell how tall it was because it was moving so freaking fast. It was the color of an Irish setter, for lack of a better comparison.
Mm-hmm.
But it was that dark red, hair head to toe. The pads on its feet is what I was seeing a lot of. They were like tan or gray, really light colored by comparison. And that struck me as a little bit odd. The gait was running like Carl Lewis. His elbows were like a sprinter. Instead, fists like, well, I couldn't really see his hands, but I'm assuming that there were fists in it, and they weren't hanging down beside it. And like I said, I was accelerating I was probably doing 40 when he ran in front of me, probably 50 feet in front of me, and was leaving me behind, running diagonally across the road in front of me, and just poof, that image was gone.
Wow.
In 2 seconds. So he was running at least 50 miles an hour. And I've been listening to some of your shows, and I wasn't aware. There's all kinds of weird stuff around here. But I wasn't aware that there was such a thing as this Dogman activity in this part of the country.
Oh, yeah.
Until I started listening to your shows. And I thought, that makes more sense to what I saw run across the road, because I've had 2 other experiences in the last, probably a month after that one ran across the road in front of me in 16. Something on a dirt road about a mile away. I'm doing 30 miles an hour. It's 11:30. I'm dropping my son off, coming back from the convenience store, whatever. Something ran across in front of me, straight across the road in front of me, 50 feet in front of me, in my headlights. It was moving so fast, it was a black stripe that was kind of shiny. Kind of had a glow about it,
Mm-hmm.
Like it was something shiny and black, and it was about 4 feet high. It was moving so fast, I didn't see a head, a tail, legs. I didn't see nothing but this stripe of black it had to be moving just at incredible speed. And that, like I said, that happened, within a mile of there. And then about 2 months ago, I'm rolling down the road in front of my house here. I live in a little trailer park off of about 3 blocks from my house. I'm driving along, and I'm always looking in the weeds and out through the trees and stuff. And I looked down a neighbor's driveway, and in a field about 50 yards away, I saw something that I thought, what the hell was that? And I slowed down. I was going to back up and look, because it was twilight, getting dark. I was going to back up and take another look, and I thought, well, hell, I got groceries in the car. I don't know. It'll be there later. No, it wasn't there later. I haven't seen anything like it. And it looked, in my memory, it looked like, kind of like a gorilla on all fours.
Really?
Only just the hard outline. Yeah, like a torso, 4 feet long, about 3-strand barbed wire fence high, so that puts its back was about 4 feet off the ground. And the whole thing was, gosh, it had to be 5 or 6 feet long, and then hands and feet to the ground. But again, it was dark. It happened quick. How many different times do you hear those particular phrases in your line of work?
Frequently.
It happened fast. It was blurry. I can't really remember because it happened so freaking fast. But that was black. That was solid black. And one night, I can't remember when, but it was sometime in 2016, probably summertime. I'm pulling out of this gravel road that I live off of and my headlights, it's 10 something at night. I'm taking my son to work and drying clear out. And I turned, and across the barbed wire fence across the street between cedar trees, something tall and gray is standing there like a statue. And I thought, I pulled on up, and I had to take him to work, so I thought, I'm going to see what the hell that was. I pulled back down to my house, turned around, and did the same thing, swept those headlights across that field just like I did before, and there was nothing there. Well, in the daylight, I get to looking at the terrain, and where this thing was standing, it would have had to have been 10 feet tall for me to be able to see it.
Whoa.
So there's all of these things, and it was a light gray color with long, shaggy hair, as I recall. But I'm wanting your opinion on this Dogman thing. I think I've got a mixture.
It's very, very likely. Now, I don't know how long or how many other shows you've listened to over the course of time, but that area, there's been some episodes on other shows like ours that, and one couple I'm thinking of right now, and I wish I could remember the episode. And there was a professional couple, that gave some coordinates on what size of town they lived. They didn't give the town, but when I pieced it together, it was around the area. And based on the size, it couldn't have been anything else. And they lived just outside of town, kind of in a bedroom community, where there were, I'm guessing, maybe 8 to 12 homes in this kind of a cul-de-sac area, and sparse wooded area with plains and kind of lowland, and you know how it is out there in that country. It's not any different than other parts in Oklahoma. And so,
yeah, you just described about 10 neighborhoods within 2 miles of my house.
Yes, exactly. And so you've got these bedroom communities. They're really not what I would call a town, but they're part of the overall area in other towns across the country. And so they actually had extremely close visitation and encounters in their neighborhood by definitely one Dogman creature, but maybe 2 or 3, because when you see one, the likelihood of seeing another, whether it's a Bigfoot or a Dogman, is likely. Now, I just got off the phone day before yesterday doing an interview with a gentleman, Oklahoma, that saw up close a hybrid of these, I guess, if you want to call it. Now, I know that people are classify these as, type 1, type 2, type 3, but really it was just, I'll just call it a hybrid. He said it was the largest thing he'd ever seen. It was about 10 feet tall, and he knows that because he was using some, he's an avid hunter, and he was in a position where this thing did not see him. He had the wind in his favor, and he was looking anywhere from 45 yards to 25 yards, and he said this thing was massive. He said the thigh on it looked about as big as his waist, and he just couldn't take his eye off the thigh, just how huge it was. And it had a face that was it had like a canine dog muzzle, and the ears were kind of pointed, but they weren't sticking necessarily straight up like a Doberman Pinscher, the face looked somewhere between a canine and a Bigfoot. And the body, though, was massive. It had a chest and shoulders and a smaller waist. And he couldn't see that it really had a tail. I asked him about the feet, and he said he didn't really pay attention to it. He was just he was just mesmerized by how huge, and he was scared. He was beyond scared, and he was frightened. It made some sounds as if it was calling. There was another one in the area that was white. And so I mention that because that area around, especially in the because I did a few interviews to the southeast, out in those remote little towns and other areas.
Oh yeah,
and they've got a lot of cryptid activity out there. So it makes sense to me that if you see a Bigfoot or a Dogman-like creature, would there be other type of creatures alike out there as well? Sure, absolutely, because you, in that part of the country where you're at, you've got a lot of little dotted ponds. You've got that North Canadian. You've got a reservoir right over there. You've got all.
I see deer every time I leave the house, and I'm, like I said, I'm 3 miles from I-40. So yeah, and I'm actually about a half a mile straight west of me is. So, I've got, there's food sources all around me.
Yeah, and that part of the country is kind of sparse with people when you start getting out of the, city limits. And you've got your bedroom communities, and you have a house here and there and a farmstead here and there, but it's not overly populated out there.
Something else, just now, I'm just now remembering something that happened about 3 weeks ago. I think it was 3 weeks or somewhere around there. I'm coming back I'm leaving my house. It's like 9 in the morning. I get onto, which is the paved road, 2 blocks from my trailer, and I head down towards the east and towards the road, and there's a county sheriff car blocking one lane of traffic, the other one, the oncoming lane of traffic. And so I roll on by, and there's a sheriff sitting in the car. He's not stopping me. He's not flagging me down or nothing. I run into town real quick. I come back. It's been probably an hour, and I'm coming by the same street, but I'm decided to go on down 2 miles down to the convenience store and get a soda pop. Well, I glance down the street, and there's that cop. He's sitting there. And I just head on straight south. And then I thought, damn, I need to send a text to a friend of mine telling him that I'm going to be, meet him at Lowe's, I think, to get some building materials of some kind. And so I pulled over. I don't text and drive. I'm not that talented, for one. And while I'm texting, another sheriff's car pulls up behind me. And I got out. Hey, officer, what's going on? He said, what are you up to? I said, I'm just texting. I don't text and drive. And he said, just texting, huh? Please my ID, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you can. I said, what's the deal? And we got some escapees up here. And he said, he kind of hesitated. He went, yeah. And I said, well, I live right there. What am I looking for? And he said, it's a couple of guys. I said, okay, are they white, brown, black, red, yellow, green? Kind of being a smart ass. And he went, oh, they're white. I said, okay, good. Were they wearing like clothing of some kind of description that I can sort them out from? Yeah, one was wearing black, one was wearing white. Huh, okay. And at the time, I really didn't think about it, but I didn't see anything on the news about a manhunt in my neighborhood. They were here for hours and hours. About a half a mile north of my house, or south of my house, there were 15 sheriffs, black cars with nondescript, unmarked, everything, helicopters flying over.
What?
For several hours that evening.
Really?
Yeah. And I realized that I have been seeing over the last, I've lived out here I'm in my third year. I'm about 2.5 years out here. I've seen unmarked black helos fly over my house 50 times. And I've always believed that when you see a black helo with no markings, that's what a friend of mine in the city used to call the jump out boys. That helo lands, them boys jump out and they clean up the scene and they're gone. My conspiracies are limited to things that are pretty widely known already.
Well, you saw what you saw.
Grassy knoll in Dallas in '63.
Yeah, you can't mistake that. It is what it is, especially out in that part of the country where there's very little, if you will, mountains or trees to cover up or conceal those things. They're out there. You could see them for sure.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and it's plenty wooded around here. I mean, hell, something could move around at night 15 feet tall and you'd never see it unless it wants you to.
Right.
Because apparently these things are extremely intelligent. And I've always believed that. I've thought of them as probably the missing link, or as close to humans as Velvet Ketchum says they are.
So tell me again, when was the last time that all this went down, that you saw all this?
Oh, my gosh. Probably 3 weeks ago.
Oh, really? Just 3 weeks ago?
There was a lot of activity at around, pretty much call it on highway south of I-40, 4 mile, is where they were all congregated on one evening. And I didn't see any news helicopters. It was, that was really strange.
How many helicopters did you see?
I could hear them, so I don't know.
But the sheriff's department was out there, like you said, as well as some black unmarked vehicles.
Oh yeah, and they have the sheriff's office has several black unmarked, Chargers and Tahoes and the like. But so does the highway patrol. Oh, here's a little funny something for you. There's a state trooper that lives on. He drives he's one of those few that drives a crew cab pickup, black with the sticker on the side. A highway patrol. I guess he's probably weights and measures guy, but he's a local boy because you see his car, his pickup parked right there under the shed. Well, on his property, between two trees, he has a Bigfoot cutout that's 7 feet tall. And this is a state trooper. Now, when you go by his house and you look closer, between the trees right next to his house, a lot closer to the street, is a Bigfoot in motion cutout between his cedar tree. And I mean, what I mean, like the side view
Yes.
of a Bigfoot running.
Yes.
And these are cutouts that are on the property of a state trooper. And you can see them yourself right now. You drive down. And so there's something going on. He's really close. Like, he's probably 400 yards from the dam on the, or no, I'm sorry. So there's just another little thing. Probably a month ago. See, when there's escapees and they're looking for them, a couple of those idiots got caught in Oklahoma, like they're on the river about a half a mile from where I'm doing a little bit of work for a friend of mine. And, there's news helicopters flying everywhere, and these guys, and they caught them and took them into custody, and there's a great big deal. Everybody knew what was going on. 2 guys. Yeah. That's what it was. Escapees. What? Wait a minute, copper. You're supposed to either say sir, get in your car and we'll go home and lock your door. He didn't say any of that. He didn't even want to tell me that it was a couple of guys, were they white, black, what?
He didn't know what to say. You took him off guard. He didn't have any pre-planned statement to tell somebody like you that just came by. It sounds like.
Yeah. This says, well, this lady saw a dog man carrying a 150-pound hog hopping over a fence at her house right there 300 feet from yours. At 9 in the morning. He didn't want to say that.
No.
But it was something. Oh, and at the same time, while I'm that very same morning, 2 minutes before I come in contact with the cop, I'm coming up the road off of, they're both gravel roads, and I drive the gravel roads every time I get the chance for obvious reasons. Because I'm looking. I want to see something. Well, there's a guy with Wisconsin plates by himself, slow rolling down this gravel road. He turns around and he's slow rolling back up the gravel road behind me. It didn't occur to me to tell the cop that. But now, what the hell was this guy looking for? Just a whole brand new.
Here's the thing, and I'm just guesstimating here. I don't know for a fact, but there are a lot of people that what they do is they listen to the shows and they go to these locations based on the show, and they will take a weekend, they'll take a week off or whenever, and they will actually go to these locations and do investigations. I tell people, if you do that, you need to make sure that you know whose land you're on, and you just can't go traipsing all through there. You don't want to get it shot, and you want to know whose property you're on, and etc. But some people will just kind of go nosing around a little bit. We know that happens. That's it's.
Oh yeah. Well, and idiots, city boys, they don't understand that when you get out in the sticks, somebody owns that property, even if it's the government. Somebody owns that property. Period. It's all owned. There's no free land anymore where you can just show up unless it's marked state park. And then there's like a gate and people taking care of it.
Right.
And everybody knows where those are. But yeah, people are basically stupid. And, I've worked all over the country and for years and years doing construction on mall stores and stuff. And people are basically stupid everywhere I go. So there's just no reasoning with some of them. And, I'll go ahead and tell some bitch right out loud. Oh, I don't believe in Bigfoot. I believe in Jesus. I know there's Bigfoot out there. Lots of them. Way, way more than people want to think. If there's, for instance, Potawatomi County, Oklahoma, if there's only 2 in the county, but there's that same average throughout Oklahoma, that's 154 Bigfoot in Oklahoma. And that's just 2 per county. But you get out to LaFleur and McCurtain and Latimer, there might be 1 per 10 acres.
Yeah.
Or 1 per square mile. A square mile is an awful big place until you put a whole bunch of them together and you figure out that McCurtain County is how many square miles?
Oh, it's massive.
Biggest county in Oklahoma, isn't it? But it's got to be, 100 or 2, doesn't it? Yeah, and it's all scrub and trees and warehouses.
Oh, yep.
They do a lot of tree harvesting in that neck of the woods.
Yeah,
and there's a lot of sightings from down there, too.
Yeah, that's where we deer hunt every year. McCurtain County is almost a little over 1,900 square miles.
There you go. That's a big place.
Yeah.
And if there's one per 10 square miles, then mathematically that's 190, isn't it?
Around there, yep. Yeah, I mean, it's, who know, the things, this is such a, we just don't know how many, but I can tell you, and again, based on the number of sightings, even if you took 80% of the sightings that people have that are unexplainable and you just kept the 20%, whatever that 20% would be, whatever you would keep of that, and you just analyze that per 77 counties, you're coming up with hundreds of these things, hundreds just in Oklahoma, if not a couple thousand, Now, when I say that, I'm collecting.
Dude, I think worldwide there could be a million of them.
It wouldn't surprise me.
There really could, and that's an awfully big number. But hell, China's an awful big place. So is Australia and Russia, Canada.
Yeah.
If I were a Bigfoot, that's where I would live.
Well,
in Canada.
Yeah, the only place that I've heard many times that they've been seen all over except in the state of Hawaii, but otherwise, the North America, it's full. I mean, they're all over. I mean, people want to know. I get questions all the time. Which county have you heard this from, or have you heard any in my county? And I'm going to say we haven't heard from everybody in every county yet. And I just tell them, look, if you've got water sources, which Oklahoma has more shoreline, of miles of shoreline, if you include the rivers, lakes, streams, than the state of Minnesota, that's a hell of a lot of shoreline of water. And when you have water sources and you don't have a heavily populated state, or you're in the bedroom communities and you have game of all kind and wild berries and nuts and everything, well, that's probably a pretty good area to kind of poke around into if you were going to investigate. So, again, but, with that being said, have there been people spot these things out on the plains of Oklahoma and Kansas? Absolutely. They're out there too. And you think, well, where in the heck are they where do they stay? Well, they can cover a lot of ground at night. And they use concealment as their strategy, so they can be in these old abandoned farmhouses out that you see all clustered around with trees back in the Dust Bowl days. They can be in old barns that are dilapidated. They can be in just these patches of woods every once in a while you'll see out there. So you never know. You never know.
Yeah, there's just no telling. There's no telling how many there are. And, lately, I've got this brother-in-law. He's not a know-it-all. He does really know everything. This guy, he is brilliant. Not Stephen Hawking, but 80% of Stephen Hawking smart. And he's conservative, which I'm not. I'm more of a liberal, fence sitter mostly. But he's a skeptic. He believes that Oswald acted alone. Highly trained and skilled with handguns and long guns. Nevada State handgun champion in 1980, which is a big deal out there. And anyway, I've told him before, dude, why can't you look at the evidence that they do have and just go, yeah, well, he says, I can see something like that existing maybe up in Canada or like the Northwest where there's lots of forest. I said, dude, Montana, Yellowstone Park. He said, well, that's been pretty widely. I said, yeah, one year they discovered 200 and something new waterfalls inside Yellowstone Park. 200 and something waterfalls they didn't know existed. Now, that's a static, stationary thing. That it's not going to move around. So my point to him was, his answer is always, show me a body. Well, I get to thinking about that, and I'm at the point right now where I don't want I don't want this thing to be proven because there's no telling what might happen. There is a cover-up, and there has to be, because the federal government cannot say right out loud, Tom Brokaw on the Nightly News say, oh, an 8-foot-tall, hairy man was killed in downtown Edmond, Oklahoma. It's just another long line of these creatures that exist, and they're outside your backyard right now. People can't handle that information.
Exactly.
What do you think?
Well, absolutely. That'll never happen. And I know there's a Bigfoot community just alone, not even discussing the Dogman, but the Bigfoot community that wants, with all these cover-ups that occurs every day somewhere in the country. I mean, in Oklahoma, who knows how many cover-ups there are? Just taking our state alone, are there one or two a day or every other day? I would say it's very likely because there's quite a few in our state. But again, we're not isolated. We're connected to other states, obviously, and they have theirs. Texas, lots of them. Tennessee, Kentucky, Mississippi, Alabama, lots of them. So Florida, a lot of them as well. So right now, the debate is, the government needs to shed light and just stop the cover-ups. Well, that sounds nice and dandy, but it's just not going to happen. And this is just my opinion, you'll never get a straight answer from the government because we don't know which agency is doing this cover-up. It's yes, we see military, but the military is directed by other agencies as well. And these other agencies, what are they? We don't know. I don't know what it's called. There might be some very close assumptions, but I've heard various channels aside ours, and everybody kind of has their opinion, and they may be right. We may be off base. We just don't know. No one has ever gotten straight answers from these men and women in black, and so you'll never have it happen because there would be panic, is what they think. There would be, we can't let this known that these creatures are out there because, again, we've discussed this on on some other episodes, but basically it's a financial issue. I mean, if you start recognizing that there is, if there's people that hike and bike and hunt and swim and fish and camp, and you said, yeah, by the way, this year in the park, just watch out, there is a bipedal 9-foot creature, and they might have a family. We've seen about 20 of them out here, so have fun, enjoy yourself, and cook your hot dogs and marshmallows. That would freak people out, and so you wouldn't have.
Honey, I think we're going to Vegas for vacation.
Exactly, and so it's not a matter of have these people seen them. They have. Except that you're never going to get a straight answer. There's always going to be two reports. One report is a person saw a bear or a hog, and that's what the public's going to see if you dig far enough. Otherwise, another report, the actual report, is buried, and you're just not going to see it. I'm not saying the monetary issue is the only reason why it's not come to the surface, but there's other reasons too. These things are extremely fast and strong, and I think the military views them as a danger, and so that's why they get involved, probably a part of the national defense. I don't know if there's various branches. I'm just going to say collectively maybe the national defense gets involved, and again, that it could open a can of worms. You start doing that, then you get other groups involved, like PETA, and they say, oh, heck, let's just close off all hunting land because this creature roams all across the United States, so all access is closed off. We're going to, whether you have private land, state land, it doesn't matter. So we can kind of escalate into this whole can of worms that it's too complicated to get into. So to try and take the government at task and try to go against the government of an agency that we don't know who they are, it's just virtually impossible. It's going to drain you. So the thing that we do is try to inform people that yes, these are real creatures. Yes, they've been around who knows how long. They are very strong. They're very fast. Some can be a nuisance, and some are not friendly. just like people. And the Dogman creature is a whole different type of creature that's a little bit different, but could they cohabitate? I don't know. But could they exist in the same area? Sure. Again, food and water sources and cover. But the Dogman creature tends to be something that you really don't want to come up against, for sure. It doesn't reason very well. Apex predator, designed for meat eating, and I've never heard of an incident that was any time that was nice. Whereas some of these Bigfoot encounters, some end pleasant, friendly, non-fearful. Not all of them, but there are some accounts that that's happened. But the Dogman creature, I've never heard one that yet that just turned out, if they didn't have any aggression or action to the person, they were just so scary that they never wish they'd have saw it, and they never wish they would have had that up close encounter. So it won't happen. The Dan Rather, national news, it'll never happen. I just putting it all together, it just won't happen. That's just my feeling.
Something else just now occurred to me about my sheriff's office was down there. That evening on 102, there was a deer carcass that it probably got hit by a car, but earlier or the day before, there was a deer carcass there that had its entire cavity empty. You could see it from the street. It was still red. And it took it about a day before the blood turned to black, basically. But there was a deer carcass sitting 50 feet off the road that had no organs in it. Now, the very first thing I thought of was that, oh well, Big Daddy come across him a roadkill that was probably still warm and cleaned out got the innards out of them. That's pretty much what they eat first anyway. And that might have been part of the sighting.
Well, it's possible. I've heard various accounts where people will see these things, not too many of them, how they go about eating and what parts they take of a deer or a hog. But I can say that on more than one account of people that some guests we've talked to, they have seen these things right near roadkill deer. Deer that may not have been roadkill, but that were because a hunter shot one, or for whatever natural causes. But we've definitely heard that. Like roadkill, easy meal. Why waste a lot of energy when you have something that you could take right there? It's kind of like the buffet. Why expend a lot of energy hunting and running and jumping and all that when you can just go to a roadkill and get what you need right there? And so they're very opportunistic. It's whatever food sources are readily available. So hog, chicken, turkey, guinea, rabbits, squirrel. As long as it's a meat source, I don't think it really matters, in my opinion. When you look at the opportunistic North American game, sure, some have favorites depending on the prevalence of that particular game, but or prey. So makes sense to me. That area is very, very.
I have to interrupt you while I'm thinking about it. Something else just came to me because, like I said, there's been a bunch of weird happening around here, and some of it moves the needle. This one did. It was last summer. I believe it was August. It was hell hot outside. I head down out of the house, and I head down Independence, and on the right-hand side, are you on MapQuest or Google Earth?
Yes.
Okay. Then put in, that's my address.
Okay, got it.
When you leave my house, you go, 75 feet to the west and get on that gravel road. And then you go south, take a left, you're headed east, and then another house. If it's the paved road right in 2 blocks or 3 blocks in front of my house to the south, yes.
Okay, I got it. So go ahead from there again.
Okay, so you go east, and there's a house sitting off of the road to the south, but it's only 100 feet off the road, 50 feet off the road. And then you go right past it, there's another house,
Yes.
a trailer. Well, that's the one that I looked down the driveway to the south, and across the yard from that house, right there at the corner post, is where I saw that figure on all fours. Okay, continue on west till you get to the next road, which is north and south road. That's gravel coming from north to south. It's gravel up and then turns pavement. Well, about 100 feet from that intersection, you see the tree line on the north side of the road.
Yes.
And what season is your view in? Are there leaves on the trees, or is it?
It
brown?
looks like it's. It looks like it's in the fall or winter.
Okay. The reason I ask is because now picture that tree line in August. The wind's blowing at 8 miles an hour. It's Oklahoma. You know, that's still for Oklahoma, right?
Right.
There's no storm coming through. It's dry and clear. I leave the house at 8:30, 9:30 in the morning, go into town, come back, and when I get back, there's about a 6-inch diameter tree laying across the road. It wasn't there. It's all bright green. It wasn't there when I left, you know, an hour before. So I get out and I had to physically move the damn thing off the road. So I drag this tree. It's probably 25 feet tall, and it's 6 inches at the base. I drag it off the road and look, and it's about 10 feet from where it was snapped off. It was snapped off at the ground, about a foot above the ground level. It was snapped off. It didn't even look like it was hardly twisted. It looked like it just, like if you just start wiggling it side to side, and snap, 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 crack, 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 and then just keep going, and then just pull it right off and throw it on the throw it on the road. What the hell does that? What could possibly do that? And like I said, it wasn't wind, it wasn't weather. I've seen blown over trees before. I've never seen this before in my life. Now, if you keep going, well, actually, if you go on your view, if you go north on that gravel road, that's the road, there's some goats and sheep on both sides of the road for a little ways, and then it ends and it goes down a hill, and at the bottom of the hill is the end of the fence line where it's all pasture out there. They grow corn and stuff. And there's a little creek with a bridge over it.
Yeah,
well, at the end of that fence line is where I saw the black stripe fly across the road at 4 feet high. And then you continue on north on that same gravel road. You get to, it's gravel. You turn right, so you're going back to the east again. There's only one, there's a compound right there on the left side. There's a pecan orchard at the corner. When you get to the paved road, that road, go north on the road, and you'll see where the North Canadian River goes under the road. And just north of it is the railroad tracks. Okay, now put yourself on the railroad tracks, slowing down, going south. That's where I had the sighting of the Irish setter-colored beast. I go across those tracks, and as I'm accelerating across the bridge, I get maybe 50 feet past the bridge south at 40 miles an hour, and that thing popped out and zoom, and was gone. I stopped the car where I thought it ran into the woods and shined out there with a flashlight. Well, the river's only 50, 75 feet from the road right there. I mean, you're looking at it, right?
Yes, I am. I see what you're talking about. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so that thing could have just zipped right through and it's pretty thick wood, but it was March, so it hadn't filled in yet completely. It was still springtime. And it could have just went zipped right on through, right down the embankment, right across the river, and off, off to its house.
Oh, yeah.
So that is the confined area. Oh, and then if you go back over past my house and you go, if you go south about a quarter of a mile, there's a four-way stop. And then you go one more mile, there's a Dollar General store on the corner of that road. Between the road and the four-way stop, on the east side of the road, is where there were 25 official vehicles, some with and some without lights and sirens and stuff.
Help me with this. What do you think? I got a bunch of questions here. I'm jumping around here, so I apologize. What do you think that purpose of that tree up on that intersection you were talking about that was just broke? It was right in the middle of the road. What's your opinion on that?
I don't have one. I'm dumbfounded. I'm thinking that it was one of those critters that said, I don't like that tree, or you.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I think, and I've heard this said, and it really resonates with me a lot. They do nothing just on happenstance. There's always a purpose. And I wonder if they didn't do that to get someone out to stop. Now, what was the purpose? I don't know. It could have been a adolescent that was just kind of let's play around with the cars today and make one of these human people get out. I can't imagine it was just happenstance. Let's just throw this thing in the road. I think that someone said it best. We're kind of entertainment to them. So I don't know if it was. This was in the daytime, correct?
Oh yeah, broad daylight. It wasn't there at 9 in the morning, and it was there at 10 in the morning on a dry, clear, warm summer day.
Maybe they were
with
there.
No wind.
Maybe they're off in the woods watching to see someone get out. And again, it makes sense to me, being entertainment, if you will, to them. Maybe they've done this on more than one occasion, but we'll never know. I find it very interesting that where you're showing me here on Google Maps that you had all these sheriff's car and you had these helicopters in that area and there was nothing in the paper, and how that sheriff, that deputy sheriff gentleman responded to you was very, very strange. He wasn't ready to have you ask questions. It sounds like it wasn't a straight,
right. Yeah, absolutely. And I didn't really get that feeling until he's driving away, and I thought, what the was that? Wait a minute. I gotta ask the guy, what's their description? A couple of guys. Okay. Were they white, black, brown, gray, green, red, yellow? And by the time I got to yellow, he said, white.
Yeah, it's kind of like you
pick
give
a color, bro.
Like, yes.
Yeah, that's the one. Bingo.
Well,
but yeah, that was.
You answer. Like I tell people, if you ever see these things, unless it physically harmed you to the point where you have to go to the hospital, or something to that nature constitutes a life-threatening emergency, I wouldn't tell the sheriff's department. I wouldn't tell the game department, because...
Oh, hell no.
No, here's the thing. I know there's some people that think Lance has lost it. I'm telling you right now, I'm a very level-headed guy. I use logic, and I'm an observer. I'm very objective, but I have to rely on subjectivity of what people say sometimes too. And here's the thing. those are the catalyst. Those agencies are typically the catalyst. And however you want to look at it, going uphill or downhill, it doesn't matter. Those are the sheriff's department, the police. It goes to the next level. Warden, possibly, and the game warden. They have special contacts and special numbers within 24 hours, if not just hours. You'll have unmarked black vehicles. Again, I know you're right. The Highway Patrol have them, Sheriff's Department have them, but you'll have government tag people out there. And then next, if they find evidence of these things in that area, you'll see the scout helicopters. That's what it is. It's a scout helicopter. It's quick flying, no numbers, no letters, no markings. It's not the size of a Black Hawk helicopter. It's a scout helicopter. They can fly low and they can get to an area really fast. And sometimes a lot of these will have a thermal device, a thermal on the belly of the helicopter. And
FLIR.
Yes.
Forward-looking infrared.
Exactly. And so when you see that, that is a big clue right there. It's more than just an escape inmate.
Yeah. And now let me tell you this. I had so much to tell you. And this is what I said to my brother-in-law that knows everything. I said, I tell you what I'm going to do. And this is like the 10th time we talked about these things. And we talk about all kinds of cryptid. And things that aren't cryptid. Hell, look at the coelacanth, for crying out loud. That's like the crown jewel of thought it was extinct. And it wasn't. Well, I told my brother-in-law one time, and you're going to use this. I know you are. And you have my permission. I said, here's what I'm going to do, bro. I said, get us another cocktail in there. Let's go outside and smoke a cigarette. I've since quit smoking. And I said, we're going to play a little game. And here's the rules. I'm going to tell you what I saw. And you're not going to tell me what I didn't see. You're going to tell me what I saw. You're not going to say, you didn't see this, you didn't see that. You're not allowed to say, you didn't see this. But you can also shorten it to, you're not going to tell me what I didn't see. Tell me what I did see. Go ahead on. I dare you. It was 7 feet tall. It had long, shaggy hair, head to toe, and ran at about 50 miles an hour. Now, what did I see? And he just sat there and grinned at me like, you can't, because I wouldn't let him say, you didn't see a Sasquatch. So don't tell me what I didn't see. Tell me what I did see.
Well,
that's all I want.
That's a great logical statement. People that's been in Oklahoma and you grow up rural, or you like to hunt and fish and camp, which constitutes millions of people. You see enough of normal. You know what things look like over a year since a child. When abnormal sticks,
you went to school.
Yeah, when you see abnormal, when you see odd and strange, that sticks out like a sore thumb. And so that's the kind of question that I posed to my dad. We kept having this whistling going on at night around the campfire just outside where we were sitting. It was at night down in McCurtain County. And the whistle wasn't a bird whistle like a songbird. It was a distinct, loud, crisp whistle that it woke me up one night about 1:30. And then we kept hearing around the campfire. My dad says, well, that's strange. And my dad, I've been hunting for 60 years in the woods. I've never seen anything, therefore it doesn't exist. And I said, well, I tell you what, Dad. You tell me what kind of bird whistles like that loud, at 1:30 in the morning, in the winter, and we might have a reasonable kind of a sit-down conversation here on this. Otherwise, you tell me what it is. And he couldn't tell me. I said, well, it could be only a couple things. He said, well, it's probably these local boys around here. They don't want us in here on this hunting property. I said, really? There's 600,000 acres to hunt on, and they pick our camp out of who knows how many camps here, and they're whistling to try and get us off WMA land? I said, that's logical. I said, that's not logical.
Oh, well, have a good day, sir, and thanks for calling.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
If the next time anything happens, I'm going to fire you a text.
Yes.
I may send pictures.
Yes, or if it's still going on, if you see it going on, I might run down there real fast.
That's a possibility.
It won't take me long to get there, like you said. If you see that going on there, I'll jump in the car and just head down that way really fast.
Right on, bro. Well, then, thank you very much. I look forward to hearing from you again.
Absolutely. Take care, buddy, and have a great Saturday.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
This next encounter was originally uploaded to our old Patreon. And if you've been following the channel recently, you've seen we've been uploading more of our old members-only podcasts for all of you to enjoy now. But despite this next guest not wanting to appear on the show, I've recorded it and retold it as a narration only, and it is truly, truly one for the books. And I am very grateful and honored that he got in touch and shared it with us so that I can pass it on to all of you. So go lock your doors, sit back, and listen in if you dare. This gentleman, we started out communicating with email, and he was really coaxed a little bit by his sister who had heard his story. He had never shared this story, what you're about to hear, with anyone except his wife, and then he later told his sister, and his sister was the one that recommended that he talk to someone. And so he reached out, and him and I communicated first through emails. And, you know, I just want to say, there are so many people out here like this gentleman who really find it hard when you have such a traumatic experience to just openly communicate what happened. And so I want to thank him so much for having the courage to do so. It's not an easy thing to do. These people have some repressed emotions, and it leads into, of course, a post-traumatic stress disorder or a multitude of symptoms that can affect their life. And this case is no different. This gentleman, we reached out. I didn't know his real name, and I just knew his name through his channel, I guess you could say, and his subscribing name, I should say, his subscribing name. And so we communicated that way for about a week, and then he decided to kind of open up and tell me what happened, and I asked his permission if I could tape record what happened, and he said, I really don't want to be on a show. And I says, well, can I narrate what happened? And I said, I won't give any specifics of who you are or the company you work for or which state you're in, and he agreed then. And so since I'm a man of my word, I'm going to narrate this story, what happened. And I asked him if I could record because I don't want to miss any details. So when I narrate a story, how I do it is I basically painstakingly go through, and I'm hearing what's happening and I'm dictating it, basically word for word what the person said, as to give the same inflections, how they said it, everything for you guys. So that's how I do it. It's a little slow, but I've got about 15 pages here in front of me, single space, of this story of what happened to this gentleman. So we'll just get right into it. And I want to thank him ahead of time. He may be listening right now. And I told him to reach out anytime and to call me, and we can just chat. We don't have to make anything a show here. But afterwards, just, I like to remain good friends with everybody that we interview and keep on tabs with them and just see how their lives are going and what I can do for them, if I can do anything, if nothing more than to be a good friend and someone to reach out to and talk with. So let's get started here. So, as I said, this encounter actually started out through emails. This gentleman reached out to me through our Cryptid Brothers email and had explained vaguely that something had occurred to him, that his sister
which he confided in, had highly recommended that he share with someone about this encounter he had had, as to give him some type of a closure that she could tell and his wife could tell that had been eating on his conscience. So this gentleman reached out to us. When he gave the phone number to his cell number, I called. All I knew is initially just was his email name, not his real name, and that was okay with me. I don't need to know real names if that is uncomfortable for some people, because he doesn't know me from Adam, right? He was initially very quiet to speak with, very deliberate in his words that he searched for. I felt that he was kind of feeling me out too, which I don't blame people. Again, they don't know me, which I think is a very common feature for those people who have truly had a real physical traumatic encounter, in my opinion. So he was kind of felt protective of what had happened to him, I could tell. So we just broke the ice and chatted for some time about various things, and I allowed him to check my level of integrity out with my interest into his encounter, and that I wouldn't divulge his name or any identifiable specifics as to who he was, which he liked, and was, I think, calming to him in knowing that. I explained that I don't blame him for being reserved with his encounter, and that I would be hesitant as well with someone like me, a podcast interviewer, to share a personal creature encounter that psychologically has rendered an individual to suffer some mental trauma, if you will, or some level of varying degree of PTSD. And he agreed. He even stated, because sometimes you even question yourself, he said, did this really happen? This is so crazy that this even occurred, Lance. I could tell that he was feeling a bit more comfortable with me, and why most folks are not willing to share instantly of what happened. They don't want to be ridiculed or embarrassed. I mean, we've said this a million times, right? He definitely agreed, as if he was the one stating this, and I think he felt more comfortable to a level at this point with me, enough to go into exactly what had happened that has bothered him for a while from this incident. I then asked if I could record the conversation, as I mentioned, as to not miss any details, and he did agree to this. He didn't want to be on the show, didn't want his voice heard. I agreed to give him my word that I'd only narrate this on his behalf, what occurred to him, and then he agreed, and we went from there. He began telling me that he didn't mention what happened to him, not even his wife, for about a year, until it was kind of pulled out of him. What's going on? His wife was wondering what was going on with him. He was having some nightmares, so he broke down, and one day he finally told her, this is what happened. I think this is what's bothering me. He states that she believed him on what occurred. He was a bit hesitant in saying this, but that she didn't like talking about it too much afterwards. It's not that she didn't believe him. She just didn't want to talk about it. He said, I think it's just too frightening for people, and my wife is no exception. It's too frightening for her and others to even remotely consider something like this existing. But he's a lot better since then, he told me, sharing with his wife, and since then he's actually shared this encounter with his sister, who was the one who primarily encouraged him to speak with us. He said that she had had some knowledge about these creatures and him doing some research and online, but that he had no clue of having any knowledge prior to this encounter, that these creatures even existed until his encounter. So his sister wanted him to share with someone who knew something about these creatures somewhat, and knew that he knew that he had changed a bit. So after he told her, she struggled or suggested that he contact someone, and highly encouraged him in order for him to begin some form of healing. He doesn't have the nightmares anymore, he said, at this point in time, but he's still in awe of what happened. I explained that keeping bottled up what occurred with any incident like this can bleed into an individual's business life, their personal life, and eventually it affects their health if unable to share at some point in time, or they intently keep their encounters held tight and quiet about everything. He quickly agreed, and I could tell that he was relieved, that he felt I was genuine in my interest with him, and that I really wanted to follow up even after this interview that we did today. He said that this encounter has negatively impacted his life in so many areas of his life. He said, "This sounds so crazy." And I said, "This doesn't from the outside, but from the inside, it really does." So we continued to have some serious discussion regarding folks who have these encounters, and that he's not alone, and that he'll never forget, but he'll learn to cope better over time with this incident. And mind you, I hadn't heard anything yet. He hadn't spoken the specifics, so we're still trying to break the ice here. I could tell it was bothering him. He spoke about trying to conduct his own research on what he saw afterwards, and this is where he came across our show, as well as others, to try and listen and learn more about these things. And that he realizes that folks have shot at these creatures over the years, hitting them, but not really killing them, apparently. And then he said, "I think, though, that I killed one of these creatures that others are calling a dogman. I think I did. I think so because of where I shot it and how it fell." So I then said, "Take me back to that day of what happened, if you don't mind, and take your time on what you saw and what you did." So then he began to tell his story. He wanted to tell me a little bit about him at first, and again, I told him I would keep things relatively vague on his behalf because he asked me to. He said he's in his 50s. He's a truck driver. He's home every night. He lives up in the northeast central part of the U.S., and in one of his transport trips driving, he had this confrontation, this event, this incident. He goes back and he just says, "This day I was picking up a load, a very heavy load at a company." He was very deliberate in his speech to me. It was about 43,000 pounds, and that was around the first week of June a couple years ago, he said. And on his way back, he had to pull over due to his air. He had to keep his air up on his truck. He was having some problems with the brakes, and he didn't want it to escalate to a bigger problem, so the brakes would lock up on the truck. He said that there was really not any good places to pull over up in this state with a big semi-truck. It was kind of rural, because it's super rural where he was at in this northern part of his state. I chose to keep his state confidential since it may disclose who he is, because he has a primary route in this state, in this region. So that's the reason why I kept it confidential. And he did find eventually a place to pull over. It was within a national forest area. It was just a little picnic area. It wasn't very big, but it was enough for him to pull his rig into and do some temporary patch job, he was hoping, with the air brakes. And this was around 7 to 7:30 p.m., he estimated, in the evening. But he told me, he said, "It's still broad daylight, Lance. There's plenty of daylight to see everything since it's in the summertime." He said, you know as well as I do, in the summertime, 7 to 7:30, it doesn't really start getting light till about 9:30 or 10. Even in July, they don't start popping fireworks till around sometimes 10:20 to 10:30 p.m. I said, yeah, I understand. You're right. So he went on, and he said that he found this pullover spot to park his rig alongside this highway. It wasn't a very busy highway. He was heading east, and he was about 10 miles, as the crow flies, from another town. And this was something like a turnaround like you'd find at the end of a county line or something like this, he said. It was a 2-lane paved road. It's a main road, so it wasn't dirt or anything. So he pulled over to check his air to see if he could make, as I said, some minor repair, just enough to patch him up and get him on his way. He didn't want to have to call anybody to help fix the air, since he was losing too much air and he couldn't keep going down the road as is. So as he was looking things over, he got out of the truck and he grabbed his bag of tools, and he was looking on his truck. He spent about 10 minutes before he saw that he could fix his air himself, and he was thankful. So he grabbed his tools, like I said, with him, and over time he learned to have some tools on hand just in case such a breakdown happened. So he was thankful that he could fix it and that he could move on. It'll just take a moment. So he wouldn't have to wait on anybody else to assist him. It'd just slow him down. So we paired just enough time to get it going, and he was back on the road. But he said, while I was working on my truck, Lance, and I was repairing this cracked airline, he was hearing things around him in the woods, in the wood line, breaking branches. The wood line wasn't too far away, he said. It sounded like something was walking around. Now, he said that he lived his whole life in this state and that he knows the typical animals of the woods. He's hunted and camped out over the years, but he did notice something black moving back in the woods. You know, there's places where it's shadowy, where it's not shadowy, and the sun's going through the trees, but he did notice something black moving around 30 yards or so away. It was really hard to see through these branches, and he said that he knows that there were some black bears in this part of the country, and everybody knows that. So he just thought, well, there's some black bears meandering around back in the woods, and that's all it is. So he thought, okay, it's a black bear. He didn't really want to hang out too long. It still made him just on a bit edgy. Initially, he thought it was a deer, but when he saw it was black, he thought, oh, it's a black bear, no need, but let's just hurry up here and get this thing repaired and get the airline fixed, and I'll be on my way as quickly as possible. So he finished up quickly, got back into his truck, he said. He turned on the truck, checked out the air to see if his repair would hold, and everything looked good. So he headed back on the road, driving up this hill. Where he pulled off to repair this airline was at the bottom of this hill. So it's hard to get going up this hill with a heavy load and in a semi-truck. It's slow going into the truck and get past this hill to get momentum. Everybody that's tried to pass a semi-truck going uphill starting out knows you can probably outrun the semi-truck for a good ways until the semi-truck can get momentum. He had the windows down on his driver's side and on the passenger side. It was warm and there was not a lot of traffic on this road, as he said. He then, at this point, stated that he even took a picture back when he was working on this airline quickly as to try and capture a glimpse of seeing this black bear, but no luck. He went back to this pic that he had taken later and saw a deer. It was a fawn in the picture standing, which was interesting, he said. He didn't see it initially until he looked at his phone later. It must have been only 20 yards away while he was working, and it never moved. He said, so I didn't see it. I just turned around, thought I'd capture a snapshot of this bear. I heard something moving. Boom, I got in the truck. So, back to driving up this hill. He stated that he was gaining speed slowly, driving about 20 to 25 miles per hour. He paused here for a moment and said, this is going to be hard to imagine, Lance, what I'm about to tell you. But you know how high most truck drivers sit up above the ground when sitting in their truck? I said, yes. He said, so as I'm driving up this hill, I'm always glancing in my side mirrors. Most drivers do. I said, right. He said, so I look at my driver's side mirror, and as you know, these mirrors stick out a bit from the truck. I turn to look at my passenger side mirror, and as I'm driving and I glance over to the passenger side mirror, the biggest wolf head I've ever seen is right there. Jet black, as big as a horse's head, just on the other side of the passenger side mirror. He was pacing me, running alongside my truck only about 4 or 5 feet away, keeping up. He paused here for a second. He said that this is the craziest thing I know, Lance. That he was even taller than this because he noticed that this wolf creature was stooping down a bit to look into his cab at him while he was running. And he said, Lance, I'm over 6 feet tall. When in this rig, sitting in my seat, I'm probably guesstimating this, but I'm probably about at the 9-foot mark from the ground to the top of my head when I'm sitting in my seat in my rig. But I'm telling you right now, this thing was the size of a freaking horse on 2 legs running. He was totally jet black. He stops here in the conversation as to reflect back for a second. And, of course, I could tell it was hard for him to say, talk about this moment. Then he continues here. He says, its hair seemed to have some highlights of silver at the ends when the light hit him just right. He then takes a long, deep breath and pauses for a second. He slightly stutters, searching for the words at this point as he's telling me. He said, I was just totally in shock, Lance, at this point. I didn't know what to think, say, or do. I was just trying to keep my eyes on the road, while at the same time trying to look at this massive wolf running alongside my truck. I was trying to get my passenger side window up. I was so jittery and freaking out. He pauses again here and takes another deep breath. I just don't know, man. I'm usually calm and cool under pressure, he said. I keep a level head. But with seeing this, I just wasn't prepared for it. Again, he sighs and takes a deep breath, as I could tell he was transported back to that moment when he saw this massive wolf on 2 legs. It just wasn't right. It just wasn't. When I looked at him, I could see that I knew nothing about this creature. It was too unbelievable to explain, even looking at him so close while he was pacing me. And this was one hell of a way to find out. It just blows your mind to see something like this. I guess it was a he. I mean, I didn't see anything to identify as a male, but I'm assuming. All I know is that I got a really good look at him from 4 to 5 feet away, chasing me while driving the truck, running alongside the truck through the passenger truck window at me. There's many reasons, he said, but I do carry. I carry a pistol 24/7. Not because of this, but because of other reasons, mainly people. I'm up in Chicago and Detroit and various places that look really dangerous, and I've seen a lot of changes, and it seems that these changes aren't for the better. So I carry because of this, to keep me and who's with me safe. It's better to have and need it rather than need it and not have it, right? And I answered, of course. Sure, that's right. That's right. So, what I carried at the time was a Smith & Wesson Governor, but it's a .45 Colt. You can load a 410s if you want. I didn't have conventional cartridges in it. A guy that I know told me these bullets that are high defense, that are solid bullets. They're long and made of solid copper, and made for governors and TARS judges because they're long and copper. And it's got a crosscut to it. So whatever it hits, it flattens out like an X pattern. So it opens up to about 1 3/4 inches. It's called maximum expansion bullet. It opens up like a broadhead of an arrow, if you will. It's 220 grain bullet and about 900 feet a second coming out the muzzle, Lance. This is the type of hardware that I had at the time. He said, I hesitate to tell you that I was carrying because, and one of the reasons why I didn't want to give my name is because I'm not supposed to. He said, it's not illegal carrying, of course, a firearm, but my company's policy is they don't want any truck drivers to carry. But as I said, times are crazy, and I just felt more comfortable carrying. So I wasn't even thinking about having this gun when this thing happened at first. And after about 10 seconds of this event, this moment that was happening with this creature pacing me, I only then thought about the gun. You know, I didn't know what to do. I felt like I was losing my mind at the moment. Then I remembered for a split second that I had this gun on me. I just couldn't think much. Everything happened so fast. My window was still down. I couldn't get the window up. What good was it going to do me anyway? And its hand as it was running, I'm guessing it was its left hand, kept coming up close to the window that was down on the passenger side. I didn't know if it was trying to reach through. He takes a big, long, deep breath and stops in the story here and telling me and says, I don't know. And everything just happened without me thinking at this point. You know, I've had a lot of training before in the past, being in the military, and you find out later in life that that training you've had in the past can kick in from the past. And you just do it. You don't even consciously know, you're not even aware of it. It just happens. And that's kind of what happened here, Lance. I don't know exactly. I pulled my gun and I fired it. I fired it from about 4 feet to its temple region, eye, ear, somewhere in there. I mean, it was too quick. I don't know. You know? And then he took a big sigh here. I was looking at him, and the second I pulled it out, I could see that he was getting ready to make a move, but he didn't make it quick enough. His voice gets softer here in telling. He just didn't move quick enough. He went down. He went down like a sack of potatoes. I mean, right there, you know. I was looking at my side mirror after I shot, and I could see his limbs straighten out as he fell. They were just like a board, stiff straight as a board. I'm still going slow up this hill, but I'm looking at the same time on my passenger window, frantically driving, looking, driving. And this thing is as big as a horse, Lance. At this time, my jaw is wide open. I'm trying to find the words myself. I'm just stuck listening in amazement here to what he just told me. He says, I am not kidding. It's sliding. Since we're moving about 30, maybe 25 right now, miles per hour. So he's sliding and going into the weeds a little bit off to the side of the road, and he's stiff as if a board sliding. His limbs are stuck straight out, so I knew I hit him. And I knew that this is a kill shot. And I stated to him, I agree. He said, I've seen this before. This is a neurologic kill shot. He said, yeah, I've seen it too many times to know. And also, I've got online doing some research myself and heard some people talking that apparently these creatures can't be killed, and I don't know why. But I saw it go down with my own eyes, so I'm pretty sure that I did kill it. And it's my belief that you can kill it. At least I'm pretty sure that you can take it out. I don't know why people believe you can't, because I haven't heard too many people doing this. Then he sighed again. Because it sounded to me that these creatures were impervious to bullets or something. Online, when you hear this stuff, it sounds like they're bulletproof, he said. Yeah, I don't think so anymore. And this was the big thing that I wanted to get out to the people in telling them. And as big as this thing was, Lance, I can't imagine. I bet you this thing weighed every bit of 1,000 pounds. I'm not kidding you, Lance. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not kidding. Then I gasped, holy mackerel, what? He said, yes, every bit of 1,000 pounds. His front legs, or if you will, his front arms, had to be as big and round as my body. He said, I'm 6'2" and 240 pounds. And at this point, I was speechless. I just had to ask again. His front legs were as big, round as your waist area? He said, yes, I have a 38-inch waist. I'd say that his arms were this big, and his shoulders were massive. Massive. I then asked him, so after you saw him slide into this ditch and hit the ground stiff, did you keep going? What did you do after this? Then he said, so I kept going up this hill driving. I did shoot a second time, but I think I missed because he was already going down. I mean, everything happened so fast. I didn't think about it. I didn't even know what was happening until after it had happened, if that makes any sense. I think I first got him on the first shot, and that's all it took. But I kept going up the hill, and I started thinking, it's not illegal, again, to carry while driving a truck, but again, as I said, the policy where I work is that you're not supposed to. And so I was just quiet, and I said, I got you. And then he said, but I figure if I have to lose my job over doing the right thing, I'll just lose my job, you know? That's the way I look at it. But anyway, he took a deep breath again. But of course, they're not going to know unless I have to do something to protect myself, you know? And I said, right. So I'm thinking all of this stuff as I'm driving to the top of the hill, he said. I get to this top of this hill, and I need to turn around. I want to go back. Because if this thing is still alive, I don't want to know... I don't want to know what this is. I just need to kill it. I just need to know that it's dead. So I got to find a place to turn around. I mean, this is crazy thinking, I know, Lance, but all this was going through my head. I need to run over it. I need to shoot it. I need to do something. I mean, I don't know. And I agreed with him. I mean, it's hard to put yourself in that position, I said, it's you, that's what you thought at that point in time, and that's what you agreed with yourself to do. He then said, I was just thinking I might have to run this thing down if I have to. It surely couldn't survive me running over it. If it's alive, I just know that I can't let this thing live. So I found a quick place to turn around at the top of the hill, and it was a ways. There was a roadside park ahead. I'm not sure if you know what I'm talking about. And I said, yeah, we have them here in Oklahoma. He said, well, I couldn't find any other place to turn around but this place. It has a couple of picnic tables, and it had this turnaround in it. There was nobody there, and it was big enough to get my rig turned around there, so I took it. Of course, at this point, I'm beside myself, he said. He stutters a bit here and stops for a moment. Then he says, but I gotta go back. I gotta see. I didn't know why, but I just had to go back. I just had to. So I get this rig turned around. It takes me about 10 minutes to get back there. Turned around. Now I'm going back down the hill I just came up. So as I'm going back down this hill, getting back to the spot, I see a Jeep pulled over to the side, the other side of the road. Down this hill, about to the spot where this thing fell. And I stopped and pulled off to my side of the road across from these people. There were two of them in this Jeep. I was on the south shoulder somewhat. There was very little shoulder, but I was on the south side of this highway. They were on the north side of the highway, pulled out of the main part of the road. So I didn't want to say anything to them. So I just asked them, are you guys okay? I just stopped, saw you pulled over here, and I just wanted to see if you guys were okay. And they were like, it was a man and a woman, he said. They looked at me with this crazy look on their faces, and they said, yeah, we're fine. We're looking over here. We thought we saw a bear dragging off another bear into the woods, a big one. So there was two of them, is what he said. And this guy in the Jeep said, yeah, one was dragging the other bear into the woods like they must have been fighting or something, but they were big. This truck driver was thinking to himself as this guy in the Jeep said this, but this thing was so much bigger than a black bear. It would have made an adult black bear look like a cub compared to the size of this thing, he said. But he was still saying nothing to this man and woman that pulled over. He said, I really think that they saw more than that, Lance, because they were looking at me and then looking at each other in this amazement, this puzzlement and everything. You could just tell by their looks on their faces. They saw something. It didn't look right. But all they could say was that it was a black bear dragging another black bear. And I could tell they didn't even think it was a bear. I could just tell. I then asked, so these folks must have been somewhere way back coming upon you, way back on the highway. He said, yeah. And when I got down to the bottom, they had a camera out and stuff too. And I didn't notice every little thing about this couple, but I did notice that they had a shotgun propped up in the back of the Jeep. It was like at the ready. The driver said, they're probably locals or something. You know, he was telling me, I don't know, Lance. They looked local. Maybe they were locals. Maybe they knew about these things. I don't know. And then he sighs a little bit. And then I asked about these people in the car. He said, well, there was two of them, as I said. There was a man and a woman in this black Jeep. And he said, there are houses along this road, but the houses are kind of sparse here and there, he said. But their driveways go way back, so you really can't see much of the houses from the road. I asked then about where he was, can he recall? Then he gave me some specifics of some identifiable features of the road to where the exact spot was where they were pulled over. I asked this driver if, when talking to this couple, if they had said what they had saw or described what it was they saw in more detail to him as he was talking to them. He said that they had said that they didn't see it clearly as they were coming up on the road. They just noticed a big black bear dragging off another big black bear off into the woods. And they stopped to take a look. They got out. But again, this driver said, I don't think that they thought it was a bear at all. The way they were looking at me, looking at each other, talking about it, kind of whispering a little bit. I then just stated, they may have been fishing for your reaction and didn't want you to look as if they were a nut, but wanted to see, if anything, if you had anything to say or what you saw. And then he said, yeah, I agree. I think they were just fishing to see if I would say anything first or state something very bizarrely, but they didn't, and we didn't really talk about it. We just acknowledged bears. And also it looked as if they had protection from this shotgun they had propped up in the back of their Jeep. I asked him if he had gotten out of his truck to talk with them. He said immediately, no. I was getting out of my truck. I wasn't getting out of my truck, Lance. I just pulled over on my side of the road, on the south side, with my flashers on and my window down talking to them. They were pulled off on the side of the road on the north side, where it's kind of weed-whacked enough to pull over, but they were out of their car walking and talking to me, so I was talking to them from across the road. I was still in my truck. So I said, well, okay, you guys be careful. You know, I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to come out and say exactly what I just shot or seen, Lance. So I just kept saying, you guys, you should be careful. You have a good day. So I left. I took off. I turned around in the spot that I initially started from, repairing my brake lines, and I went off and but went the other way. I went an entirely different way back home. I just took a route that I knew around the lake. Yeah, I just took that way back home. I wasn't going back the way I came. So I asked about what time was it when he had left these folks in the Jeep by the side of the road. He said it was about 8 p.m. or so. All of this happened between about 7:30ish to 8 o'clock, as best as I can remember. And it was in broad daylight, he said. You can see all the way up to 9:30 and 10 o'clock, as I said, in the summertime here in June and July. It's light. You can see everything. It's when all this happened. And then I said, so you could see everything and all the details? He said, oh yeah, yes. And then I asked if he could go back and if I could ask some questions about when this creature came up running alongside his truck. He said, yes, please, go ahead. I then told him and explained that after conducting many interviews now, that many folks have seen these creatures and have described this very same thing, a giant wolf with massive features standing on two legs, and that I've spoken to truck drivers that have had very similar circumstances in which they too had these creatures run alongside their truck. But none, as far as I'm aware of at this point, has shot one, let alone bringing it down. I said I only know of one other occasion that a truck driver did have a gun, but didn't even think about shooting it. Everything happened so fast. And then he said, yeah, I get it.
I initially didn't think of shooting it either. I'd forgot I even had a gun. Everything happened so fast, Lance. I can only say that maybe it was because of my past training. He said, you see, I'm a veteran, so I just didn't think. It just kind of happened, you know. It wasn't me. It was my training. I just reverted back to my training, I think. I was even like, wow, I can't believe I just did that. It's just kind of hard to explain, man. I even surprised myself. I just happened it before I could even think about it. Because I wasn't even trying to think about my gun until I did it. When I shot. Which, had I been trying to think of shooting, probably would have been too late. And he would have just been gone. But when I go back and think about it, what I shot him with was a pea shooter compared to the size of this thing, Lance. Had I not shot him down, I really think that he would have just made him mad. I think it would have made him mad. I then asked about his caliber of his handgun that he used. He said, well, it's a .45 Colt. It's not a .45 auto. It's a .45 Colt revolver. But it's not a typical .45 Colt ammo. The bullet is designed to cause some massive damage. I specifically looked for these bullets, and they're around $3 a bullet. They're so expensive for carry and defense. These are the one-shot deal here. Yeah. It's coming out at 900 feet a second, and it's coming out like a broadhead arrow, as I said before. Somewhere around 1 inch to 1 3/4 wide when it hits, like an X pattern, because it's elongated. So I then asked about the details again at this point about the creature, and he said, oh yeah, I saw everything, Lance. He then said, you know when a dog runs, how the dog's tongue hangs out when running? I said, yeah. He said, well, this thing had a tongue the size of a cow. And he kind of hesitated here. About the same size of a cow's tongue, as he was going back in his mind, trying to size up what he was seeing from this dog creature. I mean, it didn't look like a cow's tongue, but it was about the same size as a cow's tongue. This thing had one huge tongue. And then I was in awe of what he just said. I had to ask him again. A cow's tongue? The size of a cow's tongue? He said, yes, that's what I'm saying. I saw this thing, Lance, at 4 to 5 feet away. He also had canines, the teeth, you know. They were coming up from the bottom, almost as big as the top, but not quite, but almost. He pondered for a moment. He was silent. They were probably 3 to 4 inches long. At this point, I said, what? He said, oh, yeah. Every bit as big as the diameter of my thumbs in size, but much longer. And his teeth were like he had a dental hygienist every day. And I said, how so? He said, because they were snow white. I don't know how, but they were. They were just white. I don't understand how his teeth were so white, but they were. I then told him that I've heard of this before from other encounters close enough to witness this as well, and I told him of an encounter not too far from where I live now, and the eyewitness described the wolf-like creature as having the same features, and described how massive the creature was by saying that it would have made Arnold Schwarzenegger look like a wimp. And this gentleman then said, oh yeah, I would absolutely agree. It would have ripped the door off the truck without even trying, Lance. It was that big. And then I asked again about how many feet off the ground does he think he sits up in his driver's seat. He said, I would say around 9 feet or so, at least. And what I'm saying, what I can remember seeing is that this thing was even stooping down a little when looking in my passenger side window while it was running. I'm telling you what I know. I'm thinking I really didn't get a total good broadside of him. I was kind of seeing his profile of his head mostly.
but I could tell he had to be at the shoulder at least 4 foot across, at least. And I didn't get a total awesome look at his shoulders, but there was some immense width there. And he had a scare. Oh, excuse me. He had a scar. He had a scar on his muzzle. His skin was kind of grayish, and his gums were kind of pinkish, but there was some kind of spottiness going on the gums. And I said, like gum freckles? And he said, yeah, like that. And then he asked, at any time, you and him, do you guys look directly at each other when I asked? And he said, oh yeah. He looked me directly in the eye. And I said, well, what color was his eyes? He said they were like an amber or gold color, but brighter than what you would think. But maybe it was because just the contrast of him being jet black. I don't know. And I went back to the scar. I said, so you could see the scar on his muzzle? He said, yes. Obviously, I couldn't tell you what it was from, but I could see the scar on his muzzle. I said, then what kind of pupils did it have? What is it, kind of eyes like a cat, the pupils, or slit? Or was it like a dog with a round pupil? He said, it was like a dog or a coyote. It was round. And I asked about any other features. He said, I saw one of its hands. It had pads on the underside of its hand. It had claws. They were black. Its fingers were very long, and it looked like it had an opposable-looking thumb, but pads too. Like its hand pads were like an elongated dog paw or wolf paw or something, like a raccoon. Yes, just like a raccoon's hand. And how a raccoon has pads, but about 1,000,000 times bigger. And again, its skin was grayish, no hair on its hands. I then asked that I had a team member who relates what he saw to one of the werewolves that is in Van Helsing movie. And he said, well, it's interesting you say that. My sister showed me a picture from that movie, that werewolf movie, and the black one that's in that movie. When we were talking about it, and I said, that could be it, is what I was telling her, but it's not exactly it. The only problem is that it's the one that I saw, its head is bigger and wider than the one in the movie. Its snout was shorter and wider than this Van Helsing werewolf picture that my sister showed me. Other than that, it's almost a carbon copy. I've never seen this movie, but my sister showed me the picture of one of the werewolves in the movie, as I said, and I told her that it was close, but not exactly, but the head and snout was different, but the body was spot on. But I even think that the body was bigger to scale than even the picture of what she showed me, comparing the size of this movie werewolf creature to what I saw. But for the most part, the body was spot on, how it had this hair mane going down like over its shoulders, real thick around its neck, and then thinning out around its shoulders like a short cape or something. When I asked if it had ears sticking up, he said, yep, sort of like cropped ears of a Doberman Pinscher dog. But the snout wasn't as long as the movie pic of the werewolf that my sister showed me. Its head, like I said, was much, much wider, so I guess it makes to reason that its snout would be wider, but it wasn't as long and narrow as the movie werewolf pic. I then related the eyewitness account of the guy who saw one of these dogman creatures just outside of Tulsa last year and also back in 2016, and he said that it had man shoulders. Then this gentleman said, yes, this one did too, Lance. Yeah, it did. It's amazing. Just amazing. Just how it can move that fast being that big. And then he paused for a second, kind of reflecting back a little bit. And he was just kind of taking it in and trying to process what he saw and my questioning. I then asked him, I'm trying to imagine you seeing this thing when it was running. You were driving and looking and driving. what was going through your head? He said, yeah, I was praying. I've never been like this before, Lance. I asked, were you yelling or was your jaw dropped? He said, nope. I was totally silent. I was frantic, though, inside, you know. I then asked if this creature could talk, and I know this sounds kind of odd question, but if it could talk, what do you think it would have said to you? I mean, any comment on this? He said, you know, I've been running this very thing through my head since that happened. And I, you know, looking at its eyes, this thing was smart. It was intelligent. It was not a dumb animal. Not at all. You could see the intelligence, like it knew what it was doing. I think it seemed like what it was doing, it was just toying with me. I think it was knowing it knew that it was just toying with me, and that's what it wanted to do. Maybe I don't know. I think it was getting its kicks, but it had some kind of malevolent wish, saying like, I could kill you right now if I wanted, yet serious at the same time. He took a deep breath. And then I said, as if he was saying, I'm the one in control. I'm the one in control of this situation, not you. And he said, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. That's about the best way to say it. He's saying, I'm in control of the situation and you're not. If you were to measure or gauge from what his look was, but emotions could display through his fingers and eyes to me. It still looked wild though, Lance. Its eyes, you know how a dog doesn't look wild at all? A domesticated dog at home, a pet? And I said, yeah. He goes, well, this thing had a wild look that a domesticated dog doesn't have. I then described to him that through my interviews, some eyewitnesses have said that they come into prey at angles, never straight on, and that they were never alone. There was always two of them. He said, you know, I wondered if there wasn't another one alongside my driver's side, and I just didn't see it, since my attention was all on this one on the passenger side of the door. He took a deep breath at this point in time. Just thinking about it just was terrifying. I also mentioned that I have a team member who saw one clearly about 350 yards that ran it in about 7 or so seconds. He said, oh yeah, doesn't surprise me. This thing was pacing me and not even breaking a sweat, it seemed, Lance. Like it was nothing. I mean, I was going as fast as I could going up the hill, but it was nothing. This thing seemed to be trotting, you know. I then stated that I didn't know of any indigenous animals that drag off their dead, and that the only creature that I'm aware of that will drag off their wounded or dead is man. He said, right, I know, I agree. I don't know of anything else either but man. I said that this would take some time. I told him that this would take some kind of kinship or emotional aspect of culture or self-awareness to do this, to drag off your dead, especially in a canine world. But to drag their dead off, I mean, timber wolves typically don't do this. He agreed. There's something else going on here, Lance, and intelligence for sure. You know, going back to that moment when I pulled my gun and he didn't have time to react, everything just happened so fast. His eyes got big. The eyes of this creature, this wolf creature, which to me, it seemed that he knew what a gun was, what I had in my hand. But I didn't give him any time to react. So I think that he knew that he was in trouble in that millisecond. As soon as he saw my gun, but he had no time to react, the bullet came out quicker than he could pull away, and at the instant, as he began pulling away, the trigger had already been pulled, and the bullet hit him somewhere, as I said, in the eye temple area. And as I was looking through my passenger side window, he went down on the road, the gravel dust being kicked up like in a dust cloud as he slid partly off into the weeds,
off to the side of the road since there's no shoulder. Then I asked if at any time did he stop to take a look if there was any blood splatter, stains along the passenger side of his rig. He said, you could tell on the side of the road where this thing took a spill and skidded off from the gravel into the weeds. He was stiff as a board when he hit. It would be like dragging a cow across there. The weeds were all flattened down where this thing was dragging the dead one back off into the woods. And looking in my side mirror, I could see his bottom half a little bit as he was falling. He had canine legs, just about 10 times bigger than normal. His calves were about the size of a horse, you know. And then I said, oh my God, this is ridiculous. He said, I know, Lance, I know. He said, oh, I'm sorry, I need to answer your question. He said, no, I didn't see any blood. Not to say I wasn't getting out at that moment, of course. And then I stated, no, after you got back home. He said, I did take a look, and I didn't really see anything, Lance. When I got back home, I was just trying to gather myself. I did take a look at the door when I got home, but I didn't see no major blood stains anywhere or splatters. There may have been some specks, but not enough for me to visibly notice anything. But I did notice some scratches on the bottom of the passenger window seal. There was 2 scratches. They were light, but they were on the seal where the window was open. So I then asked, had he not shot this creature, what does he think this thing, what would have happened? He said, he took a deep breath. He said, well, this is probably why I have nightmares. My mind may have been running through this hypothetical over and over, and I don't think it had been good at all. Maybe there may have been a truck abandoned that someone finds on the side of the road with a truck driver missing. I mean, I don't know. And you know what's crazy? He had time to get me, Lance. I know that was him when I was working on my truck and I saw something black in the trees. I was on the ground, I was bent over, I was working on my truck, and it wasn't that far away into the trees, and I saw him. I mean, I didn't see him specifically because, again, I thought it was a black bear, but he didn't do anything at that time. If he had wanted me, he could have easily gotten me. And then at this point, I gave him kind of my 2 cents on if I think that these creatures are or have been responsible for some people missing, which in some isolated cases, I said I do personally believe that they've been directly responsible for missing people, even deaths, but it'll be covered up and we'll never know about it. He then said, I just get this feeling that he may have been sizing me up. But why me, of all people, a truck driver out in the middle of the day on a 2-lane road? I then speculated that they may have some pleasure in running alongside some of these big trucks or something. I told him because this isn't the first time I've heard this. I went into an encounter of another truck driver who had a similar incident, and he said, well, it was nothing for him to keep up with the truck, Lance. I then asked if he could hear his feet hitting the ground while he was running. He said, no, there's no pavement on the side of the shoulder of this highway. It's grass. And with the truck motor and everything, I couldn't hear him running or anything. There's no pavement, only grass and then the trees relatively close by since this is a national forest area. I then asked about the creature's weight again, what he estimated. Please tell me again. And without hesitation again, he said, right at 1,000 pounds. He said, I'm familiar with horses and about what they weigh. I mean, I'm familiar with them. So this is the thing that was right. It was right at 1,000 pounds, Lance. Yeah. And his voice drifted a bit more quiet after saying this. And then I said, I can't even imagine how many calories then this thing, being that big, has to eat every day. The food consumption. He said, yeah. Who knows? Maybe 2-3 deer per day. I don't know. This thing is so big though, Lance. It's got to have a healthy appetite. It'd be nothing for this thing to have that many deer in a day. I mean, we know that tigers and lions eat a lot per day, so this thing had to eat about the same, I would think, if not more. I said, yeah, that's probably true. I asked about this creature's arm movement, if he could see anything or not. He said, well, I could see
What I could see was just one of the arms every now and then. They were swinging a bit, but not like a man's would. Just barely. Every once in a while I could see one coming up into my visual. They appeared moving out in front of him as he ran, like dangling. Then I recalled an encounter by our team member, Wiley Dave, on how he described his encounter of this thing running. He continued, he seemed that his arms were really pumping, but I really couldn't see down that low. My view was a bit obscured by the door. What I saw was his left hand that would come up every once in a while, and his hand reached over the windowsill over the door on one occasion. Then he pulled it back real fast. This is when I saw his claws and his hands really good. I could tell that they were pads there, black pads, but his skin, as I said, was grayish. It was as if he was kind of testing to see if the window was up or down or not. At least that's what it appeared to be. He kept bringing his left hand up, reaching for the window area while he was running. Its paws, or hands, if you will, were like a raccoon, but like a dog too, like a mixture between them both. He said it had knuckles, but much bigger than any raccoon or dog. I asked him about how much bigger was this creature's hands or paws compared to his own hands. He was quiet for a moment and took a deep breath and said, you know the size of a truck steering wheel, like on my truck? They're pretty good size, right? And I said, right, it's been a while since I've been in a rig, but yeah, they're big compared to a normal car. He said, right. He said, well, if this thing's hand was placed in the center of my steering wheel, its hand could cover, especially with its claws, could cover my steering wheel easily. I said, what? Good night. Yeah, he said, I'm telling you, this thing was massive, Lance. I was still saying, oh my gosh. And he was like, I know, it was huge. Yeah, its fingers were probably 8 to 10 inches in length. They were long. And I just said, wow. So if this thing was bending down, I said, is it possible to say this thing may have been 10 feet tall? He said, yes. Then I said, well, if he was at the 10 foot in height, then it's possible that when this thing is on all fours, it may be at least 5 feet at the wither, the top of its shoulders, it sounds like. Well, as I said, I'm over 6 feet tall, and I can't say for sure, but I know heights really well, typically, and I bet this thing could have been looking me in the eyes when on all fours, and I'm standing on the ground. I told him then of the encounter of the gentleman who lived outside, he was driving outside of Tulsa, and he had 2 sightings of this creature and how big they were. And then I told him of a buddy of mine outside of Tulsa where his wife had saw these creatures and how big they were. She said they were as big as calves or heifers. And he agreed. He said, absolutely. They're this big, at least. That's a good point. They were like heifers, cows, that size. I then said, I can't even imagine being a hunter, hunting by myself, and if I had to come upon these creatures by myself. He said, yeah, you wouldn't have a chance, Lance. Even with a high-powered rifle, I just don't want to be in that situation, he said. And I said, yeah, I agree. I totally agree. He said, but I know they can be killed, but I wouldn't want to try and attempt it again. This is why my whole paradigm has changed, because I know that these things are out there. Knowing that they're out there. I asked him, so when you made it back home, so you didn't tell anyone? He said, no. I didn't tell anyone for about a year, he said. I asked, so who did you tell first again about this encounter? Your wife? He said, yeah. Yeah, because we were having some tension going on with things, and I couldn't sleep. I wasn't going to bed, and when I did, I was having nightmares all the time. And my wife said, you may need to see a psychiatrist or a doctor or something. And he said, no, I know what's going on. I'll tell you. And then after he told her, she says, why did you take so long in telling me? And he said to his wife, who's going to believe this? I know that you believe me. You love me, but I just can't go out and tell this to anyone. This story will sound so absurd, you know. Then I shared with him the dilemma. If he were to talk with a psychiatrist, they would see him as delusional or some veteran-induced psychosis or something. They just can't relate to anything like this unless they themselves have experienced or are aware that these creatures do in fact exist. And then he said, yep, I totally agree with you, Lance. I tell him that now that he's seeing this thing, now that he's seen this thing, he's now of a small body of folks who have witnessed something that many folks will never know about, and that this world is bigger than what he initially thought. It's totally different than before. He said, I don't ever want to go to the movies where anything like this is being shown. It's just not what you think. It's not reality. It's too much reality. It's too frightening. And then he said, you know, after this event happened, it made me start thinking about things that have occurred in the past, you know. Now, my grandfather lived in the northeastern part of this state where I grew up, and this was a long time back in the 60s. And he had a raspberry farm, about 90 acres of raspberries. Now, this was before I was born, Lance, and I would go to I went to my aunt's funeral, which was his daughter, and I used to stay with her back in the summer as a kid. So we were talking about my grandmother, who died when I was only a baby, but she was telling me about what my grandmother had mentioned she had seen years before, and it looked like a goat on 2 legs. She saw it a couple times, and that she thought this was weird in this area. And this, again, was before I was born. And, you know, I never gave it a second thought, like one of those things, you know, but it's kind of stuck in my mind enough. But, like, you know, did my grandmother really see this thing? She said that they looked like men walking around, that they had goat heads and walking on 2 legs and had hooves. You know, I don't know. But this makes me wonder now. This stuff that's happened during these times out there. I then gave my 2 cents about my brothers and I, that we really think there's a lot more out there than what the public really knows about. And he said, now, I've become also a believer in this. I thought, when I heard this story about my grandmother, I thought maybe she was on medication or something, maybe because of her age. But now, Lance, I really believe that she did see something, this goat creature. I'm now open-minded about this stuff more than ever. I then asked about if he had been out hunting or hiking since this event had happened. He said, no. Only because I really don't have a place to go hunt at this time. I'm not going to go on public land. I'm just not doing that. I used to have some places to go out now, but now that my family is dying off, it's all going away since the farms are being sold off. But it's been about 20 years ago since I've been hunting. I really don't have a desire anymore, knowing what's out there. I wouldn't want to go camping when I used to go quite often. I asked, so aside from your wife, who else have you told about what happened, aside from us? My sister, he said. She's the one who'd had some knowledge about these creatures. She's kind of into this stuff since she's been interested in this and researching this for a while. Not my wife, though. She believes me. My wife believes me, but she won't mention it. She never talks about it. But I know she believes me. And then I mentioned that I don't talk about it to my wife or kids, and I don't want my family to know what's in my head. This stuff is too scary for them, so I really don't talk about it around my house. I'm dad, I'm husband, but they do know that I have some frightening interviews with folks, so my wife never asked me about it in my interviews. He concurred. He said, absolutely. They don't need to know, but we do need to share, and I said, yes. These interviews are as much sharing for me as it is for other people. He said, yeah, I was like in a daze for about a week, man. Like, what planet am I on? I felt so odd after this happened. I then described that he had been suffering from some level of PTSD, possibly, and this is why he was having some trouble coping with this traumatic experience. He agreed, it's like a loop that you can't get rid of. You're just in a loop. You can't get out of it. You're just stuck in one gear. You try to forget about it, but you can't. And you hope you never have to face it again. At least I hope not. And I come to understand that my state is kind of famous for having this history of these sightings and things. So this is why I carry a firearm all the time, he said, and I fully agree, I stated. He then went back to talking about when he shot at this thing and said, I think the only way that I was able to get the drop on him was, it's kind of something like you put in your vehicle. It's a magnet that mounts in your vehicle that holds your gun. I had it mounted right next to me, right there on the side of my seat, and I had reached my hand down there before I even knew what I was doing, and I had reached for my gun and pulled the trigger before I even realized it, and not even thinking about it. I would have been too slow had I been thinking about it. It was just a subconscious total reaction, and I would have screwed it up had I been thinking about it. I then went into how folks should really practice when and if they choose to carry a firearm for protection. He said, yes, I may be a bit different, but I'm always practicing. As a veteran, I like to keep up with my skills. So on my days off, I like to go shoot firearms. Frequently, I'm always shooting my firearms. I have more than this gun. I have several guns that I shoot frequently. I don't have any guns I don't use. I have rifles and shotguns. I don't hunt anymore, but I use them at the range frequently. I'm a gun enthusiast, you could say. I appreciate having a nice collection of guns, and I enjoy them. This is my pastime. This is what I do in my off time. It's very rare that I go more than a week not going out to shoot and practice on the firing range. It's calming to me. And then I said, this is what I keep telling folks to do. You need to protect yourself, have some means of protection, and then practice. He said, I've never been afraid of anything, pretty much, Lance, until this moment in my life, that day that happened. I've never been afraid of anyone, but that day, that thing, the fear is something that you just can't describe. He stuttered and stammered a bit in telling me this. It's just indescribable to experience. I can't explain it. I even wet on myself a little bit, and I've never done that before. I've been in some pretty bad spots before, but I never had the fear like this. But I've never done this. I said that I couldn't even imagine for a moment of him, that moment that I'm sure he goes back to that's so surreal when he ponders it in his mind. And he said, yeah, that's kind of the way I feel, like it didn't happen, but it did happen. We chatted some more about some of his experiences when active duty and overseas. I thanked him and invited him to call me any time, and that I sincerely appreciated his time and his courage for serving our country and for coming forward. I know he was reluctant at first to engage in having a conversation with me because you're very protective of who you talk to with these things, because people don't want to be ridiculed or embarrassed. And he didn't know me from Adam. And I appreciated him coming forward and sharing a deeply personal event that has shaped and changed his life. And I don't take it for granted, and I won't take this for granted. He acknowledged, and he sounded a bit more relieved to me in telling me what happened and how something like this can alter and disrupt a person's life. I concurred wholeheartedly and agreed with this statement. Again, I invited him to call me any time just to say hi. He appreciated this, I could tell. And I said with his permission that I would send him a picture of a Dogman that someone had sent me, and to let me know if this picture was somewhat a resemblance to what he had seen up close. He said that he would definitely get back with me and let me know, and I thanked him once more, and then we hung up. So I sent him the picture, and he called me, or rather he texted me back, and I'll get to that right now. He, let me see if I can find it here. He said, wow, Lance, I can tell that This looks, from my perspective, to be smaller one, maybe not mature or fully developed. I mean, I'm not an expert, but this is what it looks like to me. I agree with that person's assessment of the picture. I believe that they've seen the real thing. If someone is to hoax this picture, I don't know how they would, because this is so close to what I saw. I don't mind if I can help people out in any capacity, and this just looks like it's an immature picture of a Dogman creature rather than the adult full size that I saw. And so this gentleman, I found him to be very authentic, very credible, very heartfelt. He chose his words carefully. We interviewed for about 2.5 hours one evening, and had it not been for his sister to encourage him to come forward with this story, then we would have never heard. It would have just gone to the grave with him. But, as we've said before, and as you guys have heard many occasions with these creature encounters, not just Dogman, but Bigfoot encounters, that when people encounter these things, it's life-changing, it's life-altering. And depending how a person grew up, depending on so many other factors, it's going to be hard for people to manage their life on a daily basis, going back to work, going to soccer games, getting groceries, going to the movie. It affects all aspects of their personal life and business life. You just cannot separate the two. We're emotional beings ourselves, so these can bleed out and affect a person's relationship life as well, as with this gentleman. So I say all this to say that sharing is the best medicine. Sharing doesn't make you forget, but allows you to cope a little easier that you're not alone. You're not the only one out there that have seen these things. And the crazy part is that there's other government entities trying to cover this up. They don't want you to know. They want to keep you dumb to the existence of these creatures. And sometimes they use forceful means and tactics and bully tactics to keep you quiet. Now, this gentleman came forward and was able to share, but how many people, how many hundreds, maybe thousands of people that are out there that have been bullied by government agencies, these so-called men in black, to keep quiet, we'll never know. Because these people are not only frightened of what they saw, but now they're frightened again by the threats that have been made against them, against their livelihood, their occupation, what they do for a living. Who knows? And they'll never come forward. We'll never hear the stories of what happened to these folks. And we want to hear these stories because it educates us. It educates how we can conduct ourselves, who not to talk to, who can we talk to, and what are some non-lethal things we can do. In this circumstance, this gentleman had a gun. And I really think he made the right decision in this case. I really do. Because the alternative may have not looked pretty. He was out by himself. Now, there was a car back behind, but he didn't know that. And I think this gentleman did save his life. He saved his own life. And I think he did the right thing. So it's very strange and odd, like we've said before, that when you see one, there's others hanging around. The size of this creature, it's just hard for me to get my mind wrapped around the size of something. He said it was the size of a horse, around 1,000 pounds. It had to actually stoop down or duck down to look in the window as it's running. And if he's at 9 feet off the ground, this thing was 10, 11 feet. We don't know exactly, but with good guesstimation, that's probably somewhere in that ballpark. Ducking down, easily keeping up with the vehicle doing 30 miles an hour. The hand that's the size, if you put in the center of a semi-truck steering wheel, it could cover the edges. That's huge, folks. That's huge. This is why we tell people, when you go out, be prepared. This gentleman said that what he had would even be a pea shooter. It was a lot of luck and timing. if you will, that he got the down on this Dogman creature. But just don't go with a walking stick. Keep your wits about yourself. Be familiar with the area. It's more likely that you're going to run into an indigenous animal in your neck of the woods, a bear, a mountain lion, coyotes, wolves, cougars, things like that. That's going to be the common, and man. So have game plans, have a plan, have a backup plan, have contingency plans when you go out. Be safe. Use your head. Don't go out by yourself either. Don't go alone. Go with a buddy or a group of people. And just keep your wits about yourself. You don't need to be paranoid, but keep your wits about yourself. Why this creature did not attack him while he was working on his air brakes, we'll never know. We don't know. We can't climb in the mind of these creatures and know why it didn't do anything. Maybe it was just, like he said, toying with him. It didn't want to hurt him. Could it have hurt him? Sure. Did it have the capability? Sure. It could have easily come up behind him and drug him off in the trees, and they would have just found an abandoned truck right there with the doors open and tool bag laying on the ground. That could have happened. It didn't, thank goodness. So, guys, be safe out there. I appreciated this gentleman coming forward. As I said, we spent about 2.5 hours in an interview process. He was a very kind gentleman. I want to thank his sister for encouraging him to come forward and share with us, the Cryptid Brothers. And if you know of anybody, or you yourself have had an experience that it's been difficult to talk about, share, give us a call. Give us a call on our toll-free number, 866-306-8085. Call anytime. Allow me some time to get back with you, and I'll pick a time. We'll call. We'll chat. It doesn't have to be recorded on the radio. We can do a narration, but we do want to know what happened, the context of what happened. And as I said before, and as I say many times, it's good to share. I hope you guys have a wonderful evening out there. Be safe. This is Lance.
A very horrific situation for our witness there, and hopefully you understand why he did not want to appear on the show himself. I don't envy any witnesses who has to come face to face with a creature and felt so threatened that they had to defend themselves. It's something that many people just truly do not understand. I've heard many people say, Lance, I can't wait to have a creature encounter. I would like to have one. You don't know what you're asking. You really don't. Because it's a lifetime of coping with something that you truly thought was just a campfire story, that when you see it, it's reality, and you're not sure where to place it in your mind. The terror that someone must experience in those situations must be unimaginable and would definitely have a lifetime impact psychologically. Not only are you seeing something that you thought would never exist, but you are fearing for your life, threatened by an unexplainable creature. I'm just so thankful and honored that Monster 911 can be there to help those people in sharing their experiences and can help talk people through what has happened to them and provide some level of healing to their soul. Learning to cope with the creature encounter is the key here. It's the key, coping. And this is my primary mission for an eyewitness, in providing sound, knowledgeable advice when an eyewitness is having a cryptid emergency, such as on their property. A cryptid emergency is when the eyewitness is having harassment and aggressive behavior by a creature. Now, we're heading back to the 1970s now, speaking to a gentleman who was working in the oil fields around 1978 when he had a very, very bizarre encounter where his truck was spun off the road after he hit something solid and very large. And what he saw when he got out of the truck is something that he'll never forget, and neither will I.
Oh, I could give you a little bit about it. I'm surprised that I start watching some of this stuff on YouTube, and that's how I got in a conversation with my boys about it. What happened to me, I never discussed it, 35, 40 years now, since it's been since 78. And I heard this because I didn't want to tell nobody because they would think I was crazy.
Oh, we understand there. I can't blame you one bit, sir. I mean, this is a subject matter that people just kind of keep locked away forever. Typically, they just tell some close family, and that's about as far as it goes. So we understand.
Well, I'll tell you a little bit about it. What had happened to me, I was 24 years old at the time, and I'm originally from the East Coast, and I wound up working in Houston, and what had happened was there was a girl that worked us. We did refinery work, and she had got hired on, and then the boss had told me to put her on a crew, whatnot. So we did that. Well, evidently, he was trying to keep her for a side. I'm just trying to give you how I got involved in this wood stuff, okay?
Sure, take your time. Absolutely. Please, go ahead.
All right. So there's a town called, I tried to help her out. I let her stay with me for a month to try to find a job, blah, blah, blah. And what had happened was she had told me she lived in Jasper, Texas. I didn't even know where the hell Jasper, Texas. Now, don't forget, I'm from the East Coast. And I came in Houston in 1975, 76. So now we're construction, so everything's downtown. You know what I mean? And the refineries.
Yes.
I don't know nothing about the woods in Texas. So she said she lived in a place called Jasper, Texas. I said, yeah. And could I give her a ride back home? She'll try to make it back home. I said, sure. I give her a ride. I had a 19. Well, I want to tell you this. I'm going to tell you something. This really, well, what happened was we're en route, and I take her to Jasper, Texas. Well, we go through a town called Woodville, and it looks like a big, huge forest. Now, I've never been there in my life. This is near October. I thought it near Halloween because it was full moon, and all it was like we went through a place there with all the woods there, and just the roadway was a single highway. You know what I mean? One lane going north and south. You know?
Yes.
And so take her up there, and she tried to talk me. Hey, my parents know. I'll never forget this. My parents know you're bringing me home. Why don't you sleep in the living room and get a good start in the morning? I said to her, I said, nah, I got to get back because the 12 o'clock shift is going on at midnight, so I need to get back and get my shit together. Okay, she goes, Rick, I want to tell you something. You may see some things out here, but it's not your imagination. I didn't pay no mind to it because I figured she was trying to talk me into staying that night. You know what I mean? Try to scare me into there's weird things or whatever. She didn't elaborate.
Mm-hmm.
Well, evidently she knew the woods over there because I didn't. So I'm in, I go home, and what happened was I'm headed back, and I'm in Woodville, Texas. I come up over it. Well, to my left, it looked like a sawmill. There was a building with lights on, and next to it looked like a sawmill with a light over the sawmill. You know what I mean? This is about 2:30 in the morning.
Okay.
I go over the rise, the hill. I'm going to tell you something. I got a dually, a Dodge, a 76 Dodge dually, 1-ton truck. I come up over the hill, and what do I hit? I hit something that spun my truck a 180. I was going southbound. After I hit this thing, I was facing northbound.
Wow.
Spun me around completely. Now, the driver's side, the fender and all that is all crunched in. Now, my truck won't start because the battery had grounded off against the metal, you know, of hitting this thing.
Oh, right.
Now, I got a glance, and I couldn't believe what I saw. I couldn't believe it. I said, no, man, I must be tired. Well, now I'm worried about the ridge. Now, there's no traffic on this road. There's none whatsoever. You're out in the wilderness here. So what happens is I roll the truck because I'm afraid if anybody else come over the hill, they're going to collide into my truck because I'm in the middle of the street there. So I'm able to roll my truck to the shoulder of the road that's facing northbound again because I was going southbound. So what happened was I turned around and I heard something crying, screaming. It's about 20 feet away from me after I rolled the truck. And I thought it was somebody around because it was near Halloween with a costume.
Mm.
So I'm cursing at this son of a bitch and telling him, "You stupid motherfucker, what you doing out in the road?" And I walk up closer. Man, is what they say is Bigfoot. They're for real. This one was crippled up because when I hit her, I was doing about 55, 60 miles an hour. And when I hit this, was like I hit a rock, a boulder, and just spun me around. I had seen the corner of my eye, it fly or run to the left side, on the northbound side,
Mm-hmm.
So when I told you I had to back up my truck because I had no power, so I didn't want nobody to crash into. So I got it to this shoulder of the road, and I walk up to this thing. This thing put its hand out to help me.
What?
Yes. She was laying up on the guardrail. It was a woman, too. It was a girl.
Oh, my gosh.
And so I ran to it. Now I'm thinking it's somebody screwing around. It's near Halloween. I didn't have no idea these things. I didn't even hear Bigfoot. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
I didn't
right.
know what I was looking at.
Sure.
And when it was crying, I'm going to tell you some strange thing. It was crying. It was up against the guardrail. Well, piece of my grill on the Dodge was stuck in her thigh. Okay? So she's trying to pull it, but the grill, one end, it went in, and then the other end, it was like a piece of metal, so you couldn't pull it through. You had to pull it the opposite way. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, yes, yes.
She's trying to pull it, and then no. And I pulled that's right, put a tourniquet on her, took my belt off, put the stick on there, put a tourniquet on her to stop the bleeding. And I tried to explain to her it was going to hurt by making motions like when I pulled. You know what I'm saying? I don't know sign language, but I'm trying to tell the
exactly
that, So I pull it out. I'll be a son of a bitch. Something comes behind me. I guess it was the husband or whatnot. She put her hand on my head and looked at the one behind me and shook her head no. I think he was going to do some damage to me.
Oh, my gosh.
And I'll tell you what, the size of the hand, I'll never forget. You know what the first baseman's glove?
Yes, sir. I sure do.
You know the size of that, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, my head was like a tennis ball in her hand.
Oh,
I mean, that's how big her hand was. I put it over my head.
oh my
So-
gosh.
I'm Catholic, so I wear the gold chain, and I've got, at the time, the crucifix and a couple other chains. And she was admiring the crucifix, and she held it, she took it from my neck, holding it in her hand, and pointed up now, Galaka. I said, no, Jesus Christ. And she pointed Galaka. And I don't know if she was pointing at the full moon, or they know about God. I don't know, but she was familiar. And in other words, that thing, I had two chains, a 20-inch and a 22-inch. Winding up putting those two together, and what you want to call the neck, she didn't have hardly any neck to put over her head for that to hang on her. She wanted it. So I'm scared now because I don't know what kind of creatures that, I'd give her anything she wants. You know what I mean?
Oh, right.
So, who comes? A 3-footer. And it was funny. The baby come about 3 foot 40 inches. This one here shoved me because I guess I did damage to his mom. It was funny the way I took it. And, he did it again, and the big one behind me, the husband, whatever you want to call it, he pushed that thing away, stopped from pushing me, and he rolled down the hill. It was comical. It was funny, you know what I mean? Like you see on TV, you know?
Right.
And then I tried to explain her hip. Her hip was so pushed out. I tried to explain to him that, and I go, you know the old-fashioned cable guardrails?
Yes, I do. It's been a while, but I do.
Yeah, do you know what I'm talking about, those guardrails?
Mm-hmm.
The cable type.
Right.
Well, she was leaning up on that, and that's when I showed them she's going to have to hold on to the cable. We've got to pull her feet because that hip, I must have did some severe damage on her because the way my truck was, well, anyway, the way the truck was damaged, too, I said, man, I'm surprised she's still living, you know what I mean? Now, she was about, I don't know, 7 foot. But I know the male, everybody 8 foot, and then the little one, maybe 3 foot, 4 foot between there. You know what I mean? And what had happened was, after the show to straighten it out, the husband or the mate, whatever you want to call him, he understood. He had her hold the guardrail, and it's funny. The baby held the mom's hands on the cable, and when he yanked, he pulled so hard to straighten out the hip. You follow what I'm saying? Pulling at the feet?
Yes, I do.
And the little one, I can laugh to this day. He was holding on too tight. He rolled over, flew over the mother, and rolled down on the ground. I mean, I laughed my ass off. That was funny. That was funny right there, you know? I'm laughing about it now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And you know what? Those things, maybe the only thing I could say is that my whole nose, once that episode was done, they were going back through the woods there. My truck, I got the hood open, and part of the fender was touching the tire. So I had a pry bar. I'm in construction, so I had what they call a wrecking bar, pry bar. And I had pulled the fender away from the tire for me to get to Houston. I got about 2.5, 3 hour ride. You know what I mean? Crippled up with my truck.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now I got blood all over my truck. I get the hood. How am I going to explain? So I'm going to go to the Spanish guy that I know in Houston to do the body work to fix my truck. This was Monday morning. He said, Rick, what? I said, what? He said, man, there's blood all over the truck. I said, yeah. He said, man, I got to turn this in. I said, what do you mean turn it in? How do I know if you didn't hit somebody? I got to turn it in by law. I said, are you kidding me? So we were in the Houston city limits, so they called the Houston City Police, right? So he says, man, before I call him, you didn't hit nobody. I said, no. Man, I said, I just hit something out in the road. I didn't even tell him what I hit.
Right, exactly.
I mean, so come to find out, and I didn't know that. Come to find out, the Houston police took sample of the blood off the hood, and I didn't know that when you could hit some type of animal or anything, you know, with my front tire and the rim, there was hair that got wrapped, believe it or not, where the tire meets the rim, you know, when you inflate it.
Mm-hmm.
There was hair there. So the Houston police had called me at the office. I had to go to them and talk to them and tell them. I said, well, I don't know. I hit some animal, maybe a bear or something. They said to me, no, you hit something, but they didn't know what it was. But the hair, I said, maybe a deer. That's what I used for it. Maybe I hit a deer. That was not no deer hair, Rick. I said, what deer hair? Where did you find that? And they told me they found that right in between the rim and the tire, the rubber of the tire. See, I didn't know that. So, to this day, I never admit to them what I hit. Then I went about my life after that. Wow. It was no big deal after that. You know, once it happened, because to this day, it's so freaking unbelievable. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's a thing in life, man. I don't know what to tell you. But they were not to me. It was, I hear how they're supposed to be vicious and all that. Not the ones in Woodville, Texas. I'll never forget as long as I live. First time and last time. Never went back there after that incident. Never.
And how old were you at the time again?
24 years old. 1978. I'm 64 now.
That's incredible. Incredible. Can I ask a couple questions if you don't mind?
Yeah.
And I know you've probably had time to ponder this event a million times in your head. Let's go back a little bit about when you heard the screaming. You were pushing your truck off the side, kind of in the. You were going.
A stick shift, so I put it neutral, and don't forget, I told you I was coming up over a crown of a hill.
Yeah.
So I had the gravity of the hill to help me push it alongside the highway there, the shoulder of the road.
Right, and you were spun 180, and when
Yes.
you heard that, when you heard the sound, you were kind of like cursing, like, who in the hell's going to be out here? And you saw her hand was lit. How light was it outside? Did you have a flashlight on her?
The moonlight, I didn't need a flashlight, that's for sure.
Oh, so you
I knew what I was looking at. When I walked at it, I knew what I was looking at, the face and everything. I tell you the skin, because she had tears coming. That's right, I forgot that part. She had tears coming. They were the size, I don't know, a 50-cent piece, a quarter, somewhere around there. The tears, I wiped her tears off her face and told her it was going to be okay.
Really?
In the face, yeah. In the face, what the hell, the kind of dog? I could tell you exactly the way the face put me in mind of a little, I got one of them too, and I can't even remember the name. A pug. You know what a pug is?
Yes.
Yeah. You know how the face is pushed in and the skin like that? The skin was like that on the face.
Interesting. So, obviously she was calling out for your help if she was reaching out, and she was allowing you to help, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Hey, 55 miles an hour. I'm telling you, when I hit this thing, it spun me a 180. I'm facing going back north.
Good night. That would have killed a human being.
Yes.
I've seen cattle.
Let me tell you something. I'm a type of guy. I never did drugs in my life, never tried drugs in my life. If I did anything, I drank a little bit, but when it came to the drug scene, not me. That wasn't me. So I was straight as an arrow. You know what I mean? Never did no drugs or anything,
Exactly, yes. Wow.
Never in my life. No.
That's incredible. So when you were helping her, you heard steps coming quickly kind of behind you, and that's when she put...
That's about like 5 minutes. Yeah, that would be about 5 or 8 minutes behind the actually crash. When I went to her, it's about 5 or 8 minutes after the big one came.
So
I don't know if he outflanked me come from there. I don't know if they were trying to make across the street. He was ahead. I couldn't tell you. I don't know. They just come out of nowhere, like from behind me on the right side of me, which would be the south side of the highway. The north side going up the hill. He came on that side because I'm facing her against the guardrails there, you see.
Oh, yes, I do. I see now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so at a minute there, I couldn't believe. I thought it was a joke. And I thought it was somebody, because I saw that sawmill type house there. So I thought it was somebody monkeying around in a monkey suit at first. You know what I mean? That first glance, I said, no, I can't believe what I just hit. That's before I seen her on the side of the road. I saw the face. And I think with the high beams, the low beams, whatever the beams of the truck, I think froze her. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's possible. That's real possible.
Like a deer. Yeah.
Yep. It was an unfortunate moment of all the moments out in the middle of nowhere, and you hit her, and that's incredible because
when I made it, I had a long ride to Houston. Then I thought about what Mary told me, that Rick, there's things out here you may see, but they're real. Then it dawned on me after that, because my mind was going 100 miles an hour on the way to Houston. How am I going to explain this?
Exactly. So I'm sure she and her family knew about these creatures. Who knows for how long?
Yeah, someplace up Jasper, Texas, where I took her, and it was at night. I mean, I'm telling you, we took that main road, and it was like going through a forest. I didn't even know. Houston's so flat and bare, I didn't even know that part of Texas had hills and beautiful trees. You know what I mean? I had no clue.
Yeah, it's really thick down there. It really is when you get down in those smaller towns.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the jungle, literally.
Yeah. This was, I tell you what, it's not, I think in a way, I'm not a real religious guy, but I was blessed that what happened to me. And I think by leaving, going to her when she had her hand out to help her, and when the big one came, she put her hand on my head and shook her head no. I really think the big one, he was pissed, what happened to her.
Oh, I'm sure he was. Absolutely.
Let me tell you something. When he picked her up and walked in the woods, he picked her up like she was nothing.
That's what I was going to ask, how they left back out into the woods.
Well, don't forget, we're already on that side. I guess that's the road. See, I'm going southbound, so they would be going east, I guess, because I always, when I drive, I always like to take near the line. The line on the road there, the center of the road. I favor that when I drive.
Okay.
When I hit her, which was the driver's side, when I hit her, that's where I spun and did exactly a 190. I couldn't believe it. It was like I hit a freaking boulder. It spun me, and I saw her with the headlights go to the left of me, which would be the east. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
It was southbound. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And then when I rolled the truck out and got out of the truck, that's when I seen this thing laying on the road there up on the guardrail, and with the piece of my grill in the leg. Oh, the little one, when I put the tourniquet and whatnot, I went to my truck. They allowed me to go to the truck. I was a general superintendent for doing refinery work. So in the trucks, you got to keep the medical kits and all that. I went ahead and got the medical kit to put a bandage. The little one brought me moss to pack the wound.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wow. That is incredible.
No, they ain't stupid. And when I've been starting to listen to these things on YouTube, I just got into that. I don't know nothing about computers or anything. And how I hear different stories. Some are vicious. They snap your neck. They twist your neck off and all kinds of crazy stuff like that. You know what? Bottom line, just like you and I, you show respect, you get respect.
I'm starting to believe that more and more and more with all the encounters that we've heard and people that I've talked to, my brothers and I. You show aggression, you'll get aggression. You show kind of a common courtesy of, keeping a distance, and they'll keep their distance, and they'll go about their way, and you go about your way.
Yeah, I'm telling you, because, every time I hear a negative thing about them, I'd be the first one to say you're wrong. From my experience, if you don't mess with them, or try to shoot him or try to hurt him, of course. You know what I mean? You're going to defend. We have that animalistic in us. You come after me, I'm going to come after you. You know that. You're going to defend yourself. They're the same way.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So could you tell me, so when the husband came, or when the male came over, and you've got the little one right there, and she was looking at your necklaces, did you give them to her? What did she do?
Yes. I told you what happened. She saw the crucifix, Galaka, and she pointed up to the sky. So I don't know if she was pointing to the moon or to the sky. I'm talking about the female did that. So, and she kept on looking at it. I had 3 chains. One was a 22-inch, one was a 20-inch, and then I think the other one was 24-inch. Okay, I had 3 chains. At that time, that was the style. You know what I mean? The disco and all that shit, if you remember in the 70s. So she kept on looking at it. I had to put a 22-inch and a 20-inch together, and I put it over her head for her to wear it. And she was so thrilled to have that. And of course I let him keep it. Are you kidding me?
Right, exactly.
I wasn't going to fight over it, that's for sure. If you want it, you could have it. But she identified it. Galacta.
That's
I don't know
extremely fascinating. I've never heard of that in my life. That is amazing. Kalaka. So it had a crucifix on the chains. It had a crucifix, and what was the other one? Was it just a chain, or was there something else?
Yeah, it was a chain with the Italian horn on it, and then I had a blank chain that didn't have nothing. The 24-inch.
Wow, that is incredible.
No, and looked at the crucifix like she could identify that. That's the interpretation I got. I think, everybody want to say they come from the spaceships and all that. No, I think, I'm not real religious, but I think God made them. She identified what that was. She knew what that was. And pointed up to the sky, whatever that's supposed to mean. I don't know what universe or whatnot. A lot of people think they come from UFOs and all that.
Right, exactly. I've heard the same thing.
Yeah, I think they're part of God's creation.
So this
I only could tell you what happened to me. You know what I mean? And boy, at 24 years old, at that time, and I had a good job. I wouldn't tell nobody. I was general superintendent in charge of 3 refineries, building them down in Baytown. I wasn't about to say a peep about it, you know what I mean? Except, it must have been a deer or a bear, you know what I mean? I don't even know if there's bears in East Texas. I couldn't tell you. I don't know. I'm not a woods guy. That's the whole irony of this. You wouldn't catch me going to woods, and now I live in Georgia, and I live 30 miles outside of Georgia, in a little town called Dallas, Georgia, and they claim there's Bigfoots out here, but never been bothered. But if I was to have another one, I know exactly how to react to them. Don't be scared. Show kindness.
Well, I'm impressed, extremely impressed with your disposition when you started realizing that this wasn't a person in a Halloween outfit, that this was a real creature. And
Right.
It sounded like you remained really calm, and it sounded like you just went to work on helping her with this piece of your grill stuck in her leg.
Yeah. What else was it? Hey, if I saw a dog, if I hit a dog on the side of the street, I would stop, and if it wouldn't bite me, pick it up and take it to a veterinarian. I mean, it's an animal. It's a living thing. You know what I mean? I wouldn't just go by but I got caught blindsided. First I thought it was a human being, and then when I realized what it was, I didn't run. No, I was already committed. That thing was hurt.
Yeah. Well, it's just that, a dog and animals that are in the typical indigenous to an area, that's, we kind of expect that, deer and dogs and things. But with a creature like this that that most people say in general that's not supposed to exist, and they make fun of people that even remotely talk about these creatures, Bigfoot creatures existing, that here,
You know what? That's their ignorance. That's all I could tell you. People could make fun, Jack. I don't believe it until I see it. Well, friend, anybody that does that, when you have an encounter, then you tell me how you're going to act. I didn't have a choice of the matter. She was hurt, and then when the husband or the mate came, the big one, and he's standing over me and pissed that she's hurt and that I'm the one who done it, you know what I mean? They're not stupid thing. Man, I was committed.
Wow. So it sounds like you possibly made a good friend.
Yeah, and you know, the irony of the whole thing, I never went back there. Never. The only reason why I went up there was to take that girl home.
Did you ever, so you never spoke with her again?
No. But I knew exactly what she meant. After that, it dawned on me on the way, I'm crippling down. I'm trying to get to Houston, 40, 45 miles an hour, one headlight, and worried about my radiator leaking or the hoses. I had to check that out before, on the side of the road before I go, because there was nothing out in those woods. Nothing. No, nothing. I didn't want to be stranded out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So when they, the police kind of asked you some questions, did they keep digging, or once you said, I must have hit a bear or a deer, and they just kind of left it alone at that point in time?
They said it was okay, because that's how I found out that they took the samples of the blood on the hood of the truck. And then the hair, like I told you, I didn't even know hair collects around the rim and the tire. And that their report was, Rick, you hit some kind of animal. We just don't know what it is, but it wasn't human. And left it at that. Don't forget, back in the 70s, I don't think they had the technology like we got today.
Right. That's true. That's very true. They could just do a very probably generic analysis at that time and look at the hair samples with a data bank, but outside of that, they probably wanted to leave it alone as well.
Can you imagine if I told what happened out there, they would look at me like I was crazy or I was drugged up. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, that probably led into a litany of more questions and intense medical background and a whole host of other in-depth investigation.
Yeah, and all I tried to do was a gesture to give a girl a ride home because she couldn't make it there down in Houston, you know.
Wow. So with this, and you said it before, in looking back, what, when people talk about these encounters, like you said, how do you view this whole encounter that you had? I mean, the experience and everything.
I think my situation, other than a messed up truck, which I had insurance, so that was no big deal, right? I think I had a thing very, very few people would have, and I think I'm a pretty lucky guy to know for a fact that it is true. They are true animals. Mm-hmm. Do I resent them? No. I think there's a lot more of them, and I think they're a lot intelligent. I swear to God, when I came over that hill, I think she froze from the headlights because she didn't move. Like she froze, like those lights, you know what I'm saying? Hypnotized her, you know?
Right. It shouldn't have been an issue to blaze off that road, but maybe you're right. That probably is what happened.
Yeah, you see, my truck was stock, so it didn't have loud mufflers, no nothing, regular stock truck. Maybe she heard it, maybe she didn't, or I just came over that hill so quick, she froze. To me, that's what it looked like. She froze, and when we hit, I never had a chance to put the brakes on.
Well, that impact is incredible. I used to commute a lot on Oklahoma roads out in the, grass prairie lands and woods, and I can tell you I've seen a couple of instances where a couple of trucks have, traveling highway speeds, have hit a cow that got loose, and the cow is dead, and it's a big animal, and the truck is completely... kind of like you're describing your truck. If it's totaled, but the cow is we're talking 1,500, 2,000, 1 ton animal, and it's off in the ditch dead. So for her to still be living and getting that's incredible.
The hip was pushed out of whack. The hip, and that's when I showed him to pull her to try to say, what else can you do? You know what I mean? What am I going to do? Take them to the veterinarian? You know what I mean?
All right. So, but they understood that you were probably doing some hand motions.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, they're not stupid things. Are you kidding me? Far from stupid. Not ignorant at all. Very, very catch on real quick. What amazed me is when she pointed up to the sky, Galacta, talking about the crucifix. I don't know if she was telling me from the moon or from up in the air, like we believe God's up in the air. I don't know. That astounded me more than anything else, that she identified that crucifix.
Were they making any other sounds during the time beside her pointing up at the moon, going Kalaka, Kalaka? Or did they make any, besides her crying and you seeing the tears? Did he?
The little one was making noise, but I couldn't make out. I tell you what, if I didn't, I like to listen to, the Indian tribals, the dances, they make disc and they have that music and stuff like that.
Yeah, like at a powwow.
Yeah. Now, to me, the only way I could relate the way they talk was like that. Now, what breed of Indian, don't ask me. But I could relate the language between them was like tribal. I don't know how else to compare it, because it was like the sounds were like some of the tribal dances and stuff, that they talk,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So the little one was running around. Could you tell?
The little one at first, when I put the tourniquet on the mother to stop the bleeding, he was doing flips. He was standing next to his mother, and he kept on doing flips like Lucio Panzi would do. He was doing flips, so I took it that he was nervous or something, and the father would fucking nudge him, and he'd go rolling. That was the funniest thing, because like the father didn't approve what he was doing. In other words, act right. You know what I mean? That's the way I took it. I don't know how I didn't take it like that then, because I didn't know what the hell was going on. That I got, one creature I'm helping and 2 others. I maybe if I knew there was 2 others, maybe I would have took off. I don't know. But at the moment, there was nobody else there. And she asked and cried and had her hand out like to help me. That's the only thing I could tell you. That's the only reason why I went there. Because sometime, a wounded animal, like we talk about a dog or anything, man, they'll turn on you and try to chew you up.
Oh, right. Exactly.
So I had enough sense when it was that gesture to help me. I knew she wasn't going to hurt me. She was looking for my help.
Exactly.
I think they know a lot more we give them credit for.
I think you're right. Well, I know you're right. They are so engaged and so in tune and one with nature that I don't think, honestly, we can fathom the level of wildlife intellect that they really have in how they're one with nature. It's so far beyond our thinking. We may be highly advanced as human beings at creating computers and cars and airplanes that fly and all that, but when it comes to outdoors and their survival mechanisms and everything that is capable of keeping them thriving and surviving, I think we're far from it. I think they're far more superior in that regard.
Yeah. when the Annapolis happens to us, we won't know how to survive, but there'll be the standing creatures left.
Yeah. So when they walked off, after you gestured to the male how to help her, and you're probably talking and gesturing with your hands at the same time, and even the little one caught on to hold the mom's hands on that cable, that guardrail cable, and he jerked. Was there a popping sound, or did she scream or anything?
Oh, she screamed, but the waist went back into place. Between the waist and the hip there, the hip was pushed out when they yanked on it, and he looked, because when I showed him the curvature before they pulled on her, that he had to pull, he did that, and it got straightened out, and she seemed, to me, after that, of course, it was painful for the first nudge, but after that, it seemed like that she didn't have the pain like she had before.
So she had a hip dislocation, is what it sounds like to me.
I had to be.
Yeah.
It was out of whack. Hey, to get hit at 55, 60 miles an hour, and that's all the damage?
That's incredible.
Hey, kill a cow.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely it would. That is just
the
incredible.
Trucks were made better then. There was a 76 Dodge dually truck, so they were a lot more metal to them, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Not like a new truck that folds,
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
A lot of impact energy.
Yeah.
That is incredible. So when he lifted her up, did he carry her like we would carry somebody, or how did he lift her?
Like you would carry your wife through the threshold. Pick her up. She had her arms around his neck, or behind his head, I should say, and they walked through the woods there, and the little one was with them.
And it just followed behind?
Yeah, it would look like there was a trail, I guess, animal trail. I don't know what you call it. There was a trail through the woods. You could tell it was. What do you call those trails where the animals take root?
Yeah, like a well-beaten path.
Yeah, yeah. So I guess they were crossing the road, and the husband or the father and the child was ahead, and mom was behind. That's the only thing I could think of.
Wow, wouldn't that be amazing if this female was seen by someone out, and that here they are looking at this creature, and if they were close enough to see a necklace around her neck?
Yeah, that would be Rick's right there. Wouldn't that be something?
That would be...
No, you know what the crazy fucks would think? That they ate somebody.
Oh, I guess that's true. They probably would.
The way they got a bad rap the way it is, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, we've interviewed a few people that's had some really terrifying close encounters, but, in going back retrospectively to that particular encounter that I'm thinking of in my head, these creatures were provoked. Right. The people, the humans, had no clue that these creatures existed, and they provoked. They got too close to a family unit, and what really brought the humans in was rock throwing and or pine cone throwing or branch throwing. Otherwise, they'd have probably not got any closer, but they were provoked by the human being throwing stuff back at them. And that's what you don't want to do. But then again, they didn't know that. They didn't know that it was a Bigfoot throwing stuff. They thought it was a human being throwing things at them. And that's what kind of led into other things. But
well, I didn't know any better. And I guess my heart was bigger than my brains, because when she stuck her hand out like to help me, automatically I went to help, because I told you at first I thought it was somebody in a monkey suit. And then when I realized it's a creature, I was committed. Yeah. And I felt bad because I'm the one who caused the damage.
Right.
So there's all kinds of different people, you know what I mean? The big bad hunters in the woods, this and that. Let me tell you something. I don't think these big bad hunters that I hear about would even go try to help one. They turn around and run.
I have to agree with you. I do have to agree with you on that. It's you know, everybody's a legend in their own mind till you get out there and you really experience the woods and you stay in the woods. And if you ever come upon one, you know, to me, it takes a lot more courage to help a creature like this.
Lance, I was scared, but I didn't show my scaredness. In other words, I contained it. In other words, I just maintained my exposure because, you know, these animals, they sense everything. You know what I mean? And if I just maintained that, and I don't know, I just went into mode. You know what I mean?
Well, you were so focused, like you said, you were so focused on, okay, what do I do this? How do I help her? How do I tell them? How can we do? You were so focused on what to do, you almost overrode your fright there. You were subduing it. And so that I can see where that helped because you were still among them. You were working on her, you were touching her. Was there any odor with this family that you smelled?
You know, a sour smell, but they didn't. You know, they were not like a skunk. It was, you know, like, you know, for months and months, like a dog. You know, when you don't take care of a dog and you don't wash it, you know how it throws that odor, like.
Oh yeah, right, like a wet dog.
But not real severe. It was more like a pneumonia.
Huh. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Which may be, if it was an ammonia smell, you know, it could have been more of a urine type of smell from them. I'm not sure, or a secretion like a glands or sweat.
And you know, the funny thing about it, to make a joke about it now, I had to take a, and for no reason whatsoever, I was not going to go take a on the side there, because I didn't want them to think I was trying to establish the territory. You know what I mean? Like dogs do.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That'd have been a wrong time, I think.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But, boy, I relieved myself when I got to the truck and they went to the woods, boy. I tell you. But, you know, I don't know. It's a weird thing to explain. I mean, I just went into mode and to try to take care of it. I mean, focus on that. And then when I realized that they didn't mean no harm to me, I guess that it made it easier. You know, I don't know how to explain it.
Well, she took care of you for certain, because had that male come in, he would have picked you up like a twig.
Yeah.
And
oh, yeah. When she put her hand on my head and I watched her and she shook her head no, I really think at that moment he was going to f my life up. I wouldn't be talking to you today. I really believe that.
Yeah, they wouldn't have found you. They wouldn't have found you. I mean, who knows what he would have done, but they probably wouldn't have found you, and you sure wouldn't be here, because as strong as she is, who knows how strong he is, the males. And you say he was at least about 8 feet?
Yes.
How much do you think she weighed?
700-800 pounds, somewhere around there.
And you could obviously see that it was a she. She had breast and...
Yeah, she had boobs. I mean, I would say on a human, she was at least a 38C. If it was a human, you know what I mean? But, you know, the back is so big. But the cup was a C cup for sure, and big boobs.
And the male, you say at 8 feet, he probably weighed then close to 800-900 or more?
Easy. And you want to hear, I'm going to tell you something embarrassing that I'll tell you, I feel comfortable with you. When that big son of a bitch was hanging over me watching what I was doing to the mate, his ding-dong was hitting me in the back of the head, right? And I went to push. I thought it was his arm, and he did it twice. Press against me, and the second time he slapped my hand and that was funny. And it happened to be his private spot that was hitting me in the back of the head.
So he slapped you a little bit.
Yeah, he slapped me in the hand what the f*** are you doing? You know what I mean? I didn't know. I thought it was his arm. I didn't know.
Good Lord.
Because he was bending over me, towering me, watching exactly everything with the tourniquet and all that when I took the belt and the stick and put the pressure on. And the little one, when they get that moss, that's what floored me.
It knew. That's
Yeah.
incredible. That's high intelligence right there. I can tell you that's just an amazing degree of phenomenal intelligence that we just don't have the slightest clue.
No, we don't. No, it knew to pack the wound. And he gave it to me, presuming I knew exactly what I was doing. And that was the funniest thing. He brought that moss and pushed it in my hand. And then I went ahead. I said, okay, I'll pack Mama's wound. Yeah.
How did the little one look in the face compared to the mom and dad there? Did it look more like a monkey rather than the facial features of...
Half and half monkey, more toward what they look like, the face. But like I said, that when I mentioned the dog, the face of the dog, that skin. Because when I wiped her tears, you know, they say it was leather. People say leather looking. I guess if you look at it, one of those little dogs with their face, the pug pushed in, but it wasn't leather. It was on her face. That skin wasn't tough. When I wiped the tears, and I mean, when I wiped the tears, I couldn't believe it. And she knew then I was there, friendly. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. You were there with your heart for sure, rather than trying to do harm to her. She knew it was an accident.
Yeah.
I think she knew.
Yeah. And what amazed me, I think I was dead meat, is when she put her hand over my head, and I saw her to shake her head no, and he listened to her. He abide. That's what got me. He abide what she asked him to do, not to do nothing. That's the way I took it.
Well, that right there shows that there is a mutual respect for one another between the two, between even the, again, we know very little about social structure, let alone the relationship both the male and female have, aside from having offspring. But this shows an equal say in a matter, especially when it's high emotion. And I believe that they have emotion. And that, you know, when say it'd be no different, just like what you said earlier, if someone hurt your spouse, and you see them working on your spouse, you're going to let them kind of work on your spouse. You see that they're trying to care for, and like they know what they're doing, so you're going to let them continue to care for your spouse. And so that's kind of what he was doing. He was just supervising, watching, of course, you know, with I'm sure
that I don't do no harm to her.
Exactly. And she was allowing it, so he wasn't going to interrupt the matter. And so he has a great deal of respect for.
Well, that amazed me. That really amazed me. Because me, as a human being, I'm a male chauvinist pig. You know what I mean? But with them, it just showed me, you know what I mean? A whole different thing, you know?
Yeah. You wonder how far, you know, it almost sounds like there's in some respects, almost a better mutual relationship they have as these creatures, these beings, this species that we know very little of compared to humans. Humans don't even treat each other that well sometimes.
Yeah, that's true. Now, the big one, he was like jet black, the husband or whatever you want, the mate. She had through the moonlight, it was like dark, like a dark black, but blue, like a blue tint. And the little one, he had reddish tint to him, and I couldn't understand the different colors.
Well, that's definitely within the color range that's typical that most people have when they see these creatures in the daylight: red, brown, black, cinnamon color, reddish brown. And even some of the older ones, I'm guessing, would have, just like us, some gray or silver.
Right.
Interesting. And that area that you went through there, that's just a real thick, dense, wooded area on both sides of the highway, it sounds like.
I'm telling you, there was nothing on that road for freaking miles. Nothing. No gas station, no nothing.
Well,
when I was out in the woods.
Well, there's been sightings of these creatures close to proximity of towns, but for the most part, it kind of fits what we say is that usually they're going to be in the most remote, densest areas where there's very little people traffic, and where they want to be, in my opinion, they want to be left alone. Now, if they're hungry and they don't have to forage for food as much or hunt, and they have a couple farms where they can get some sheep or chickens or eggs or if it's in season, kind of berries or vegetables, they'll do that. But for the most part, I think that they are going to be in the most remote, thickest foliage you can find.
Well, I don't know. All I know, I could tell you what happened to me. I'm not a woods guy. Hunting don't interest me none. And I got a lot of buddies here in Georgia that I call rednecks. You know what I mean? The hunters and all that.
Yeah, that's where we live in redneck country ourselves. We would be considered those rednecks as well. Okay.
And hey, Rick, let's go hunting. Nope. And they get pissed off at me because every time, they ask me to go deer hunt. No, I'm not interested. No, I'm not interested. I use the excuse. I say, you might turn on me and blow my brains out in the woods there. They'll never find me. That's the excuse I use. I won't go out in the woods. I don't have to tell them what happened to me. That's something personal that happened to me. And, I don't need to be teased or joked or say, oh, Rick's going crazy. He's lost his mind,
Mm-hmm. No, I understand. Yeah, we fully understand. It's, a lot of people can't share. It's really hard because you really can't tell family. They'll think you started taking some drugs, and then you can't tell even a professional with a psychiatrist.
It never fucked me up like that mentally, the encounter would happen. Believe it or not, I just took it in stride. Something happened. I don't get nightmares about it. To me, it was something beautiful that happened because how many people have the opportunity to have an encounter in a good way?
Well, and with three of them.
Yeah.
With three of them, and you touched them. You touched them. I mean, to have contact with her and she reach out, and I mean, there's so many moments of this encounter that you have it's once in a lifetime because, I mean, she touched you.
You really think that's abnormal?
I can tell you this is one of the most interesting encounters I've ever heard. We've done one last year that was a very interesting encounter, but unfortunately it was a terrifying encounter that there was contact made on a human. But it was a scary encounter. But I go back on that one, and even that one, in my mind, it was being provoked. But yet, the two gentlemen didn't know they were provoking a creature. They thought it was a human being. They were ready to go on shore and for throwing rocks at them. And basically, it wasn't. It stepped out from behind a tree, and it was massively pissed.
Well, see, like you say, it's with the mentality you go with. If you go in there with the mentality you're going to kick somebody's ass or you're Billy Badass and you're going to do something, well, guess what? You better have enough ass to back it up. They found out they didn't have enough ass. You know what I mean? So, in a situation like that, somebody playing with you, you ask them to knock it off in a nice way. If you got the guns in your hand, what do you got to worry? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If somebody's throwing rocks. You think I'm going to throw rocks at somebody out in a boat there or near the shoreline and they got guns in their hands or something like that? Hell no. Those crazy probably shoot at me. You know what I mean?
No, you're right. You're right.
Common sense tells you. But, and I feel that fortunate. And I used to be a badass at one time and all that. And what had happened to me in 13 is that I died 4 times and they brought me back. And it had me looked at life a whole different view all over again, other than that experience I had,
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I don't know. I think about God put you on this earth. I'm not religious neither, but put you on this earth to serve, and my time wasn't ready if they brought me back 4 times, and I'm kicking right now as today, and that happened in 13. And I look at it this way, a lot of people, the religious people say, oh, God's got something still in the works for you. Maybe so. Maybe God returned the favor when I helped the creatures. I don't know. I mean, you could slice and dice these situations 80 different ways and get 80 different answers. It's how you want to look at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. It's no one really knows but God himself, and that's just it. With the plan in your life, and you put you at the why this happened. Could it be of happenstance? Maybe. Could it have been a pre-planned event? I mean, I don't know. It sounds odd, but if had it been another person that hit this creature, would they have run off and screamed? Probably. Probably.
Left it for dead. Who knows?
I think with your background, I think you just are matter of fact, and you acted on the moment, and that acting on the moment allowed you to stay in control, and you just kind of went plan A, plan B, plan C, and they saw that you were trying to help her, and they just kind of left you alone, and they were able to communicate. You were able to communicate with them. That's another first. I mean, kind of not only with her and the moon and saying kalaka kalaka and looking up, but also you're able to communicate, and they understood. You both understood what you were wanting them to do. You knew what the plan was, and they knew what the plan was. So there is some gesturing there and some verbal along with the hand gesturing that we can communicate with them. That's what it tells me. We can communicate with them even if we don't understand their language.
Well, that's if you want to.
That way, exactly.
Too, there's a lot of people that can't deal with that neither. You know what I'm saying? To see a creature and handle it that way neither. I mean, people get paranoid. Maybe you get scared out of them, and they do crazy things. You know what I mean? They just don't know how to handle the situation.
Yeah,
that's the way I look at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right there. Life experiences, I think, is what really kind of what we're saying, is that if you have a lot of kind of hard life experiences and you've somewhat of experienced life and death more so than the average person, I think that kind of and people that's been overseas and whatnot, and people in law enforcement and some hard situations, I think that allows you to it depends, I guess every situation is different, but how you're going to respond to a situation like that, I think, is about how you were brought up and everything life experiences to that moment.
Yeah.
So
where I live, I don't know if you heard of it. I just heard the other night, I was listening to the YouTube, and I don't know which people. They were from Carrollton, Georgia, and that's south of us here, and they keep on saying the Northwest, Georgia is where all the Bigfoots are, or Squatch. And, I live in my town is in that area, the Northwest. I live in the Northwest of Georgia. And I've seen, I got to take that back. The dogs go crazy, but, there's a lot of deer that run through and all that. I got 12 acres here and a pond, a 2-acre pond in front of my house. And I haven't seen anything yet. My daughter, I bought her a gator to drive around on the property, and it was funny. I'm in a construction business, okay? And we go riding around. Dad go riding. She's only 12 years old, so I go riding around with her on the property. And it was getting toward dusk, and I got a bunch of containers to store stuff on the property. And we drove by that, and we heard a noise, and it wasn't a deer. This thing grunted at us. My daughter, Dad, did you hear that? I says, yeah. I said, might be a Bigfoot, joking around. Dad, my daughter got scared. She said, Dad, there's something in the woods over there. So the next day, I have 3 boys that are in their 30s. Okay, my youngest daughter is 12. And I told one of the boys that there was something near the containers. We went behind the containers, which is the edge of the water of the pond, and we found a laid-down area in the grass there. It's like straw that grows up here wild, you know what I mean, if you don't maintain it. Right. And it had to be 10, 15 feet in diameter, and all that grass was laid down. But I was looking for footprints because the ground is very wet over there, like marshy. And
oh yeah,
I didn't see anything. So I'm not Bigfoot crazy neither. Just because that one incident happened, is it very possible they're in this area? And they're talking about Northwest Georgia. That's where I live. Well, I'll believe it when I see it, and then if it does come around, I will treat it the same way as I did the other one. And if there was nothing wrong and there was one there, I would show friendliness toward it and communicate. I'm not scared of those things. I'm not after the encounter I had. I'm not scared or paranoid. I would try to communicate with it.
Oh yeah.
You make me sound crazy, but
no, I don't think you are.
Huh?
I don't think you are. I think that it's fascinating to me that when people have had one encounter, like a real close encounter,
yeah,
it seems as though that there are a lot of people that's the only time they've had an encounter, just one, but there are clusters of people that have had more than one encounter, and a close encounter at that. So it could be possible.
I don't think they get it any closer than the way I got it closer. I mean, we're hands-on.
Yeah, you were hands-on. They were trying to communicate with you. You had I think the moment that was there's a lot of moments in this encounter that is just mind-blowing to me. Not only did she reach out for your help, but you were in contact with her. She protected you from the mail coming up.
Yeah, that was amazing to me.
And oh yeah, and then there was a little one there that she saw your necklaces. You put 2 together to make it big enough to go over her head, and she pointed up at the moon or sky, and Kalatka, whatever. I mean, if she had an understanding, just like you said, of God or something.
Universe, I don't know.
I don't know. And so that's one other aspect. I mean, she was crying. You wiped the tears. She knew you were there to help.
But you know what? I would take it more toward God, because the crucifix had Jesus Christ hanging on the crucifix, okay? And she looked at it and looked at it. Me, I would think, and when she said Galacta like that, and pointed up there, I think she identified with God, because there was the Jesus Christ hanging on a cross. I don't think it was the universe, because she kept on looking at it, and maybe because of the gold, and it was shiny in the moonlight. I don't know. But when she mentioned Galacta like that and pointed up there, to me, she knew exactly what she was looking at. That's the way I took it.
And the word again she was saying, does it start with a G or is it with a K, like Galaka or Kalaka?
No, Galaka. G, with a G, Galaka.
Galaka, okay. Yeah, well, it sure sounds like it. I mean, if she was seeing the crucifix there and making that sound, it sure seems like she knew what she was talking about. and
Yeah,
whatever.
she was identifying. To me, she was identifying what it was. And when she pointed up to the sky, I caught her drift. And in other words, I could relate to what she was talking about, the way we were pointing and doing the sign language. I'm not a sign language guy, but, just doing the motions. We were communicating, and at that moment, I took it that she was referring to God.
Wow. What an incredible first-time encounter. I mean, that's a lot of first in doing this one here. That's incredible. What an amazing event that happened in your life that you'll never forget, for sure.
It's like that. And the way I look at it, it's been in the past. And I look at it this way because, you put that in the back of your memory banks way back. Because, you can't really discuss it with anybody. Because they'll think you're a fool or crazy. And, I look at it as it was just a good experience. And that's the way I look at it. And I can honestly look at it with no fear, no nothing. You could tell the way I'm talking to you. I guess I'm talking calm. I don't get all excited. That's many years ago, too. You know what I mean? Maybe the novelty wore off. I don't know.
Right.
But
So
it never, I don't know. It was never where I had to go tell somebody neither. Do you know what I mean?
Right. No, I totally get it. I was just curious now. I contacted you through your son contacting us. He
okay. I was wondering how this came about.
Yeah.
They like to bullshit me like that. Okay, go ahead.
So that's why I wasn't quite sure if he had pre-mentioned that I would make contact.
Oh, no, surprise.
Oh, sorry about that. Well,
That's all right. No, that's okay.
He basically, the message that I got, I have a toll-free number that people can call, we can chat, and he said, you've got it, here's how it started. He said, you got to talk to my dad. Back in 1978 in East Texas, he had an encounter. You just got to call my dad. His name is Rick.
Really?
And then he forgot to leave the number. So then he called again and said, I'm sorry, I forgot to leave the number. You just got to talk to him. And his name is Rick. And that was all that was said.
Wow.
So
see, I really don't think when I told the boys, yeah, okay, Dad, right? They think I'm pulling their leg. They don't believe me.
Well, no, I mean, obviously you got something across to one of the boys.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, which one called me, but it sounded very interesting in his voice when he said that the message that was left. And I thought, I review my messages on the hour.
Uh-huh.
And when I heard that one, I thought, I got a call here, but I'm not sure if he was, if he's ready for me. So that's why I sent the text. You said, who is this? Basically, and that's always I get that quite a bit. And sometimes people want to talk, sometimes they don't, and that's fine. But the reason why my brothers and I started doing a show is that because of the people like you that's had encounters, we can learn from them. And now a few of them are terrifying. A lot of people we know listen to the shows for pure entertainment, but I always use the 80-20 Pareto principle rule that about 20% of the people listen because they've had encounters, and they want to know that they're not crazy too, that these things are real. They've had their own unique encounter. I would say the great majority of them are not terrifying. They were just a moment. They saw something cross a road, or they stood before something that didn't growl at them or anything, and it was a good encounter. But there's about 20% that want to know.
I don't believe they're there to hurt anybody. They just want to be left alone. That's the impression I got. I don't think they want to hurt anybody. And, you know, people make them out to be this and that, you know what I mean? That's their point of view or their version. But sometimes they neglect how they antagonize, you know what I mean? Or whatever they did, you know?
Right. Because it's that perception of that person's version of what the circumstances, what happened. And that's the hard part when you hear, you know, that they were, you know, were they truly attacked? What did occur? Were they provoked?
Right.
And so, but it's an accidental provoking is what I've seen. They just didn't know what they were doing. The human, that is. I've never heard one like this. This is pretty incredible encounter. Well, Rick, I can't thank you enough, buddy. I really appreciate your time. I know you were probably getting ready to do something, but it's been a pleasure. I've not quite heard anything like this. This is one of the most incredible interviews I've done. If something else blows my socks off, I don't know what it would be. This was pretty incredible.
So you mean to interact like that? That's unusual?
Yes. Yes, for a first-time interaction, that is very unusual. Well, Rick, I will keep your number, sir, and I can't thank you enough. It's been a pleasure in speaking with you, and a pleasure in having you just retell this after so many years. I'm sure it's burned in your brain, and it'll never leave you, but what a interesting, amazing encounter and interaction you had with these Bigfoot creatures. And you had a family with you. That's what was incredible, and wow, I have no words.
I think they traveled together, you know, as a family, I guess, for hunting or whatever. I guess they all hang together very tight, you know.
They must. They really must. They have
That's the impression I got, you know. But
well, safety.
You know, I don't know their lifestyle, you know.
Yeah, safety in numbers and very good insight into some things too for all of us to learn, for sure. I'll let you get about your day, Rick, and thank you so much. Well, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it, sir.
All right. You have a good one.
You too.
And this is just another instance of a historical encounter being reported through our show. But it could have happened yesterday given the similarities between this sighting and the others on the channel. And I'd just like to remind our listeners that it's never too late to report a sighting. So if you ever hear one of our shows and you think, wait a minute, that's what I saw all those years ago, then please get in touch with me. You might not be traumatized and you may have forgotten most of what happened, but we still want to hear from you. And of course, we can still help you in many ways, kind of sift through the memories to understand and possibly reconcile and cope with the event that occurred all so long ago. Another sighting from years ago, our next guest remembers it like it was yesterday. This gentleman recounts a terrifying experience he had one morning while delivering auto parts in a small and remote Oklahoma town. Just as he was leaving town, he witnessed one of the most bizarre and terrifying things in his entire life.
Well, this was back in like 2007, 2008. It had to be summertime. I was hauling auto parts to the western half of Oklahoma for a company that I worked for at the time that had a contract with them. I was a subcontractor. It was about 2:30 in the morning because you have to run all the way to Gary, you know, go all the way up to Fort Supply, or I think that's what it's called. I can't remember. It's been so many years. Coming back down through Woodward, and there's an auto body shop in Byside, Oklahoma. I think it's off I don't remember, it's Broadway Street or Highway 34. That's what it turns into. Well, it was like I said, about anywhere from like 2 to 3:30 at night in the morning, and I just dropped off the stuff, and I'm out there, I mean, literally by myself. Nobody's around for miles. I mean, at that time of night in backwards country towns or back country woods, ain't nobody up at that time. So I hauled up, get out of town because it's only 55 and then it kicks over into 70. So I come across the corner where it connects from the main drag in Byside, and we come around the corner and it turns into big kind of like an arch in the road. I'm in there, and then I reach for my lighter because I smoke, and my center console, and it was in a 24-foot box truck, and it was international. Some things are pretty tall.
Right.
So as I'm grabbing in with my right hand, grabbing into the thing, and I see something staring at me. and I'm doing 70 miles an hour. Keep that in mind, okay? Hey, that's not supposed to happen. You're not supposed to see something, and I think maybe somebody jumped on the side of my truck. I looked at it, and I can't really make out its features, but, man, that ain't nothing like I've ever seen before in my life. I'll tell you right now, that is one of the, not really scary. I've seen some other things in my life that have made me question things. With this, I didn't know what it was, but it looked at me. And it kind of, the feeling I got from it, man, I don't know if that's a thing, but it's like it was amused with me and the look on my face, because I'm like just pure shock. That thing had to be like 10 foot tall, 10 foot tall, somewhere in that range.
Good Lord.
Okay, maybe 8 foot. I mean, this thing was huge. It was massive. Its head was just, I mean, I've never seen something that big, and it was like, I don't know, it was like black, brownish, dark brown fur. Oh, I mean, you know, like the traditional thing, man. And I've struggled with that for a long time, because every time I've only told a handful of people, and they laughed at me. You know, they think I'm crazy, because, you know, I've been overseas and stuff like that, served my country, and I've seen some pretty crazy things, like when we go out on missions and stuff like that, and you're out in the woods or something, and then you hear it get pin drop quiet, there's an apex predator around, because everybody else gets quiet in the woods, man.
That's right.
I know that. So it was just one of those things, and then it leapt off, and on my right-hand side, it leapt off and behind the brush line, and I had to think about that for the rest of the night, so let's put it that way.
Wow. Well, I tell you, first of all, I just want to say thank you so much for my brothers and I for your service. We highly respect you and the men and women that serve, so thank you. And how old were you at that time when this occurred back in 2007 and 8?
Oh, dude, I was 37 now, 26, 27, somewhere in that time frame, yeah.
Okay, and about what time of the year was this?
It was September, October-ish.
Okay, and you were delivering sod. You said, did I hear that right?
No, automotive parts.
Oh, automotive parts. I'm sorry, it cut out there.
Fenders and stuff like that. I get it, man. I get it.
Okay, so automotive parts, and now I know that area. I've been out there a few times, and it is very isolated. There's a house here and there, a farmstead here and there, but there's hardly anyone of I wouldn't call a bedroom community per se. It's just once you get out of those small towns, it's just desolate.
Right.
And
right where that road turns to, like you're heading towards, like you're going to Elk City, there's this other little automotive shop. You know what I'm talking about? There's like this long, orange-looking building on the left-hand side that had one light at the front. I remember this. I didn't have to go there that night. That's how come I remember that. So, just saying, it's just things that burned in my mind. But yeah, it's really isolated, brother. It's really isolated up there.
Yeah.
Nothing around for miles.
Now, this occurred around a corner, you say, kind of a bend, correct?
Yeah, where the road turns, like to the left, to the right, it arches to the right. You know what I'm saying? If you're looking on the map, it's a straight run, and then when it starts to arch to the right, that's where all this happened. And it happened with a span of, I would say, no more than an eighth to a quarter of a mile. All this went down that quick.
Eighth to a quarter of a mile. Wow.
Yeah.
I was going to ask.
Real fast.
So your cab on this international, and I'm picturing in my head what you're talking about. You're setting up pretty high up. I mean, this is like
That's what I'm saying. It was eye level with me, man.
That's crazy.
I mean, I might not be accurate saying it's like 10 foot tall, maybe an over-exaggeration.
Well,
but I'm going to say it's anywhere from 8 to 9.5 feet tall, because that is about that length.
Well,
I'm 5'9", 5'10".
So I would say you're right. Conservatively speaking, setting in those air seats, I don't know if they have any air seats up in those internationals or not, but when you set up there, your head level is at least a ceiling height, which is 8 foot tall. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
At a minimum.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I'm trying not to embellish too much or anything, because I don't want people to do that. I mean, I'm really observant when it comes to stuff like that, because that's just the thing they taught me when I was in the military, man. You have to, do your reports and stuff like that, assess all that other good stuff when you come across combatants or whatever. And you have to take every small little detail into consideration. And that's what I try to. I mean, it's been 12 years 11 years, something like that. It's been a long time, but I still remember it like it was just yesterday.
I'm sure you do. You don't forget something like that, for sure.
No, man. It startled me. I'm going to say that. It didn't quite terrify me because, you know, I look at things like that differently. If it's my time, it's my time, and if that's what's going to do me in, that's what's going to do me in. So, it's just one of those things.
Sure. Well,
but
now, when this occurred, this was at night, in the evening. What, again?
It was 2 to 3:30 in the morning.
Oh, wow. So it was the moon out, do you remember, or was just pitch?
It was pitch black dark, man. Pitch black dark.
So when you saw this driving around this corner, this curve, and you took a glance out of your peripheral vision on the passenger side of seeing this thing, could you make out at all any type of facial features?
Yeah, his eyes were extremely human. That's the one thing I do remember. I've looked into many people's eyes in my time I've been alive, and that was a human look. I mean, the eyes were very human. It wasn't some creature or anything else like that. It was, but I don't know what it was. But when I was looking at it, it looked at me, and I've been in some stuff, and that look I got from that animal creature saying man, ape, whatever it was, that had some serious intelligence in its eyes. It knew exactly what it was doing, why it was doing it, and just to get a kick out of life. That's what I'm going to tell you right now. I know that. I get chills saying that because that look, I can't forget it. Its pupils weren't slitted, any stupid stuff like that. It wasn't some kind of reptile or weird, cat man, whatever you want to call it. This thing had intelligence, and I can tell that. And the most frightening thing about it is the level of intelligence that I got from it. It's like if I was staring at you and you were messing with me in a very dangerous situation, and I could tell that you're a very intelligent man, but you're very dangerous.
Exactly. Wow. So when you saw the facial, you saw the eyes, were they colored? Were they just black? I mean, I know it was dark. I mean, early in the morning it was black.
They were, that's why I can say it was brown. I don't know if that makes sense, but light brown is the only thing that comes to mind when I look back at that situation. They were deep back in the head. It had a very prominent forehead. You know what I'm saying? Nose was relatively big, but not like overly embellished, if that makes sense.
Yes.
The teeth were, I don't know, white as the moon. I mean, you could see that the teeth. They're about, I have to say, like the canine things on this thing were probably about the size of my pinky. I know that doesn't give you a good reference, but if you look at your pinky, that's about the size of a thing that I saw, or the tooth, or whatever it was, in its mouth. Maybe that's an exaggeration of my mind. Maybe because my mind plays tricks on me, as it does everybody else. But that's kind of what I'm getting from it.
Well, tell me this, and I'm not trying to read into or out of this at all, but now there have been, I'm not sure if you've listened to any of these shows like we have online, on YouTube or podcasts, but there has been in the last couple of years we've had a lot of Bigfoot sightings across the United States and internationally for sure, but have you heard about this creature called a Dogman?
No, man, I ain't heard nothing about that, no.
Okay, so this creature has come on the scene very fast in the last couple of years, but historically it's been mentioned by different cultures, different Indian tribes across the U.S. and other cultures internationally. But this creature has been seen in and around Oklahoma numerous times, and it has an affinity and an intelligent ability to walk upright, be anywhere from 7 to 9 feet in height, and has extreme agility and speed. And there's a couple of instances where these creatures have run alongside of cars going down the highway at highway speeds.
Oh, wow.
And they will try to, on one instance, on another show, it tried to open the door. The guy had its window down and it stuck its head in, trying to open the door while he was going around the corner. Ironically, this gentleman was going around a curve as well. Which,
oh, wow.
Which was, I'm just thinking of a show, and that very, very ironic here. So do you know, going back to the facial feature, do you know if it had like a muzzle-like dog canine?
I didn't see an elongated snout at all, to be completely honest with you. I mean, I didn't, because that would have been a very prominent feature, because I think I would have seen the teeth, snout, stuff like that, versus I would have seen, you know, the eyes first. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Exactly.
I have a dog lover, so that
Sure.
just makes sense. But
Absolutely. I just thought I would have asked there. So you saw more of a forehead and the eyes and this intelligence, and then you did catch a glimpse of a canine tooth.
Teeth. Yeah, canine teeth. Yeah,
okay.
something like that, yeah. I don't know. I mean, that's where my memory starts phasing out, but like I said, because it's been so long, if you had asked me 10 years ago, I could have told you exactly. I could have probably drawn you something. I mean, I'm not kidding you, but now it's been so long. I've had daughters since 10 years.
So when you were traveling highway speeds, you said around 70 around this bend. Is that right? And did it try to, besides kind of playing with you, as you state, did it try to open the door, bang on the door, or nothing? Anything like that?
No, it was just running, man. It was like it was a game. Like, I mean, the way that I can tell you, dude, is I've got very, very, very good situational awareness. Okay, I know when people are watching me. I know when stuff's fixing to happen. And when I was in that town, in the town square, thinking back, it was like I was out this heightened sense out because I felt something was watching me or something like that. And I'm not just saying it now just to say it, but I do remember that because it was pretty eerie how quiet everything was to me. And I remember that. And it was just, I think it had been following me for a while. Whatever it was, it had been following me for a while. It was the only thing out of the road. And it was like, hey, let's go have some fun. You know? So, I mean, because normally in that town, when you roll in, the dogs start barking.
Uh-huh.
You know?
Yep.
And it's a small town, so the houses are closer together. The further out you get, the more spread out they get. As you know, in Oklahoma, that's just the way that it is, the way I see it.
Sure.
And it's right by a neighborhood, like a small residential neighborhood, in town of Byside. And it was just, every time I go in, the dogs are barking in that neighborhood. Because they hear me. That's the only thing they hear. Bark, 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 you know?
Right. And this was off of Highway 34?
Yeah, it's Broadway Street or something like that. I have to look at the map again, but I think the lady I talked to today sent you a picture of all that. I don't know if she did or not.
You know, it sounds like you're an outdoors guy, obviously, being military, and I believe you're in Florida now. Has this changed any belief or anything when you go out into the woods, whether you hunt or camp or hike or anything like that?
Man, I'm going to tell you this. I haven't been in the woods since, not really because of that, but I haven't had really an opportunity. But I'm always listening. I do believe in that. I do believe 100% that they are real. I'm a firm believer. I'm a very logical individual. I don't believe in half-baked ideas. I need logical proof, evidence. If I can't touch it, I don't believe it. You know what I'm saying?
I understand.
And I believe this stuff. It's 100% real. You know, and furthermore, it goes into the line of, you know, every time there's some kind of incident like this, the government gets involved. Well, why is that? Why does the government show up? Well, what do they have to do with, you know, missing hikers? You know what I'm saying? Like in the Pac West. I followed that. And it's like, when these people just randomly disappear and then their clothes show up, it's like, why is the government involved?
Well,
that's a local thing that the local authorities should be handling.
Well, you know, that brings up an interesting question, which you've hit it right on the head here. Do you know, now, when you had this happen, who did you tell or share this incident with? You said some people laughed at you. Who did you share?
Yeah.
Who did you share it with first?
Okay, so my buddy back home, he's my best friend. He's been my best friend for 20 plus years now. I told him, and he believed me because, you know, he listens to me and he knows when I'm full of, you know, crap. He knows when I'm BSing, and he knew I wasn't kidding because the look in my face was like, "Man, I'm dead serious." This is real. I've talked to some other people, and some of these fellas, people of them have seen them, and they were telling me that they migrate. Like, these are people out in the woods, out in, like, out the panhandle of Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
There ain't nothing for miles.
Right.
And they were saying that they do tend to migrate from the Pac West to Oklahoma for whatever unknown reason. They don't know, but they just said that they've seen them running back and forth every so often. Not very often, but like 40 years, about a handful, maybe 2 handfuls at a time. So, and multiples. So it's just one of those weird things, man. I would love to find out more about it. And when Karen was talking about there's one out here, I'm interested, man. I want to go see this.
Yeah, there's you're in a state that is probably the second most. We have more calls in Florida, and probably number 1 is Ohio, and then Oklahoma is number 3. Now that's just, it could be just how the amount of people listening from those areas too that call in. But so you told your buddy. He believed you. Mm-hmm. Did you share this with anyone else over the years, and what did they believe?
Yeah, I told one of the office manager here. I'm the operations manager here at a stone company, and he's the office manager. And I was just sitting around and was talking to him about it, and he's just like, "You're crazy. That stuff ain't real." And I was like, "Man, what you want to believe, dude?" And the owner of the company here, he's a wholeheartedly cryptid head, whatever you want to call it. He's like, "Yeah, that's real." So I haven't really told too many people, because it's not one of those things that you tell people. You know what I'm saying? It's just, I don't know. Maybe I was raised a little different, and being from Oklahoma, it's just I don't know.
Well,
it's just, if you think it's crazy, people are going to think you're crazy.
Well, and that's just it. It's so far removed from our normal environment of what we see every day and the animals we know that exist in an area indigenously, that when we see something that like this, it's supposed to only exist in movies, and so when you tell somebody this, the natural inclination is that they're going to think you're just trying to gain attention. You really saw a Brahma bull running next to you going 70 miles an hour.
Yeah.
You were really going 15 miles an hour, and you thought you were doing 70. I mean, everybody's going to see, here's the thing. People, it's too frightening to think of the reality of what you just told them, because it goes against every fiber of their being that if they remotely believe that these creatures do exist, that's way too frightening to even conceive that thought. And it frightens them. And a lot of people get angry if you push it too much. Yeah. They'll just say, "I told you, that's crazy, and leave me alone."
Yeah, because, like, my wife, I love this woman, she's a soulmate and everything, but I tell her about that stuff, she's like, "No, I believe you, but I just don't want to hear about it." I'm like, "Why?" She goes, "Because it could be real." And she goes, I don't want to live in a world where those kinds of things could be real. She goes, "I want to live in my bubble where, crazy stuff like that doesn't happen." She goes, "Now, if I was born that way, and I saw this stuff from the day I was born till the day I died, then it would be commonplace." She goes, "But," she's like, "Sweetheart, this isn't commonplace for me." And I'm like, I understand that. I mean, I can respect that. People get scared about things they don't quite understand.
We always do. Yeah, we always fear what we don't understand. Yeah. And that's human nature, and especially our wives. And my wife, she knows that what I do, but I'm very careful about sharing anything with her about certain stories and events and where I go, because I don't want her to be frightened. Stories that have come out, these encounters of what happened to this person and that person, especially in Oklahoma. So I can definitely understand your position there and her position as well. Did you know after, let me back up. Before or after this event that took place with you, do you know if anyone else in that area had any stories that have come around or any encounters in that area? Did you ever check into that or hear of anything?
I didn't. Not really, man. I mean, I didn't really talk about it too much after that, because, I'm a flow processing type kind of guy when it comes to weird stuff like that. I haven't heard anybody say anything, except for some old timers. That's about it. I mean, that's not any people my age or, 10, 20 years older than me. They had to be like 30, 40 years older than me, because them guys don't care. They're like, I saw what I saw, you can believe it or not.
Exactly.
So, and I didn't really do too much digging into it until here within the past 2 years, since I moved back to Florida, because I moved back to Oklahoma and lived there for about a year, and then I got my job here. I got offered a job because one of the company offered me a deal I couldn't refuse. So he's like, yeah, I just need you here to help me because he opened the business. So I've been here for 2 years now, and ever since I got back within the last, I think, year and a half, I've been really thinking about it. And I don't know why, but it's just really been bothering me. It's really been on my mind, and I don't know why, but it's incessant. It won't stop.
Exactly. And go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sometimes that's all I can think about, and it's very distracting. And I don't know what that is.
Well,
I can't explain it.
I think the human mind goes there in an attempt to explain the world around us, and that's just human nature. We want to be able to explain how this. It's kind of like, I love watching these magic shows on television, and my mind is always in that phase of how did they do that? How do they do that? And I'm still going to bed trying to figure out how that guy on the television, this magician, did that trick. And It was very, trick of the, sleight of the hand and this and that. Well, I think the mind naturally wants to go to understanding. And when you see something in the flesh and blood that this wasn't anything that you ever have seen before that fits your idea of what exists, your mind goes in an obsession mode to try and explain this, figure it out. What was it doing? Why did it follow me? What the heck is it doing here? How long has it been here? And your mind goes, and it's this obsession that is just, it's always in the back of your mind trying to figure more and more. So tell me this, in your mind, based on what you saw, would you call it a Bigfoot or a Sasquatch creature?
What I call it what now?
In your mind, based on what you saw, the height and everything, based on what you think it might be, would you call it a Bigfoot or a Sasquatch?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I've always referred to it as, a Bigfoot or a Sasquatch. I mean, that's the only thing that comes to mind. I mean, like I said, man, my mind could have blown certain aspects out of proportion. I'm not deluded in thinking that my way, like, oh, I remember it 100%. No. I do remember certain key things that I'll never forget, and I'll die with me, and I'll take it to my grave. But, I mean, it just, the way that it was, it just looked like, almost like a person, but it couldn't be a person. I've never met a person that tall. I've never met a person that big of a head. You know what I'm saying? Those big of eyes, you know what I'm saying? That type of a forehead, you know what I'm saying? And it was just, I've never met anybody that could run, damn near 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, Usain Bolt is fast, but not that fast.
Huh?
Usain Bolt, the world-class Olympic runner, he's fast, but he's not that fast.
No, man, that had to be some type of, creature of some nature. It's just, man, and the thing about it is what really bothers me is I want to see it. I want to see this thing in person so that my mind will shut up. You know what I'm saying?
I understand.
Not that I don't believe that it's real, because I'm a 100% believer that this stuff is 100% real. I don't believe people who are, the naysayers and the haters, if you will. I believe this stuff is real because, man, we go back thousands of years. This stuff's been all over the world. It's not just isolated in the United States, man. We go look at, there's one in Afghanistan, because they've got mountains and stuff. We go to the Himalayas. They've got, you know what I'm saying, different. And then China, they've got different ones in China that aren't as tall. They've got some in Vietnam. They're not as tall either. They're shorter in stature, stuff like that. But they're all over the world. So, I mean, and then they want to go, oh, well, why haven't we found them? Well, man, the North American ape wasn't found until, 10 years ago or something like that. This whole troop of gorillas was sitting there, and y'all couldn't even find it, but you had reports of it. So you're telling me that this isn't real.
Well,
okay.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you bring up a very logical point here. My son and I were having this conversation, and he was doing a report, or we were talking about just the oceans, not the land masses, but ocean alone. There's only about 5% of the oceanic floors have been explored. About 95% have not been explored. Isn't that mind-boggling? So if the ocean floors, which is vast, of course, I think that, it's very easily to understand and very plausible that our land masses have not been yet explored. We know they're present.
Right.
We know they exist, but has man been on every square inch? I would venture to say no.
No. And also, they were like one of my friends who's a naysayer, he's like, well, how come we haven't found a skeleton? I was like, have you ever been in the woods, man? Have you ever spent any amount of time in the woods? I was like, have you ever been in the woods where bears are? Have you ever found a bear carcass? Have you ever found bear remains? I'm like, the woods is inhospitable to remains. It'll deteriorate it faster than anywhere else. Don't know why. Can't explain that. Maybe there's some scientific reasoning for it. I'm just a simple guy, but it's not hospitable for those remains. And also, I told him, I was like, look, man, the thing about it is how much of the apes remains have been found. I'm like, we've only got anywhere from 7 to 14% for going back to the beginning of time. I'm like, they say the missing link. I'm like, there's more than just a missing link. If you look at the demographic there, on the scale, it's vast. It starts at one point and then it kicks over probably about 20, 30 million years later, something like that. And so you're telling me that we know everything that's going on? No, man, I can't believe that.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. The logic of saying we've explored everything, done everything, been there, done that is illogical.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense to see the vastness of our landmass and oceanic floors to say that we know everything. I don't think so. So that means that if you leave a little bit open to the possibility of other creatures or beings living on this planet with us, it's very, very, very likely. In fact, I know it's likely because there's too many credible people that have had these close encounters and been eyewitnesses to these creatures. And it's just not Bigfoot creatures. There's other creatures out there, too.
I know.
There's other creatures out there. And how many different kinds? I have no idea. Where they all came from, I can't tell you that either. But there's too many credible people that are sound mind, have very detailed like occupations that they will repeat things that is just incredible. So
who was it? Teddy Roosevelt? He was a great hunter, or was it Theodore? It was Teddy. I think Teddy Roosevelt.
Teddy Roosevelt.
Back in the day, he wrote a book about hunting and stuff like that. And he actually there was I think that's his name. Don't quote me on that. I don't know my presidents as well as I should. But one of our presidents was a hunter, and he wrote a book about this. And he mentioned something about a Sasquatch in there.
Yes,
of some nature.
I believe, I haven't read it yet, but I believe that is correct. I'm sure that our listeners will know who it is, but Teddy Roosevelt was an outdoor enthusiast, and so he was, I think you're correct there. So,
and then I want to say something else. I'm not trying to promote anybody else's channel, but I watched one survival guy, because I'm only watching survival channels, and this one Canadian guy, he's got a big old red beard. I don't know if you know who he is, but he was talking about, because they were off in Canada. They live in Canada.
Okay.
And he goes, well, we have to, keep our fish in the water, but we have to make sure that, Sasquatch doesn't come and get them. He said that so nonchalantly one time. I was just sitting there watching that. I'm like, I'm not even kidding you. He rattled it off. Like, it was so nonchalant how he said this. He goes, well, the Sasquatch will come and get our fish, our trout.
Well,
I don't know if he was being serious, but, I mean, the way he said it, still being nonchalant, his buddy didn't even raise an eyebrow at it. I'm like, yeah.
Well, and there's certain native tribes here in Oklahoma. I remember interviewing a lady for a position I had some years and years ago when I lived in Weatherford, Oklahoma. She lived on a reservation with her family, and we were chatting during the interview, and she just said very nonchalantly, I asked her how her weekend was, and she said, oh, we had a powwow, and then we had a sweat. And then we had a lot of food. We have more food than we know what to do with. And then we went and fed the tall walkers, and then we went back house, and I said, whoa, back up. You fed what? She said, well, and she hesitated, and then she looked down, and then she looked at me. She said, we fed the tall walkers. I said, fed the tall walkers? What do you mean? She said, well, white man will call them Bigfoot, Sasquatch, and we call them the protectors. And I said, what do they look like? She said, well, it's a Bigfoot. She said, we have a special place that we've been feeding them for years, and it's kept secret, and we don't tell anyone else, and we don't talk about it. The elders won't let us talk about it. And I said, well, what do you do? She says, well, we all know where to go, and we cut up bowls of fruit, and the men take these bowls of fruit and put them on plates, like paper plates, on the edge of this trees, and then they come back to the road, which is about 150 yards away, and we all get our chairs out next to the trucks, and we put our chairs out, our picnic chairs, and we just watch them come out of the trees to eat the fruit. And I said, wow. You watch them come out and eat? She said, yes. I said, do they ever come up to you guys? She said, sometimes. And I said, what do you do? She said, you just look down at the ground, and they're walking around you, amongst you, and then they leave. And she just nonchalantly said that, just like you said that this gentleman in Canada.
Yeah.
It was like a no big deal. She just like everyday conversation. And then she realized that when I told her to back up, she was like, well, you guys know them as Bigfoot, but we've known about them for years. They're real. And we just don't really talk about it much because our elders told us not to.
Yeah, I'm 100% real, and I would love to see one, like, in person.
Well,
I mean, because they're so elusive, though, man.
I think you hit it on the head earlier when you said they're so smart. You saw that intelligence in the eyes, and I think when you have an intelligence like that, they're going to know you're in the woods before you even step in the woods. And so
that's the thing. They're the true masters of the woods.
Yes.
Man. It's like anybody who does something and you perfect that craft and it becomes first nature instead of second nature. That's when you're a true master. Like you said, man, they know you're there before you're going to be there.
Well, and that's and that brings up so many different tangents we could get off, but I won't right now. But I know one of the biggest ones that people will say, well, I've been putting the deer camera out for 25 years, and I haven't got anything like that on there. And I'm saying, well, sir, here's what I say to that. Number one, you're getting game pictures of animals that have a primal self-awareness, like a deer. A deer is born. It knows how to eat, poop, drink water, and breed, and hide, and use cover as concealment. But it's a primal intelligence. It's not a self-aware type of intelligence. Whereas these creatures, when you put a camera on a tree meant for a lower intelligent animal, that's like me going to your house and shifting your furniture around. You're going to know something's not right, and whether
you're going to be able to smell it.
You'll smell it. You might even hear the high pitch electronics or feel the EMF off of it. And now, do I know that for a fact? No. But if you've been in the woods your whole life and you put something foreign strapped on a tree, do you think it might make a sound that you can't hear as a human, but it can hear? Maybe. And
they can hear each other halfway across the forest.
Exactly. I mean, their range of hearing, we don't know the decibels at all. Humans can go from a low level hertz up to 20,000, but that's when we lose it. We can't hear that. So maybe these game cameras can go a higher or we just can't hear it at that level. But smells are another thing. And sight. Yeah. So I just tell guys, look, if you're relying on infrared game cameras, number one, I think they can see the infrared spectrum. Very brilliant. It's probably like a lighthouse to them. And number two, I just think they're going to smell it, and they're going to see it in the daytime, and they're going to hear electronics in it that we can't hear. So don't even rely on game cameras to be a source of provability that these creatures don't exist. I said, you're going to have to rely on just having a happenstance encounter, which actually I really don't hope you have one, is what I tell them.
Yeah.
Or you're going to have a moment where it's an uh-oh moment where you accidentally come upon one either while you're hunting, hiking, boating, fishing, and I hope at that point in time it's not aggressive or it thinks you're intruding on its territory.
Yeah, you're a threat because they are the true apex predators out there.
Exactly. I know I've taken your time up. If you see anything or anything in the future, this is my personal cell phone. You can call me anytime, 24/7. And do you have any last words, just kind of in closing here, that you would like to? Because a lot of our listeners have had experiences not quite exactly like yours, but they've had encounters that it terrified them. They're just bewildered. Do you have any closing comments for people that are on the fence, that are listening, and they just don't know anything to share?
It's the thing about it is you're not crazy. All right. I mean, first and foremost, you saw something you can't explain. What you do? We see things every day we can't explain. Do you tell somebody? That's your discretion. I mean, but the simple fact of the matter is nothing. If you have certain situations that happen to you like that, be thankful that you got it, because a lot of people search their whole lives for it and never see it. Never have that happen. It's truly it's an experience, man. It's like looking at a tornado from 100 miles away. That's an exaggeration, but say 5 miles away and it never touching you. It's a beautiful sight. I mean, it's a marvelous thing. I wouldn't recommend people actively seeking it. I mean, I do, but I mean, these things can be pretty aggressive. They're like make a gorilla look like a weakling. So I mean, they're pretty hefty, man. But to the people out there that have seen it and they don't want to say nothing, man, that's cool. But understand that there's people out there that have seen this stuff, and we believe it, and we know it's real. So,
lastly here, just ask if you thought that this encounter that you had was a blessing, a curse, or indifferent.
It's not. It's not a bless. It's not a curse. I mean, why did it pick me? Because it was probably bored. Was it awesome? Yeah. I mean, I'm not scared of it. I mean, because it didn't mean me no harm. I mean, honestly, if it would have made me harm, that truck could have probably been ripped up off the road. I'm not delusional about that. But indifferent, no. I think it's pretty awesome. I mean, that you get to see something that you just can't explain, and it gives you a quest to try to seek the truth. I mean, that gives you a purpose in a sense. It doesn't mean that you need to obsess and quit your job and do all that. It just means that you have now something you have nothing to look forward to, then this is it. This is something that you can divert all your time to. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
It's like a hobby. Some people find it a hobby.
On our show, we make no bones about it. We're Christian men, but yet we try to seek these out, help people understand what these are. Mm-hmm. It doesn't shake our faith at all, and we're just ordinary guys. We have families. We have occupations. I'm doing this now full time. Do you think there is a biblical perspective in seeing this creature at all?
I don't know. I haven't really looked at it in that perspective. I mean, I can. Maybe. I mean, some people have referred to it as, Cain or Abel or the guy that got casted out and went to live with the city of men. I mean, if you want to look at it kind of like that, but I mean, I don't really know. I'm a God-fearing man myself, so I mean, I do believe in God and all that stuff. But I don't know. But I don't know that. But the thing about it is God does everything by design. These things are here. These creatures are here for a reason. And now, for what purpose, I don't know. What his grand design is for all that. But I don't believe in happenstance. I don't believe in coincidence. That they just mystically showed up one day.
Gotcha.
So.
Well, I just wanted to get your unique perspective, and just I always like getting people's perspective on what they think and how come, and especially, you've already said it, what you think it was doing was just kind of entertaining itself, as well as showing you some capabilities that it had.
Yeah, it's like, hey man, look, you're not the only one out here. Look at me.
What a way to find out. Oh, my God.
You know.
Amazing.
Yeah, and I look back at it and I kind of laugh at it nowadays because it's like, you know, this thing could have easily done something if it really wanted to. Like I said, it's intelligent, it's quick, it's fast. You better believe it's strong. I mean, if it can run that fast, somebody could probably kick a cow through a house. I'm just going to say.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure it would have no problem.
They're just like us, and they have to have recreational amusement. Now, sometimes it goes a little too far, probably, yeah. But they're just like human beings. They play pranks on people, probably. I mean, look at all the dumb stuff that they've done over in the history. I mean, I mean, you know what I'm saying, though. I mean, they pull pranks on people, mess with people. I mean, sometimes taking it a little too far. I'm not going to, they haven't, but, yeah, man. Well, if I could run that fast and do all that, would I do that to somebody? Yeah, probably. I'm not going to lie about it. I mean,
no. I mean, you can't. I mean, if they're out in the woods, they need. You know, you see something with a bunch of lights on it, and something that is running down this long stretch of a trail called a highway that's nice and smooth, and you know, who knows what the purpose was, but I'm sure there's some entertainment value, some shock value, and I'm sure they were just kind of toying. Let me see what this cat's going to do. And it's just odd that this is the second time I've heard that a creature running alongside an automobile around a corner while they were doing highway speeds. That's
yeah. I mean, it's the thing about it is, if you think about it tactically, I mean, if you head in a straight line across on a curve, you should be able to get there quicker. So I mean, it just they get to you quicker. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, that makes a lot more sense to me. I mean, do I know why on the curve? I'm not one to even speculate on that one.
So, and then it just kind of faded out after it was an 8.
Yeah, it almost kind of like leapt away. You know what I'm saying? It's like, whoop.
Wow.
Almost. I mean, I couldn't really see, but I'm just saying in my mind, that's what I see it doing, is just jumping away. So, but who knows really what it did? It probably just ran off and darted through the woods.
Got ready for the next car coming. Yeah, that would be scary. I'd hate to have a flat tire on that corner.
Oh my God. Yeah, dude, that's eerie. That'd probably be eerie, man.
Yeah.
No,
I'm
good. I'm good on that. So
I've had to change a tire out on the road while it's pitch black, and I did not have a light. I had to feel to get my tire changed and feel to take it off the flat and put it on with no light. And when it's early in the morning, there's nobody going down the road. It's pretty creepy.
Yeah.
Well, buddy, I will let you go. I know that I appreciate your time so much. And please call anytime. I hope you don't have another encounter or sighting, but if you do, I know it'll be something that you wanted to see, and just give us a call anytime. I appreciate you sharing. It takes a lot of guts and courage, and I appreciate that very much. And again, thank you for your service. I respect that a lot, and thank you so much for doing that for our country. And
it was an honor.
Thank you. Take care of yourself.
You too. Thank you.
All right. Bye.
Bye-bye.
And that's all we've got time for on tonight's Monster 911 compilation, folks. Thanks for sticking with us, and if you made it this far through, my hat is off to you, especially if you managed it all in one sitting. Once again, it's a real pleasure in being with you all week after week. I've really missed your company, and I'm so honored with all of your comments and feedback. It really does help the show grow. I've been currently filming new shows and interviews for you guys, so I can't wait to get them out to you soon. And be sure, once again, to check out our new online store with some really cool merch coming at you at monster911.com, so be sure and visit that. So, until next time, this is Lance Hightower with Monster 911, the host, the investigator, your favorite cryptid therapist. And if you've witnessed or experienced something that walked on 2 or 4 legs that frightened or befriended you, call our toll-free nationwide creature reporting hotline 24/7 at 866-306-8085. Good night, and stay alert, everyone.